Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Members, just at the outset, I want to put on record my concern that at both question time sittings last week, a total of 5 members were not in their place when they were called for items of business listed against their name. Now, I appreciate that the Assembly has not been sitting for a number of years and there was an influx of new members, and that there may be a lessening in awareness of standards of parliamentary courtesy that are required in certain circumstances. But could I remind all members that there is an expectation that if you are not available to be present in the chamber to address an item of business listed in your name, that it is courteous to the House if notification of your absence is made either to my office or the business office as a matter of urgency. If you have not been in your place and have not given notice, it is expected to come to the House to apologise. Should I have to return to this matter, then consideration will be given to sanctions that may need to be put in place. If we expect ministers to show courtesy towards the House, the same applies to members. First item of business on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their place. As you know, you will have 3 minutes to make that statement, and I remind members that interventions are not permitted and not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has been finished. I call Mr. Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, I rise just simply to pay tribute to a giant of Down GAA who passed away over the weekend, Dan McCarten. He and his brother were part of the heroic generation of Down footballers who first won the All-Ireland in 1960 and brought the Sam Maguire Trophy back north over the border for the first time in history. There are still many members of those teams of the 1960s very much with us, but it is true that over the last number of years, several of them have passed, including Dan's brother James. So it's important to reflect on the enormous, not just sporting, but cultural and community legacy that they leave behind. In 1960, there had never been a team from north of the border that had won the Sam Maguire. Indeed, there were very few Ulster teams that had come close to winning the Sam Maguire. It's often talked about, people who remember it, as a moment of profound joy, relief, a sense almost of liberation, a sense of self-esteem for people who, for a variety of different reasons, did not feel perhaps that either jurisdiction on the island of Ireland at that time necessarily treasured their contribution. So it was a hugely significant moment, and actually a moment that in the 1960s brought together the whole community in County Down. People from non-traditional GAA supporting backgrounds still recall vividly the emotion and the sense of pride that took place. Dan McCarten was not just a Down GAA legend, but he was closely involved in, I believe, 3 different GAA clubs, including most recently Carryduff GAC, which in the last couple of years has celebrated its half-centenary. He and his family, including his son Mark, were a critical part of establishing and building that club into what it is today, which is one of the most successful and thriving clubs in County Down, and it's also on the edge of South Belfast, which is an immense source of pride that Gaelic Games in this part of the city and the county are growing. Dan McCarten was a huge part of building that legacy. He was a dentist who operated in Belfast and a public servant who combined his contribution to Gaelic Games and community life with performing that role in public service. I just thought today it was important to pay tribute to the immense contribution of Dan McCarten, part of that heroic generation of footballers who brought pride, joy, self-esteem to the county that I grew up in, County Down, and to mark his passing, to pass on our condolences to his wider family circle, everyone involved in Carryduff GAC, his friends, and all those who treasure the contribution he and the rest of that heroic generation made to our community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
John Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between the 1st and 17th of March, we are celebrating Seachtain Gaeilge 2024 throughout the country. Seachtain Gaeilge is a very important occasion in the Irish-speaking calendar. It is an opportunity for us to celebrate our culture, our language and our identity. It gives everyone a chance to connect with the language and to see that culture, language and identity have a role in the community. During the week, there are various events and activities throughout the length and breadth of the country, encouraging people to use and promote Irish, and I would like to thank a few groups, especially cont'd, Forest na Gaeilge, Plenary, and all the other groups who play an important role in planning, especially at this time. It is important that we have Seachtain na Gaeilge not only for celebration, but moreover for the next generation who will be carrying the torch and celebrating the language for many years to come. Finally, I would like to thank the Irish language community who have stood up day after day in the struggle for rights. Myself, as a member, will be a strong voice. Keep your eyes peeled for the events taking place in your area to be in the days to come. Take part and enjoy. Thank you very much.
And today I stand to mark the 200th anniversary of the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, the RNLI, who are dedicated to saving lives at sea. And as we sit, a service of thanksgiving is taking place in Westminster Abbey with local representatives in attendance, including the Kilkeel President, Mayor Winhana MBE. And today I thank all involved in this organisation for their commitment and dedicated service. Representing Seachtain and with family connections to the sea for generations, I truly value the brave work of the RNLI. In my constituency, there are 2 RNLI stations in Kilkeel and Newcastle. Kilkeel RNLI, the closest to me, was set up in the 1980s. Kilkeel's busy and vibrant fishing industry drove the need for a local station and lifeboats. Teams of committed volunteers and staff have worked for all of these years and saved many lives through the Kilkeel station. But another important role that we must note that they play is the recovery of those that are sadly lost at sea for their families. On the 14th of February 2002, the Tullamurray lass left Kilkeel Harbour to fish and did not return. 3 generations of the Green family were lost that day. With an extensive search over the following weeks, the Kilkeel RNLI team played a key part in the recovery. This devastation tore the heart from the local community. And just 2 years later, another tragedy struck at the loss of Colin Donnelly. Again, Kilkeel RNLI played a critical role in the recovery. We will remember these families always. A seafarers' memorial is in place at Kilkeel Harbour, which remembers all of those lost. Newcastle RNLI also played critical roles over the years. In 1843, when 16 fishing boats left Newcastle and Annalong in calm waters, the sudden change in the weather resulted in 73 people dying and 14 boats sunk. The RNLI played a key role, and a silver medal was awarded to member George Thompson for lives he saved that day. Both stations in my constituency are committed. They are cross-community and have male and female crew members. There is no discrimination in lives lost at sea. The RNLI should be commended for this. The seafarers from South Downs are their last hope is often the RNLI, who risk their lives for others. The lifeboat crews, the onshore support, the volunteers, fundraisers and all involved should stand proud today as the entire community salutes your work to save the lives after 200 years. And I say thanks to all of those and best wishes to the future of the RNLI as they continue dedicated to saving lives at sea.
Speaker, and I take my member statement this morning to actually follow on from what Ms Forsyth has said and to congratulate the RNLI. Today we stand on the cusp of history, celebrating a monumental milestone in maritime safety and rescue. Today is the 200th anniversary of the RNLI, and they have provided 2 centuries of unwavering commitment to saving lives at sea. Founded in 1824 by William Hillary, the RNLI has been a beacon of hope for countless souls in distress, embodying the spirit of courage, selflessness and resilience. For 2 centuries, its volunteers have braved the tempests, risking their own lives to rescue those in peril on the sea. In Northern Ireland, particularly in my constituency of Strangford that has the longest coastline, the RNLI's presence is deeply felt with stations dotting the coastline ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. These are all volunteers. From Kilkeel to Donaghadee, from Newcastle to Portaferry, these stations stand as pillars of safety, guarding our shores with vigilance and dedication. The RNLI's legacy is not just measured in years or numbers, but in the countless lives saved, the families reunited and the communities strengthened. Their commitment to training, innovation and collaboration has made our waters safer for all who venture out to sea. As we celebrate this historic occasion, let's not forget the sacrifices made by the brave men and women of the RNLI, nor the support of the communities that stand with them. And only yesterday, Portaferry RNLI was called out to a casualty, a boat that was broken free and drifting inland from Kearney at the edge of the Ards Peninsula. These volunteers give up their time, often walking away from family events, from dinners, from their sleep, in order to help others. Together with the Coast Guard, they form an unbreakable chain of solidarity, ensuring that no call for help goes unanswered. But amidst the celebrations, let's not also recognise the challenges that lie ahead. Climate change, technological advancements and evolving patterns of maritime activity demand that we remain vigilant and adaptable. The RNLI's 200th anniversary is not just a celebration of the past, but a call to action for the future. So let us in this House reaffirm our commitment to supporting the RNLI, whether through donations, volunteering or simply spreading awareness of their invaluable work. Together we can ensure that the next 200 years are marked by even greater achievements in maritime safety and rescue. In closing, let us salute the Royal National Lifeboat Association on this momentous occasion, honouring their legacy of courage, compassion and service to humanity. May they continue to be the guardians of the sea for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Concordia. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the registration of Irish grass-fed beef as an all-island protected geographical indication, a PGI. This designation will deliver significant benefits for our local beef farmers and for the high-quality beef that they produce on their farms. And I want to pay tribute to the department here, DAFN, LMC, Board BIA, and indeed yourself, Mr Speaker, as a previous Dairy Minister who done a lot of work to progress this. And I was delighted to see our local Minister Moore join his counterpart Minister McConaughey at a joint event in County Donegal on Friday to mark this very special occasion. And this is a very fantastic example of North-South working in partnership to make the most of our unique access to the EU for the benefit of everyone. The recognition is thoroughly deserved for our beef farmers who have created and sustained worldwide recognition of such a high-quality produce. Given the grass-based system of farming across Ireland, our local beef is unique, and this status recognises this high-quality standard for customers here and abroad. The granting of that all-island PGI status for Irish grass-fed beef through the EU Commission will help deliver unique economic benefits for our food industry by increasing the North's share of beef exports to the European Union, which in turn will generate more money back into the local economy. Securing all-island protected status will strengthen the hand of our farmers to showcase our local, distinctive, high-quality beef on the world stage. And certainly myself and my party will continue to work together with the Agriculture Ministers, North and South, to continue to deliver for our farmers to ensure that they can maximise every available opportunity to promote our world-class local farming industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm rising today with surprise and concern as I have become aware that 14 MOT lifts have cracks appearing on them again. This is concerning for employee safety in our test centres and indeed could add to delays in MOT testing. Many people are frustrated already with the current backlog. And Mr Speaker, I declare an interest as somebody who is waiting themselves on an MOT test, as well as knowing people who work within DVA. Given the concern on our MOT testing system, I was surprised that my urgent oral today was not accepted, as there are a series of questions that need answered on this urgently. The cracks were found on Maha lifts, which were at the centre of MOT testing delays in 2019. And my understanding is that DVA have known about this for quite some number of weeks, yet nothing has come from the department. And this raises serious questions for the Minister, his department and DVA, who will be coming to the Infrastructure Committee on Wednesday. The department spent £1.8 million to replace 52 of the 55 lifts when cracks appeared in 2019. And overall, it costs the department nearly £4 million in terms of backlogs to the MOT testing system. So how have we managed to reach this situation again? Whilst the number is thought to be in total 14 lifts, and one lift I understand is very severe and has been sent to Germany for further testing, why is a manufacturer checking their own homework? Should there not be an independent investigation into this? Undoubtedly, it will cause further delays in our MOT testing system, and therefore, whilst we await the outcome of the further testing in Germany, it's important that the Minister clearly outlines what he and his department are doing to curb the looming crisis. Lessons should have been learnt from 2019, and it is important that we are honest with the public in relation to this. And whilst I'm making my comments today as a DUP MLA, as Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, I will be asking the DVA to provide the most up-to-date information to the committee to ensure everything is being done to assure the public and employees of this issue. Thank you.
I'm sure everyone in the Chamber will join me in wishing the best to Ireland's male cricketers who confirmed their first Test match victory against Afghanistan on Friday by 6 wickets. Mr Speaker, this is no mean feat at all, and Ireland are the smallest of 12 nations who have Test match status. And it was their first ever Test match win in 8 attempts in 20 odd years. They sit alongside countries who prioritise cricket, such as India, New Zealand, Australia, and this really is a remarkable event. Cricket, Mr Speaker, is a sport that is growing here, but is still remarkably small, and hopefully this maiden victory for the male Test match team will not only encourage participation across the sport, but also encourage investment in the sport as well, which is much needed, Mr Speaker. I want to finish by congratulating the skipper, Andrew Balbirnie, and his team, and all the staff, and those cricketers from Northern Ireland, including Madeline Match, Mark Adair, Andy McBride and Paul Sterling from my constituency. The team are remarkable, and I'm sure we all wish them well going forward.
Mr Speaker, I rise this morning to highlight the situation around funding for specialist counselling services for those who are survivors of sexual violence. Nexus have been providing the specialist service for 5 years, fully aware that it would come to an end on the 31st of March this month. However, what was not expected by them, or indeed by members of the Health Committee, that there was to be no replacement despite the tender process initially beginning last year. Nexus have been supporting over 7,000 individuals, with 400 people in ongoing therapy and almost 800 on waiting lists. But we're told that as of last Thursday at 5 p.m, they could not take on any more new referrals. This is 175 new referrals per month. At a time when we are supposed to be tackling violence against women and girls across all departments here in the Executive, what kind of message does this send? The prevalence of sexual violence in our community stands at 1 in 4 women, 1 in 8 men, and 1 in 6 children. Now these referrals have nowhere to go except other than the GP General Mental Health Service. That's not to say that there will be specialist training and counselling there, but it's not simply about saving money, it's about offsetting the burden. It will be displaced from one service and simply placed onto another. We need to ensure that if we are serious about tackling violence against women and girls in this society, that we work as one. It's not just about a financial question of saving pennies, but in the long term spending pounds. It's an ethical and moral question, and we have that obligation to the public to ensure that we end violence against women and girls in all forms. But where women and children are still at risk, we will stand by them and have the necessary support for them.
Speaker, I rise to speak on an issue which unfortunately has rose once again in my constituency last night, where arsonists attacked the former Faughan Valley High School site for another time. Unfortunately, 50 fire crew, several water pumping appliances, a command unit was required to deal with the situation. I raise the issue, obviously it's serious in terms of somebody could have lost their life, but there's a wider issue, Mr. Speaker, in terms of dealing with derelict properties within our communities, particularly those, and I use the example, as I say, of the old Faughan Valley site where last night residents unfortunately were told to keep their windows shut and stay in their properties whilst fire crews dealt with the situation. Had there been an incident anywhere else in the city, the fire crews, which are already stretched, would have struggled to deal with it. But in terms of derelict properties, it's something which blight all of our communities. There's a serious frustration, particularly within residents who live near to these properties, about the speed in which these issues can be dealt with. The Faughan Valley site has been sitting vacant now for well over a decade. Yet we're seeing no progress. And what I am going to be doing over the next number of weeks is encouraging all of those public bodies to show leadership in dealing with derelict properties, but also encouraging investors and private investors to come forward with ideas to improve our communities as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise this afternoon as the Sinn Féin member elected in South Derry to stand in solidarity and of full support with the family of Shawn Brown. Shawn Brown was a proud Gael who was murdered outside the gate of his club, Balahi Wolf Tones, in May 1997. And since then, his family have shown absolutely incredible strength and dignity in their fight to get truth and justice following his cruel murder. And indeed, the people of South Derry and across Ireland, and particularly the GAA fraternity across Ireland, stand with them. The family were dealt another cruel blow this morning when the inquest into Shawn's murder had to be stopped, given the amount of redaction in the files. And this is another example of the efforts of state agencies to obstruct the process, and we deplore that. And we join the family now in their call for a public inquiry, and we stand in full solidarity with them, as I'm sure all of the people of Ireland will. Mr.
Speaker, thank you very much. I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board of Northern Ireland. Every month, the Resources Committee is given a list of medical assessments for those officers who are seeking either ill health retirement or an injury on duty award. And every month I respond that I don't have the medical qualifications, the medical expertise, the medical experience to make judgments. And I know I'm not the only member of the board who takes that view. Indeed, it's not just members of the board. In a relatively recent determination or judgment by Justice Schofield, he made clear that the board was not in a position to counteract or countermand decisions of medical experts. And yet he also made clear that the board is the final decision maker. And I think that is an untenable position, the tension between those two facts, that you are the final decision maker, but you cannot overturn a recommendation that is being brought to you. It also seems to me perverse that the board is involved in these processes in the first place, because the raison d'etre of the board is to hold the Police Service of Northern Ireland to account. In other words, to be a service scrutineer, and yet in terms of ill health retirement and injury on duty, we are a service delivery body. And I understand recently that a group of retired officers have decided to launch a legal case against the board. I'll not go into detail for obvious reasons, but they do contend that the board is in breach of a statutory duty with regard to this issue. I believe it rests on whether whether payments should begin at the date of the medical assessment or the date of retirement. So, Mr Speaker, I have asked for an independent review of the workings of the Policing Board of Northern Ireland. I understand that rests with the Department of Justice, and should they bring on an independent review, I simply request that they look at the issue of whether these assessments of ill health retirement and injury on duty should not be reverted to the Chief Constable, as is in the case, as I understand it, in the rest of the United Kingdom.
Speaker, I just would like to say a few words on yesterday's Day of Reflection, organised by Marie Curie and now occurring on the first Sunday of March, in line with the first recommendation of the UK Commission for COVID Commemoration Report. I'd like to thank Marie Curie for promoting the day, as well as other local charities like RNLI for their associated events that are ongoing. This is our opportunity, Mr Speaker, to remember those who died during the pandemic, of whatever cause, and to consider what further steps we need to take on behalf of the 175,000 people who were bereaved during this period. We also need to reflect on the overall sense of loss we all experienced, the loss of loved ones, the loss of rituals and the loss of routine. As we do this, we need to remember the time of extreme disruption for us all. And we want to show support for those who were bereaved, support for people who experienced loss in whatever form, and support each other collectively as we continue to reckon with the consequences of that period. Personally, I'd like to add that I'm very pleased that Belfast City Council intends to create a COVID memorial wall for those who are bereaved, those who are still suffering from long COVID, and indeed a place where everyone affected can reflect. And I would like to mention Brenda Doherty, who spoke for the thousands of bereaved families in the minute silence last week in the Great Hall, and I would thank you, Mr Speaker, for facilitating that. In her words, she called for a permanent memorial here in Parliament Buildings that would serve as a reminder, a tribute to her late mother, Ruth Burke, and so many, many others. And we in the Alliance Party would very much support this call. Fundamentally, this would be an opportunity to provide a lasting tribute to those who lost their lives and a lasting reflection on the trauma we all widely experienced. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Mr Speaker, and I rise to put on the record my concerns at yet another funding cut by the Department for Health. This one in relation to core grant funding provided to vital community organisations across Northern Ireland, but particularly in my constituency. Integrated services provided by the Greater Shankhill Partnership provide support to families most in need across North and West Belfast. They ensure that children receive the support that they need, and families are given extra resources to help them meet the needs of their health inequalities. The Department for Health has indicated that the £185,000 awarded last year to integrated services has been removed, and that the Minister currently cannot confirm that that funding will continue. This is, of course, a matter of major concern, not just for the employees of integrated services based on the Shankhill Road, but for the hundreds of families who currently use their services, for the hundreds of families who are currently on the waiting list to get the support they need. Mr Speaker, the job of this House and each elected member in this House is to serve the interests of the most vulnerable in our society. The communities of West Belfast, both sides of the Shankhill Road, need this vital service, and I call on the Minister for Health to reinstate this £185,000 without delay and provide this vital service to my constituents and those across Belfast. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to raise the important issues facing a number of schools in Omagh. The ongoing delays to the Strabane campus have had an impact on quite a huge number of children and young people that I represent in West Tyrone. Indeed, on Thursday night I had the privilege of attending an event where the 6 schools gathered and the voices of those young people were heard standing collectively, making their plea to see the Strabane campus delivered. It originally was announced in 2010, Mr Speaker, with an estimated completion date of 2020. We're now at 24 and there's one out of the 6 schools that is built, which is Arvely. It is a fantastic facility. It does great things to support our young people in Omagh, but they're missing the other 5 schools that should have been surrounding them. Christian Brothers, Loreto Grammar, Omagh Academy, Omagh High School, Sacred Heart. These schools have been left in a situation of limbo for well over a decade, where there hasn't been a proper maintenance programme. They haven't received the same investment as other schools across the north. And as a consequence of these delays, generations of young people in my constituency have missed out on opportunities that they were promised and should have been afforded. My point today, Mr. Speaker, is that I do not want to see any further delays to the Strual Education Campus. The people of Omagh, the young people of Omagh, the educators of Omagh deserve to see this promise realised and delivered, and it is incumbent on this House to ensure that that does indeed happen. Omagh has suffered incredibly over the last 25 years, and this was a project that would truly bring our young people together in one site that is entirely inclusive and shared in every aspect, learning from each other, moving forward together. That was the promise of Strual. I was asked by educators on Thursday night to reinforce their plea in this House, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the Minister for Education will deliver it, that the Minister for Finance will find the money to ensure that it is delivered, and that the people of Omagh don't receive any further delays when it comes to this important project. This is vital for my constituency. It is long overdue. The costs have gone up, but it is vitally important, Mr. Speaker, that it is delivered in everyone's interest.
That brings an end to the time available for members' statements. We'll be doing member statements tomorrow morning again, so members who have missed out on the opportunity will have the opportunity again. During member statements, a member challenged a decision not to accept an urgent oral question. This is entirely out of order and should not have happened. I would remind members that it is for the Speaker's office to make those decisions, and they're made after rigorous perusal of whether it meets the standards or whether it doesn't. In this instance, it didn't, and the member indicated that on Wednesday there was the opportunity to address the matter directly to the Minister, and therefore it did not qualify under the urgent procedure. A number of members have actually as well raised the question about the acceptance of amendments previously. That too is unacceptable under standing orders. And I'd remind members at the outset of this Assembly that they're getting a soft hand up to this point, but it will become more stiff as things go on. Also, another member raised an issue which is on the order paper, and member statements are not for that purpose. If something is on the order paper to be raised, there's an urgent question has been accepted on the issue of Nexus funding, then that shouldn't be raised in the personal statements. I understand that we're in a learning curve for a lot of people, and it's just the start of the Assembly over the course of the last number of weeks. So, as I say, we will remind people of their errors as opposed to inflicting any punishment on them at this stage. Thank you for that. Next item of business then is an order paper. On the order paper is a motion from the opposition on executive reform. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business Committee members received an email on Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock indicating that there will be no ministerial response to the opposition motion on executive reform that we're about to debate. Given that this motion clearly asks the Executive Office to take action, could I ask for your ruling on whether the avoidance of this debate by the First and Deputy First Minister or junior ministers who are all present in this building at the moment is in order?
Subject matter of the debate falls within the remit of a department. There is an expectation that there will be a ministerial response. Ministers are accountable to this Assembly for the activities of their departments, and I, as Speaker, expect them regularly to attend our proceedings. However, I am advised that there will be no ministerial response to the debate. The Business Committee was not advised in advance that any ministers would be available today. All right. Clerk, can you read the motion?
that this Assembly is ashamed of the long suspensions of devolution over the last 10 years, accepts responsibility for the decline in public services that have taken place over that time, apologises to public sector workers who have experienced pay injustice over the last 10 years, resolves that the functioning of the Assembly and the Executive should never again be subject to the veto of a single party, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to include a specific commitment to reform of the institutions in the programme for government.
Of the Opposition, O'Toole, to move the motion.
Moved, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to open the debate on the first opposition day of this new mandate. Opposition is a natural and healthy part of democratic politics, and we intend to perform that role, as we have done thus far, constructively. During the negotiations that led to the creation of these institutions, Senator George Mitchell famously pledged to bring his then newly born son back to Belfast one day to watch a sitting of the Northern Ireland Assembly. Senator Mitchell said, "I hoped we would watch and listen as the members debated the ordinary issues of life in a democratic society: education, healthcare, agriculture, tourism." Senator Mitchell was able to fulfil his wish in 2012 with his then teenage son. But when he returned in last year for the 25th anniversary of the agreement he helped broker that created this Assembly, there was no Northern Ireland Assembly to observe. Because for 5 of the past 7 years, there has been no devolved government in Northern Ireland at all. Today's motions from the SDLP in our opposition day are about preventing that ever happening again. Because if it does happen again, if these institutions do collapse again, I'm not alone in believing they will simply never re-emerge. Those of us in politics and the media often focus a lot on the party political impact of one decision or another. What does this mean for the DUP? How might Sinn Féin react to what the DUP does? How will the rest of the parties behave? These are legitimate and necessary questions in a democracy. But taken to an extreme, a fixation on political standoff leads us to the situation where public services, and indeed the public themselves, are of secondary importance. For nearly a decade, party political standoff and veto has allowed our public services and our public realm to decay and in some cases collapse. I scarcely need list the litany of problems that beset our public services, from the worst healthcare waiting lists in Western Europe, to chronically underfunded childcare, to special educational needs at breaking point or beyond. None of these problems were created by storm and collapse, and none of them will be solved merely by the return of devolved government. But all of these problems, all of them, along with virtually every other public policy challenge we face, has been undeniably made worse by the absence of devolved government. The absence of ministerial decisions to decide priorities and allocate budgets accordingly. The absence of a multi-year spending programme to allow health service leaders to recruit doctors and nurses on a long-term basis. The absence of any funding guarantees until the last minute for large parts of the community and voluntary sector. Though we are all, at least the vast majority of us, pleased to see devolved government return, we cannot pretend that public trust in the very idea of this Assembly and Executive have not been profoundly damaged. They have. In a recent survey conducted by Queen's University, only a third of voters thought the Executive would survive until the end of this mandate. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an extraordinary statistic. Despite the positivity around the restoration of Stormont, only 1 in 3 people think it will last 3 years. That statistic should shame all of us in this chamber. That level of cynicism and distrust is exactly why I asked the First and Deputy First Ministers to pledge to not resign their office before the end of this mandate. That wasn't a stunt. I was asking a question that most of our citizens want to know the answer to. Madam Chair, our first motion today begins by expressing shame on behalf of this entire institution for its repeated collapses and the profoundly negative consequences they have had for ordinary citizens, workers and public services. To be clear, that isn't about assigning blame, but it is about acknowledging a collective failure of the political class to deliver stable and sustainable government here. To anybody who thinks we should simply leave the rules unreformed after nearly a decade of chaos and devolution only functioning for a few years out of that, I would simply say this: are you serious? Can anyone argue with a straight face that we are fine as we are and should just plough on regardless? As that saying goes, the first step to recovery is admitting you have a problem. Madam Speaker, it is worth unpacking some of that problem. We all know there are divergent narratives of Irish history, but most of us should be able to agree that, tragically, Northern Ireland has been marked by division between people throughout its existence. There was, of course, division before partition. These institutions were created after nearly 30 years of violent conflict. That conflict itself came after half a century of one-party rule, which excluded one community from virtually all political power. Indeed, at times, that exclusion seemed to be the motivating purpose of the state. That hugely difficult inheritance is why we negotiated a system of power sharing, of government based on inclusion rather than exclusion. And as the party that did so much to shape the Good Friday Agreement, we don't agree with those who think that power sharing, or consociationalism, as it's known among academics, are in themselves the root of our problems and our dysfunction. To take such a view is to willfully ignore history, including the manner in which this jurisdiction was created, as well as ignoring the reality of a post-conflict society. But it is possible to reform and change the way power sharing works in order to provide a basic guarantee that there will be a government in the first place. Our reform motions today are designed to complement and implement one another. The first motion I am moving acknowledges the harm done by repeated collapses, then pledges two things. Number one, the principle that no single party should ever again be able to collapse the institutions at will. I don't think that's unreasonable. And secondly, that the programme for government should contain a specific commitment to reform. Our second motion, which I will address in more detail when I move it later on today, creates a specific vehicle for producing legislative proposals on reform, namely an ad hoc committee required to produce a report on options for removing the single-party veto by September this year. I'm sure there will be opportunities for us to debate and me to answer some of the questions around those proposals during the course of this debate. But, Madam Chair, our motions do not prescribe an exact model of reform of the veto, but a number of options have already been publicly advanced. And here I would acknowledge the work of the Alliance Party on this agenda. They have proposed an opt-out model for parties that qualify for one of the top two roles but do not want to take one. The NI Affairs Committee at Westminster proposed a series of related changes, some of which would undercut, though not completely remove, the current veto. Many of these ideas, such as a move to supermajority voting as opposed to cross-community voting, were based on SDLP proposals. No one party can or should own reform. By definition, we need to achieve some degree of consensus in order to make it happen. There are multiple routes to reform, but we do need to agree today that the first and most urgent change has to be removing the power to collapse government and not making it conditional on other concessions. The protections in the Good Friday Agreement are supposed to build confidence, not reinforce mistrust. The purpose of power sharing is supposed to be positive partnership, not negative veto. It has been said in recent days that the heavy lifting on this work needs to be done by Chris Heaton-Harris, the Secretary of State. We strongly disagree. A Tory Secretary of State, working out his notice, will not do this work for us. We need to do it ourselves. I'm not going to give way at the minute, but I will give way later on when I wind. I'll answer any questions, but I'm not going to give way in at this stage. A Tory Secretary of State, working out his notice, will not do the work for us. We need to do it ourselves, starting with these Opposition Day motions. And let's remember, Madam Chair, the First and Deputy First Minister, the Finance Minister are now themselves engaged in a process of negotiation with the Treasury over the financial settlement, one in which we as a constructive opposition have said we support the asks you are making. But let's be real, one of the reasons why the Treasury and this Tory government have been able to be so cynical in their treatment of these institutions and politicians here has been because of the repeated cycle of collapse. In order to build not just credibility with the public, in order to reinforce our ability to negotiate with the UK government and others, we need to have sustainable political institutions and not institutions that collapse so routinely. So, as I said, a Tory Secretary of State working out his notice will not do the work for us. We need to do it ourselves, starting with these Opposition Day motions. Let's protect, I will give way in my wine speech. I'm happy to give way to anyone who didn't get in at this stage. Let's protect the best of the agreement and reform the veto that's undermining trust in the rest of it. The photo ops and positive vibes of the past month have been welcome. But we've seen this movie before, and rather than wait for the nasty plot turn and not-so-shock ending, let's change the script. Let's never again plunge our public services and our people into the vortex of no government and no hope. And I commend this opposition motion to the Assembly.
Thank you, Matthew. Our next speaker is Deirdre Hargey.
Yeah, thanks very much. Today's motion refers back to the last 10 years and references the decline in public services in that time. And indeed, our public services and the workers who sustain them are part of the bedrock of our society, along with our people, communities and our local economies. Ensuring they can operate on a sustainable footing and addressing need and, importantly, driving aspirations are essential. Therefore, in doing so, addressing the underlying root causes impacting on our public services is critical, particularly when you look at events over this past decade. But what I found bizarre in this motion when looking at the impacts on our public services and the cause and effects, there's no mention at all of the British Tory government and their regressive policies. When we look back over the last 10+ years, we have witnessed a number of societal shocks. The impact of the financial crash, Cameron and Osborne's Tory austerity policies, Brexit, COVID, global events and the cost of profit crisis. And when you look at all of these shocks, some of which were deliberate in policy intent and political choices, you see the impact they are driving in terms of poverty and inequality, and how their effects disproportionately impact on certain sections of our population, our women and children, those with disabilities, our working class, our minority ethnic communities, and indeed our older people. The Tories' chosen policy of austerity has and is having a devastating impact on public services. Countless research has shown the impact of savage Tory cuts on public services and their ability to respond, not just here, but also across England, Scotland and Wales. Billions of pounds have been stripped from public services since 2010, and this has had deadly impact and consequences. Research has shown that Tory austerity policies since 2010 were the main cause of the decline in the rate of which life expectancy has increased. A further review showed the impact of Tory austerity on health, our health system, which is causing increased poverty, unemployment and homelessness, and as a result putting considerable strain on our health service and its ability to respond. We have again seen this exacerbated by Brexit and the loss of essential European funding, which again targeted those most in need. And today, here in this building, we can hear the Equality Coalition who are showcasing the need for an anti-poverty strategy due to these impacts being felt here. This has also been backed by the women's movement and the wider community and voluntary sector that see these impacts in terms of Tory cuts. The Executive has protected people by mitigating against the worst excess of Tory cuts, and challenging this must remain our priority, and we need appropriate funds based to address this need, particularly as was stated in a post-conflict society. This was the commitment given by all Executive parties and indeed by the opposition on the 4th of February past. In the joint letter to the British Treasury, signed by Sinn Féin, the DUP, Alliance, the Ulster Unionist Party and the SDLP, which called on the need to make immediate and durable changes to our funding arrangements, to deliver on public sector pay, deliver a fiscal framework and, importantly, plan for fiscal sustainability. If we're seriously to address the underlying root causes of inequality and indeed developing world-class sustainable public services, then we all must work collectively to address the funding shortfall, challenge austerity and transform our public services to meet the needs of our workers, families and communities. That's what the public really want us to be doing here today and in the days ahead, and that's where our focus is and will remain so.
Thank you, Deirdre. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I suppose firstly, happy Opposition Day to all members across the House. I think given the immediate media attention that there's been in the topic, we should actually define what the opposition is. It's the party that lost the election. Now, I know Sinn Féin the SDLP have a significant record in this regard, going from being the largest nationalist party in this place to the second largest nationalist party, and perhaps given recent polling regards the Alliance Party, maybe even the third nationalist party of the chamber. But the motion before us today, we had weeks, we had months trailed. Mr O'Toole was clinging to the desk of his official leader of the opposition title at the whim of whether or not the Ulster Unionists or indeed the Alliance would take that place. They chose not to. So the duty of responsibility lies with Mr O'Toole. And I thought we were being told that we were going to have a constructive opposition, one that relished the opportunity to hold government accountable on the bread and butter issues. Are we really seeing now the real political priorities of the SDLP? No motion from the SDLP health spokesperson, Mr McGrath, on health waiting lists and constructive suggestions on how to bring them down. No motion from the SDLP education spokesperson, Ms Hunter, on the much-needed capital investment for new schools and indeed special educational funding challenges to date. No motion from the Public Accounts Chairman, Mr McCarten, on huge concerns in the Northern Ireland Audit Office report. I think we will hear plenty from the official opposition shortly. And again, finally, no motion from Mr O'Toole, the chair of the Finance Committee, in relation to the budget. And we understand in such a week where we have a UK budget being set out later this week, surely a motion outlining those concerns would have been the people's priorities rather than petty point scoring from the official opposition. Instead, members, what we have is a motion on proposed changes to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. The party of supermajorities rather than accommodation. Is this now the real party of John Hume? I think that question needs to be asked. Turning to the issue of reform itself, we do not deny that the challenges presented in terms of stability of the institutions, the length of time the Executive and Assembly has not fully functioned over the past 25 years is regrettable. However, we cannot lose sight to the fact that we live in a contested space, emerging from decades of terrorism. Success is not always guaranteed in this regard. This is a reminder of the need to preserve rather than destroy the delicate balance of community relations that is interwoven into strand one of the agreement. Issues of instability, regardless of what political party it may come from or community, can often be complex, as has been seen in most recent times. Let's look at the most recent issue of instability. We had arrangements foisted upon the people of Northern Ireland in which not one unionist democratically elected could support. Not one. If we had a similar situation arise whereby it was, for example, nationalism that had an issue, would that likely lead to a similar outcome? I mean, the SDLP MP Claire Hanna was on record of saying that in such circumstances, no, well, it's true. I'll speak to the record, actually, to the Leader of the Opposition. You cannot imagine that people would take that without a minimum of civil disobedience, at a very minimum. The inescapable truth, members, is that we live in a contested society. Absolutely.
That we are dealing with a situation where it's a mandatory coalition in Northern Ireland. It's an imperfect system, but it's one we have to work with. It means compromise and working together on issues.
The member has an extra minute, and please, could people stop shouting from solidarity position, please?
I thank the member for his intervention, and it leads me on to my next point, which is the inescapable truth is that we live, I'll have to continue to get through, to live in a contested place. The best way to defend the institutions from collapse is ultimately to ensure that we talk about issues that are affecting everyday working families, our frontline workers, our schools, children, as well as protect the most vulnerable in our society. This is where the programme for government priorities should be. It is not coincidence, but by design, that the mechanisms for review are not only built into Strand 1, but rest outside of the executive. This reflects the real need to ensure that all members and parties have a stake and the space to give attention to them. In closing, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, consensus politics will be the only way we can stave off instability. The political arrangements in Northern Ireland must be capable of commanding the broad support of all traditions across our province. The motion before the House simply implies that devolution could still operate and succeed outside these parameters. That is fanciful, to say the least. Cross-community consent has been essential to achieving progress in this province, and it should be viewed as the solution and not the problem. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Unlike the previous speaker, I'd like to say that we in the Alliance Party are actually delighted that this is the first topic chosen for debate on this opposition day, as it reflects the Alliance Party policy and priority of long-standing, and we will of course be supporting the motion. And I would just like to welcome the opposition to this discussion, and just to emphasise just how long-standing it has been our party's position around meaningful reform. I have right here, members, a document called Agenda for Democracy that we in the Alliance Party published 20 years ago today. And it is remarkable how how prophetic it was. Even before St Andrews Agreement, it sought fundamental revisions, not quick fixes. The quick fixes since, as the proposers themselves will agree, have only made things worse. Go ahead.
Outlining her party's commitment to ensuring the reform of these institutions. Could the member remind the House during the collapse in 2017 to 2020 how many times her party recalled this Assembly to try and move on, to try and get this Assembly back up and running when one party was blocking its return?
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Well, you obviously weren't a member then, and the issue at that time was that we were renegotiating getting us back, and we did call for it many times, and we did take things forward. But the argument you had with the UK government over those 2 years was not one that could be solved in this chamber. And shame on you, shame on your party for the impact that has had on our public sector. We have seen a decline in that, and for you to hold the whole country to ransom over your party issue is absolutely shameful, and we will feel the effects of this for generations to come. So, Prince.
Point of order.
In order for the member to address her comments directly at me, and I know obviously she was a member of the Tory party, unlike me, but could you correct the member to see if she can address me directly on her comments?
Of order. All remarks should be done through the chair, but I believe we need to just accept that this is a cut and thrust of debate. And if you have an issue regarding what I've just said, then go and see the Speaker. But I would encourage members just to look as if you're talking through the chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I was responding directly to the comments. So, our Agenda for Democracy document, some parts of it have actually been implemented, including the reduction in departments and devolution of justice. But so, where the document is still relevant is that it sought an executive founded, like almost any other government in the democratic world, through negotiation and compromise. Taking into account our particular circumstances, the idea was that any coalition should be able to take office provided it had the support of a weighted majority in the Assembly, which would ensure that it was inclusive. And 20 years on, I would suggest that idea's time has come. It would remove the ability of a single party to wield an all-destructive veto that we saw over the last 2 years. And parties are entitled to opt out of government, but they are not entitled to force others to opt out too. Weighted majority voting, ensuring an inclusive government, but also a genuine choice for the electorate, would also enable the abolition of communal designation. Even back in 2004, that was seen as a crude form of institutionalised sectarianism. And in 2024, it is entirely inappropriate for a modern post-agreement Northern Ireland in which we actually live and in which people are choosing even more often to step beyond the old dividing lines when making choices in schooling, in leisure activities and indeed in the polling booth. The point here is that designations do not just mean that cross-community votes, whether arising from the application of a petition of concern or otherwise, take a crudely sectarian form where other votes are deemed to count for less, and thus people opting to vote neither unionist nor nationalist are blatantly discriminated against. And I would say it is not right that the electorate who vote for the Alliance Party are effectively disenfranchised on important votes. So these votes also mean that the institutions do not function in a manner befitting the actual post-agreement electorate. My party colleagues will come back to much of this, but I do want to turn to another issue that we raised in our 2022 manifesto. Here, as in many other policy documents, there is a fundamental recognition that our system of government relies perhaps too much on allocating every policy area to a particular department and too little on a genuine sense of collective interest and collective responsibility. And I do think it is on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister and the Executive Office to look at this, because we do see far too much silo working here in the Assembly and in the departments. So what is required, therefore, is recognition from all of us, including the proposers, that there were flaws in the original agreement and that there was a review mechanism built into it, and that was meant to iron these issues out, but rarely actually did. We do need to remove crude sectarian vetoes. That is objectively undeniable, but we also need to ensure that the institutions operate in a way that is befitting of the entire society they are supposed to represent, and we need to move beyond those silos. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise to support the motion, I can fully understand the reason why it's worded the way it's been worded, because you're trying to get the maximum support you can possibly get. But I can't stand here and give cover to those who have caused a suspension over 5 of the last 10 years. And it's important that we say it as it is. 3 years of a boycott by Sinn Féin over a financial issue. Are we better off after that boycott? Are we likely to have another RHI again? Well, the reality is it could well just be around the corner. And in fact, the rot in our public services set in during those 3 years. And then 2 years of a boycott by the DUP over the Northern Ireland Protocol. Achieved nothing whatsoever of substance. The Irish Sea border is still there. The European Union still has input as to what happens here in Northern Ireland. There are still checks taking place on goods arriving in Northern Ireland, and the custom posts are still there. But during those 2 years, our public services crumbled to the stage now where some of them in the short to medium term can't be fixed. And we have to be mindful of that. So no, I will not give cover to those who collapsed this institution and maintained a boycott. But what I will do is promise to work with them, with those in the opposition, with those in the Alliance Party, and for those who are independents or in the TUV or in People Before Profit. So it is the thrust of a conversation about reform that I support within this motion. Should one party, 25 years after the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, have a veto over devolved government? Absolutely not. The system allowed it, I have to say, and you have to ask the question, why did the system allow it? Well, the system allowed it because in 1998, what we were trying to do was stop ourselves killing each other. That was the focus. We focused on the peace, we got the peace, but the politics didn't fit into place. Because after the Belfast Agreement, we should have amended through collaboration and negotiation into the future. Well, we didn't get that, apart from a few scrappy changes that did little to stabilise government and keep it from being collapsed at the whim of just one party. So what does reform look like in my mind. Everybody will give a particular view of what they think reform is, and we could debate every single one of them all day long, and I don't think that's what we're here to do today. But what I think reform is about a negotiation, an agreement, an agreed position, taking into account all of the political parties, including independents, including the TUV, including people before profit, including civic society. All of them have to feed into this, because remember, it was the people who voted for the 1998 agreement, and it is the people who need to have a say in what direction we go next. And just because we don't like somebody's point of view doesn't mean we should exclude them. I will not support exclusion of any shape or form. What it does not look like is... Yes, of course.
Would the member agree that it is not about exclusion, it's more about those who are not wanting nor willing to participate or choosing to exclude themselves and opting out? So rather than using the word exclusion, you might use self-exclusion or opting out of sitting in an executive.
The member has an extra minute.
I'm quite comfortable with the word exclusion. And the reason I say exclusion is because there are people in this chamber who absolutely do not support the Belfast Good Friday Agreement as it stands now. And it's important that if we don't listen to those voices, if we try to push them voices away, we will not get a full understanding of our society. So I'm quite happy to stick with exclusion. But what I don't want is another St Andrews Agreement. Because the St Andrews Agreement was a carve-up between two of the large parties behind closed doors, and it was a quick fix. It did not work. It has left us in a worse position. And the UK government and the Irish government were complicit in that, and they did so because they just wanted to get this place up and running and nothing more. Quick fixes will not work. You pull the threads and the whole thing could unravel. So this is about sitting down and thinking this through in the long term and getting all the voices that need to be added to this. The Belfast Agreement had its flaws. We know that. It was balancing the unbalanceable after so much conflict. But what we don't want to do is fall into the trap of just screaming reform, reform, reform without stopping and really thinking it through and seeing what reform will mean in the short, the medium and the long term. I'm up for that discussion. I don't think we should be afraid of that discussion. It doesn't mean that I am open to changing every single thing that needs to be changed within the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. It is still the bedrock of government here in Northern Ireland. But I'm certainly up for that discussion going forward, and I'm willing to talk to anybody inside this chamber or outside this chamber, those in favour or those against, because until we get all the views, we'll not really know the position. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I have listened intently to the points made thus far in the debate, particularly from the opposition on the issue of future reform. It has struck me how little interest or focus seems to have been placed on the principle of consent and how much would feature in reform as the SDLP would envisage it. I find that concerning, given the importance that the principle of consent has been to politics here for the last 20 years or more. It's no exaggeration to say that politics could not function in Northern Ireland without it. Cross-community consent has got us to where we are. We should not forget that. It has been essential to political and social progress and should be viewed as a positive influence. Cross-community consent and what flows from it is not the problem here. However, it feels somewhat that the SDLP in their recent road to Damascus-style conversion into opposition seem to believe that it is the problem. It appears that they now feel the need to fix something that the likes of John Hume and others from within their own ranks were so wedded to. The reality still remains that 80% of those of us around the walls of this chamber still designate as either nationalist or unionist. My party and that of Sinn Féin represent the bulk of those members. As such, wider support for both traditions in Northern Ireland remains the dominant force within politics and must be borne in mind if we are to sustain fully functioning institutions representing and delivering for the people who have elected us. The motion does raise a valid point in terms of the long-term stability of devolved government. No one can deny that stability has been an issue in the past and poses a risk to this House in the future. However, we must be honest in terms of the root causes of instability. During times when the institutions are not functioning for the good of everyone, when the institutions are not deemed to be representative of all communities, this is when stability is challenged. As a party, I believe we have evidenced in the past that we are not afraid of reform of the institutions where such reform is necessary. Indeed, there have been changes to the petition of concern, for instance, to take into account its impact upon Assembly business. It is incumbent upon us all to ensure that government works and is seen to work for everyone in Northern Ireland. We are the guardians of this delicate balance and the need to ensure that in a divided society such as ours, everyone is at the table. As has often been said, it only works when it works for all. We must therefore have this theme central to our focus on any discussion around future reform. If the plan is to simply diminish the voice or representation of one tradition in order to facilitate or bolster the rise of another, such changes will be doomed to fail. Mr. Speaker, it is good to see the Assembly functioning, or Madam Speaker, sorry. It's good to see the Assembly functioning once again and commanding the ongoing support of both Unionists and Nationalists. It is for us all to put our shoulder to the wheel and make it work for Northern Ireland. This will be achieved through delivery on bread and butter issues that matter to the public. Delivery is where our focus should be. Delivery will cement stability and progress. It is only then should we be advancing proposals in relation to reform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I stood, in fact, I think I was standing in this place on the 19th of October 2021, leading a debate, a motion that was brought forward on reform. And everyone in this House voted for it. There was no division on it. This House accepted that. I stood then after a period of collapse following Sinn Féin. I stand here now talking about reform after a period of collapse under the DUP. The last time I talked about a demoralised workforce, I talked about how the harm that was caused to our services in Northern Ireland. I talked about the harm that was caused to carers, something very close to my heart. I talked about poverty. The same thing is here today. Nothing has changed in the last number of years, and we are continuing to fail the people of Northern Ireland because of persistent collapse. So how can we change that? And I think the way that we change that is by having sustainable government that cannot be collapsed by any party. Principal Deputy Speaker, the Assembly and Executive Review Committee in the last mandate prioritised reforming designations and the appointment of the First and Deputy First Minister. Sadly, there was no real appetite to take any action by any other parties to have the power to use their veto removed. Even after the Alliance motion was passed in this House, no party voted against the motion, but nothing was done to take forward the change needed to create sustainable government. AERC collected all the information, but nothing was actioned because kicking the can down the road meant the veto could remain. We could have mitigated against a single party pulling down the Assembly. We could have delivered change that would have protected the democratic institutions. In fact, I brought it up again at the first Committee for Procedures, and it was confirmed for me that the legal changes that will be needed to be brought forward to make the reforms in place will have to be done by the co-guarantors of the Good Friday Agreement, and that is the UK Government and the Irish Government. If we are serious about these institutions, we do need to act now to ensure that this does not happen again. We need to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. We need to step up for future generations to ensure our hard-fought political peace process continues to enable Northern Ireland to reach its full potential. The Good Friday Agreement is a foundation to peace and progress. It will and should involve our political structures to do so as well. Alliance wants to see the removal of designations and to change cross-community voting because the current system embeds division and creates instability. Why should my vote count differently to the rest of you in this building? Why is my vote not the same as a nationalist or a unionist's vote? Why in 2024 is my vote still different? Replacing parallel consent with weighted majority voting is an important change to reduce the significance and role of designations, and it's in the Good Friday Agreement. Society has changed. It is more diverse and inclusive, but yet this isn't reflected or respected in this House. You're only equal if you're nationalist or unionist. This is unfair and time to change is now. In the 2021 census, we can see the population is more diverse. Minority ethnic groups have increased in size, and the number of people living here who were born outside the UK and Ireland is up to around 1 in 15, the highest ever recorded. Those who are forced to identify as other, those of us who prefer to be called United Community, has increased from the 2021 census to the from the 2011 census to the 2021 census. There is no justification for the continuation of the designation system. Alliance also want to see how the First and Deputy First Minister are nominated. We want to update how we nominate the First and Deputy First Minister to ensure stability and sustainability of our institutions. We want to update, not wipe out, the 1998 Act, so that if a party who is eligible to nominate a First Minister doesn't want to do so, the entitlement can be passed to the next largest party. A party would be able to refuse the nomination without triggering a veto on executive formation. That is consistent with the current position of the allocation of the other executive ministers under de Hont. We are committed in the Alliance Party to stable and sustainable power sharing that respects liberal democratic principles and enables the development of a shared future. But as stated by Professor Paul Dixon in his written submission to the AERC, this process will require political skills and pragmatism in order to achieve a compromise that is deliverable and sustainable across the political parties. If this House agrees this motion, then I would love it if it had been built into it that the Speaker could write to the guarantors of the Good Friday Agreement and the UK and Irish governments confirming that it's the will of this House for an update to be made to the designation system and the definition of cross-community voting, so that I am not left out of it ever again. I believe that we must move forward to ensure an inclusive, fair and sustainable government for Northern Ireland.
To a close.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And the next speaker is Philip Brett, please.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the Leader of the Opposition on his appointment and welcome to his place here today. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we won't be party to a stunt which is using and abusing people's emotions over a sensitive issue. There has to be power sharing. They are the fundamentals to which we hold dear. Not my words, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but the words of the leader of the SDLP, Colm Eastwood, in this very chamber. Words of the leader of the SDLP: we must have a power-sharing executive. These comments stand in stark contrast to the motion that we have before us. What has changed, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker? Is this a U-turn policy from the SDLP? Is this the Leader of the Opposition auditioning for a higher role within his own party? Or, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is this the fact that the SDLP have been placed in the opposition by the people of Northern Ireland? Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no mention in this motion or in the contributions made by the SDLP to date of the collapse of the institutions which his party presided over following the Belfast Agreement. No comment whatsoever, but simple criticism of the executive. Of course, an executive for the past number of years, which the SDLP, of course.
Would you agree with me, but that it has been very damaging to public service delivery here in Northern Ireland with stop-start politics over the last 25 years, and that we have to do something to change that?
I would agree with the member on the point that the politics of domination has been very damaging for relations here in Northern Ireland. I would agree with the member that Northern Ireland only moves forward when all communities move forward together. And the lesson of the past 3 years should be that the concerns of a major section of our society cannot be simply ignored and papered over. And the only way in which we all move forward, happily give way.
Would the member accept that the feelings of the people who elected me first, as the first person elected to this House in the last election, have been papered over by the DUP? You stayed out of government you don't accept my votes in this House, how can you marry up what you're saying to what is the actual facts?
The point that I was making to the member is that the mandate which we were given was not simply just transferred to the DUP, or we did not make up our mandate. We were given a mandate by the people of Northern Ireland to take the action that we were given. But I must remind the member, it wasn't my party who brought the current settings and rules in which we operate to pass. Her party and others in this chamber campaigned for the Belfast Agreement, and these are its outworkings. We have managed to improve that through the St Andrews Agreement and through other agreements. However, the way in which we operate is a result of the conditions set out before us. I just want to make some progress before I give way to anyone else, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we have 2 years with the Leader of the Opposition in post and not a single policy settlement put forward here. He proposes to create a new committee to which he will selflessly appoint the chairman to. So ready for opposition in the past 2 years that his contribution is to congratulate the Alliance Party's policy. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, when the opposition was brought to this House, we were told it was a new age for democracy. We were told that people would be held to account. Instead, we have an attempt to use this motion to create another office to which they will fill. We have no meaningful proposals put forward here, and the lesson of the past 3 years must certainly be that Northern Ireland will move forward when all communities move forward together, and I would encourage the Leader of the Opposition, when he brings his next motion, to perhaps bring it on something that's relevant to the people of Northern Ireland, and perhaps at the next election he will no longer be in the opposition. Thank you.
I call on Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion that's been brought before us today, and I'm glad that the motion has been brought and that the SDLP are joining alliance in our calls for the reform of these institutions, and I say that in all honesty and without sarcasm, because it is important that all parties do get on board, and we do have the discussions for reform, but not just discussions and conversations, but we actually help to make them happen. I also want to point out the elephant in the room that has not really been highlighted today. These institutions are as stable today as they were the day before the last collapse. And the reason why we have seen not just Sinn Féin and the DUP over lacking of support of reform over the institutions, but the reason why we have seen others not get fully on board, and I appreciate that members of the UUP have said that they are supporting the motion but are unsure about the entirety around the conversation, is that I would point to the issue of power. The reason why people are so reluctant to give up that power of veto is because of control. If you are refusing to give up that power, refusing to reform the veto of the establishment of these institutions, it is for one reason only, because you want to use the threat of bringing down these institutions again. Hear, hear. We need to go beyond that type of politics in this day and age. We need to ensure that we have good governance and we have a respectful way of debating the issues that we all do not agree on. There is no one in this room who believes that they can get everything that they want at all times. But we see that not in reality, but except we see it in bringing down the institutions, that people act like they should get everything that they want. But they know it. They know that in any negotiation, the outcome will never be totally on your side. And we respect that in Alliance. We respect that through us calling for reform since 2004, since June 2022, when we published our proposals, we put them forward to the UK and Irish governments, that we're willing to have these conversations. We're willing to talk about cross-community voting. We're also willing to talk about designations, because it is not for, as my colleague has just outlined, that the votes of the people who voted for the Alliance Party are not counted in any cross-community vote. We need to ensure that we can move past that. But it's not just about words, it's about action. The member who spoke before me, and I speak through you, Principal Deputy Speaker, highlighted the Belfast Agreement, upon which many members in this room support, and I'm proud to say that we still support the Belfast Agreement, but contained even within that, at the time, were safeguards so that it could be changed, it could be updated, because time does move on. We all have our political priorities, but we cannot push forward our political priorities without the threat and the shadow in the background of bringing down these institutions. We wanted to be a bit more specific in the motion today, and we did attempt to bring forward an amendment, but we understand perhaps why the SDLP have not been specific, and so I understand that the leader will be addressing some more issues in his winding, but I would like to hear from the SDLP if they would also get on board with the Alliance proposals of removing the system of designations, because that is particularly important. We've already discussed this in the public. Each and every one of us, and canvassing in the doors right across Northern Ireland, will have been met with the conversation around reform. We know that people support it. We know that people can get on board. So what I would say to both the DUP and to Sinn Féin is to not be afraid of what reform could mean. I know you may be afraid of losing your power and your control, but what is more important is moving this place forward and having an assembly and executive that it can actually deliver for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Since this place has returned, we have discussed and debated several issues that are central to people's lives in every part of Northern Ireland. We have promised to work together on childcare. We've pledged to end violence against women and girls. We've called on action on environmental catastrophe, and yet on each of those issues, and I would agree with the member for North Belfast, there has been a huge elephant in the room. And that is, at any moment, one of the biggest parties in this Assembly could once again exercise a veto on the progress that they claim to support. That nuclear veto that we are discussing today, and its repeated deployment in the last 10 years, has eroded public confidence in our politics, left public services in crisis, and forced workers out to the cold to demand fair pay. And I believe that it is a veto that we should all resolve to remove from our politics for good. After a decade of dysfunction, it's time to change. As we debate that veto today, those of us in favour of reform should be comforted by the support that the idea of reform has. A huge majority of the public get that the veto just has to go. A majority in every age group of polling gets that it has to go, and that's no surprise. Those people can see the consequences of it and the dysfunction that the veto has incentivised all around them. They see it in the health service collapsing in front of their eyes, in the generation of our young people leaving our shores. They see it in their pay packets that have fallen further and further in real terms, and they see it in their childcare costs that are just skyrocketing. While our government has sat back, or too often not sat at all, people have seen how their lives, in many ways, have been collateral damage for this deadlock. They see firsthand in their communities how a constant cycle of ransom politics just doesn't work. They see that the same people losing trust and confidence in our politics, and it is little wonder. They hear us talking about multi-year budgets, but they know that we're rarely here for multi-years. They hear us talk about programmes for government, but they know one hasn't been agreed since 2011. Their trust in politics has been pushed beyond breaking point, and on too many occasions to count now. Indeed, you could be forgiven as a member of the public for thinking that such dysfunction actually suits parties who would rather say no than say yes, who are content with feeding off tribalism and fractionalism instead of standing over a record of government in delivery. Because the truth is that good government is not built by historic events, and trust is not won through symbolic handshakes. Good government is a process that demands us all to commit to consensus and compromise over years of crafting peace. The same years that simply have not... Yes, of course.
Does the Minister agree with me that it's telling and disappointing that
The member agreed with me that it's both telling and disappointing that neither the First nor Deputy First Minister will not only promise not to collapse the institutions here again, but that neither could come to respond to today's debate.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you for the member for his intervention, and I suppose really that says it all. I understand that a veto is a really hard thing to give up, but the two biggest parties have told us that they're about delivery. The single biggest message that the First and Deputy First Minister could send is, if you're really committed to delivering for people here, it is to put down that veto and accept that no one should be able to exercise it again. That would be to act in the spirit of the agreement and our peace process. Without that, how can people believe you this time, when this place has collapsed so easily before? And if you do not have that commitment to write it down in the programme for government, then people will know what conclusion to draw. Finally, Speaker, I have heard some say that entering into any process of reform runs contrary to the Good Friday Agreement. I fundamentally disagree with that. I am profoundly grateful for the success of the Good Friday Agreement. I will never take for granted that agreement or the men and women who made that happen. They are the builders and the giants that we all follow. But the truth is, to review this agreement's outworkings is to fulfil the very spirit of that agreement and to stay true to the original intention of those builders. Change was always expected and indeed intended. To reform and review is to believe no less strongly in the agreement or the peace process. In fact, it is the same agreement that provides for reform and that expects and demands those who carry out the responsibility of preserving it to ensure that it works for the next generation. That's a generation that deserves stability in their government, that deserves hope for their future. The only way to guarantee that hope, and I believe, is to recommit to that agreement and reform the institution so that no one can ever pull it down again. Thank you, Speaker.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Sinead. And I call Kate Nicholl, please.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. When I was elected as an MLA, my first act in this chamber was to sign the register and designate as United Community. And it's always been strange to me that we're lumped into another group. We're not other. We're so much more than that. And then I took my seat and tried to elect a speaker, and I couldn't. And my cross-community vote and the cross-community votes of my cross-community party didn't count in that. And then I spent the next 2 years being an MLA but not able to legislate because one party has the power to bring everything down. My experience as an MLA has been severely hindered by flaws within the system, and we need to change them. I welcome the motion. I think it's important we're having this discussion today, and I'd like to focus my comments specifically on designation, which I would have liked to have seen referenced in the motion. It's a case that Alliance have been making for many years, the urgent need to change it. The Good Friday Agreement is precious, but it was designed to be a living document, to be the beginning rather the end of a process. And in fact, to not move forward, to not change, is dangerous and damaging to the vision of the Good Friday Agreement. Society has changed dramatically since 1998. The number of Alliance MLAs on these benches is testament to that. And we are all given the label of other. We are many things. I am Zimbabwean, my mother is South African, my father is Irish, my children have Irish and British passports, I have them. Our identities are complex, and they shouldn't be barriers to overcome. They are the stuff of pluralism and vibrancy, and there's something to celebrate and respect. But the process of designation, when MLAs sign into the Assembly, is unnecessary. It embeds division and is part of what makes our institutions so unstable. When we are asked in this chamber to vote on a cross-community basis, our votes on these benches are treated differently, and my colleague Kelly Armstrong is particularly passionate about this and far more articulate on the subject than I can. We should not have the same weight on a range of votes, including the election of a speaker, changes to standing orders, approvals to budget, is quite frankly untenable, and it's demeaning. It's demeaning to me and my colleagues. As Kelly pointed out, if it was in any other area, if it was any other aspect of someone's identity, it would be discrimination. Our society has changed, and our institutions must reflect that. The values of mutual respect, equality and partnership are infused in the Good Friday Agreement, and they should remain the driving forces of our politics. To fulfil those values, however, we cannot stand still. We must modify and update the functions of these institutions. Cross-community voting continues to treat cross-community parties as less than those who are nationalist or unionist. The continued use of designation is no longer tenable and has been for some time. And go ahead.
I agree with her, and I think I'll come on to talk about it in my wind about designation being something we need to have a conversation about. Would she agree, though, that in the short term, given there are other things, designation, how North-South works, how East-West works, that having an urgent priority on removing the veto is something that's very good to get rid of quickly? Some of those other things will take a little bit longer.
And the members an extra minute.
Thank you, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition. On the Alliance Party website, there is a document with proposals for reform. We published this in June 2022, and it details our short-term and medium-term changes in line of reform. It's something that we feel very passionate about, and it shouldn't just be something we talk about. We've actually laid out how we would achieve that. So yes, absolutely agree that there are different areas to focus on and how that would progress. The final point I wanted to make is one of the members from the DUP said that we should be discussing things that are relevant to Northern Ireland. I think this is so relevant. The fact that we've had no assembly, that we can just collapse this and have no ministers in place making local decisions for local people, looking at budgets, committees scrutinising, being able to ask questions, the impact it's having is huge. And that's not just on delivery. It has a psychological impact as well. People see a failed assembly and they feel like this place has failed, and it is not. This is a brilliant place to live. Our people are brilliant. There are wonderful opportunities. We're talented, creative, and we should be celebrating everything that is good. But the ability to collapse everything, the failure within the structures is something that needs to be addressed. So I would say it is very much relevant to this House. We will support the motion, and we will continue as the Alliance Party to do everything we can to progress reform. Thank you.
Jim Allister, please.
Since I first came to this House, I repeatedly have pointed out the unworkability of mandatory coalition. And every time I did, the most ardent defenders of Belfast Agreement devolution were the SDLP. It was the Holy Grail. It could not be touched. It was perfect. It was the ideal for us all. And those who dared to question it, well, they were some sort of outcast from the past. Yet here we are today, and lo and behold, SDLP calling for change. Mind you, the motivation, I think, is very suspect, because so long as the mechanisms of mandatory coalition were about protecting nationalism interests as a minority, then indeed they were the Holy Grail. But the moment nationalism is in the ascendancy in this House, and it may be the unionists who need whatever protection there is, then forget about it. Let's have reform. Let's have change. That has been the cause. So I think the motivation is very suspect indeed. We heard from Mr. O'Toole his worry that these institutions might collapse again. Well, Mr. O'Toole, don't worry about the leadership of the DUP. They've been captured. They are now protocol implementers. They are now acceptors of the REC border, of the fact that we're really governed by foreign laws we don't make and don't change. So don't get too concerned about whether the DUP will ever rediscover their principles. Under this current leadership, no chance. You can rest assured in that regard. You might, if it bothered you, be more worried about Sinn Féin, because, of course, to them, this isn't about making Northern Ireland work. This is about a stepping stone getting within touching distance of their goal, and it's quite clear from some recent Sinn Féin declarations that as soon as they arrive there, Stormont is over, it's gone. So I think I would reassure you, from my knowledge of what I observe in these benches, that the happy band in the main of the DUP will not be rediscovering their principles or pulling down these protocol implementing institutions. My goodness, you only have to look at the glee and delight of the Deputy First Minister as she trips around the publicity stunts with the First Minister as our unelected lady-in-waiting. To be assured that the DUP, having enthroned Sinn Féin, are very, very unlikely indeed to return to the principles that rightly took them out of this House 2 years ago, and which the dispensing of which shamefully brought them back in just a month ago. So I do fear that your concerns in that regard are misplaced, but if you have any concerns, probably not, nor probably your sister Nationalist Party alliance have no concerns about when Sinn Féin reach the point of mission accomplished and therefore the end of any role for this institution. You may have reason for concern there, but you probably don't, because of course you're all on the same trajectory with the protocol and its implementers.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, I think it's fitting that the executive parties and former executive parties start off by offering public sector workers an apology for cutting their pay for over 2 decades. All those who have been in government at one point in time, Sinn Féin, DUP Alliance, UUP and SDLP, should be sorry for the destruction of our public services, which have been underfunded, understaffed, under-resourced by successive administrations. Deputy Speaker, but when I was younger, I was told by my ma, if you're sorry for something, you don't do it again. It means you've learned a lesson from the past and you're ready to do better again in the future. 4 weeks into this new Assembly, and this administration is set to do the same disastrous deeds all over again and again and again. If the parties here were truly sorry for cutting public sector pay, then the first thing they would do is give public sector workers a real pay raise. Instead, this Assembly ran through a budget bill which only guarantees them a 5% raise, which is a cut in real terms with the rate of inflation. That's of course not to mention the spate of budget cuts and attack on public services that's going to come down the line. So whatever today's outcome, we need to be clear that if executive parties do not begin to address these issues, then they are not sorry at all for the harm that's done to our communities or our services. And like many motions in this Assembly before, Deputy Speaker, it will be simply for the optics, ruling by fooling once more. But Deputy Speaker, people before profit were one of the most strongest vocal critics of the DUP's boycott of the Assembly. It was self-serving and wrought untold misery on people across the North. But today's motion about reforming the Assembly fails to address the real elephant in the room. That is that these institutions, built and run on the basis of communal designation division, will always be prone to instability. When the Good Friday Agreement was signed, a critical minority warned it would effectively institutionalise sectarianism, and that's exactly what has happened. And the DUP, when it collapsed the Assembly, was simply exercising its veto on power sharing as enshrined in Stormont's sectarian institutions. People before profit had attempted to amend today's motion to do away with communal designations and to remove the sectarian mechanisms that allow for day-to-day vetoes of Stormont's business. As we see it, the communal veto is not just about collapsing the Assembly. It is a sectarian mechanism that has always been used to deny democratic rights time and time again. We've seen it used under the guise of the petition of concern to thwart things like same-sex marriage, reproductive rights and Irish language legislation. And it is, Deputy Speaker, to the eternal shame of this Assembly that the Tories, under pressure from popular mass movements, were forced to legislate for these demands where Stormont had failed. A system that mandates parties to designate as unionist, nationalist or other assumes that there always is and always will be separate communities here, and those communities should elect the leaders to represent their supposedly separate interests. I am not another. I'm a socialist, and I was elected on that ticket, and it's a disgrace to this House that me and others are designated offensively as others. Not only does this approach copper fast and sectarianism outside these institutions, but it's also based on an illusion. As where the Unionist and Nationalist establishment parties here seem opposed in principle, they are always united when cutting workers' pay, impoverishing our communities and stoking communal segregation. And even if this motion passes, it will not begin to cure the sectarian rot at the heart of the northern state. The cure, Deputy Speaker, lies in working class unity. It's that unity seen amongst striking public sector workers that force the Assembly back to business. It is that unity which will uplift our communities. It is that unity which will overcome communal division as people, Catholic, Protestant, nun, migrant, finally stand up to Stormont together. And the contrived unity in offer in this motion today will not cut it, Deputy Speaker, because it is an attempt at unity imposed from above, and real unity and real change will either come from outside these institutions or not at all. I think working class communities must start and begin by opposing the pay cut offered to public sector workers and the punishing revenue raising measures that this executive wants to impose.
So I call Matthew O'Toole to wind on the motion. Matthew, you have 10 minutes, and if you take an intervention, you don't have any extra time, just to let you know.
Thank you very much for that warning, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I thank, first of all the members who have participated in today's debate. It was a wide-ranging debate, and I'll touch on as many key points as I can. I have to say, obviously, people won't be surprised. Nothing I heard from any side of the chamber today. I welcome the fact that we have at least two parties who support clearly what we're trying to do today. I'm not entirely clear what where Sinn Féin are on this, and I'm not clear. I am clear where the DUP are. I'll attempt to address some of the points that were raised. I will also start by saying I'm genuinely disappointed that the First and Deputy First Minister are not here to respond. Indeed, there's no Minister here to respond to this debate. I think that is an insult to this chamber, bluntly, and I think it is suboptimal at best, and I don't think it reflects the seriousness of this issue or the gravity with which the people of Northern Ireland view it. I am clear, we are clear, that today, the purpose of today's motion is not about assigning blame or having a fight over what happened in the past. But since obviously people have raised issues that happened in the past, I'll touch on a couple of those purely to draw reflections on them. Our motions today are about positive, constructive momentum behind reforming the institutions, not to remove the pluralist or power-sharing principles behind it, but to allow us to simply have a government. And what's so unacceptable about that? Why is veto necessary? Why is it necessary for people to have their identity protected, to abolish, to be able to take away the principle of government at all? Not just the principle, but the operation of government. To go through a few of the comments that were made in the debate, Deirdre Hargey mentioned the fact that the motion, she seemed to be in sympathy with some of the motion, but focused on the regressive austerity imposed by the Tory government. That is exactly right. And Deirdre would know, because she was Communities Minister and had to deal with a lot of that when she was in ministerial office. But what about the 3 years before that, when there was no Communities Minister to deal with the aggressive austerity being foisted on the people of the North by a Tory government and an austerity-obsessed Westminster? You cannot, on the one hand, in my view, argue that aggressive austerity from Tory ministers has left us, our communities, in a terrible place, and then say, but sure, we need to retain the right to collapse government here and give them the power to do what they like. The power we have at a devolved level is limited, both because of the mandatory coalition system and also because Westminster holds all the power. I agree, Deirdre, her party and I agree that we need to change that in the long term, and we need to have a new constitutional setup. But while we have the one we have at the minute, I think it's not defensible for us to simply say, well, we should be able to collapse institutions here. Jonathan Buckley, his former party leader, I don't know if he was involved in the defenestration of this particular former party leader, famously said it's good to have a bit of fun in the Assembly chamber, and that's what Johnny was doing when he made a series of bizarre claims about John Hume and Seamus Mallon apparently being not in sympathy with us reforming the institutions. John Hume and Seamus Mallon helped create these institutions along with David Trimble, along with John Alderdice, along with other Jerry Adams and Martin McGuinness. But yes, the SDLP were intimately involved and proudly involved in the creation of these institutions. They wanted the institutions to function. They wanted us to be here and to work, to spill our sweat, not our blood. So I will take no lessons, no preposterous, pathetic slurs from DUP MLAs about what John Hume or Seamus Mallon might have thought about us changing the rules, to be quite honest with you. Johnny also mentioned that the SDLP were forced into this position by the electorate. Can I just, I've had to clarify this a few times. I am not denying the outcome of the 2022 election. We didn't get enough seats to qualify under the hunt for a ministry. Unlike others, we accept the outcome of elections, including your own party. We are here in opposition because that is the role we have after the election. There's no denying that, there's no cavilling about that from me, and we intend to do it robustly and constructively, whatever slurs come from different sides of this chamber. I welcome Paula Bradshaw gave a thoughtful assessment. I'm a bit of a geek. I'm not quite as geeky enough to have read the 20-year-old document, but I might pinch a copy of it afterwards. I'll come on. There are a couple of other comments made by other Alliance MLAs that I will touch on, just to give some balance. Doug Beattie is right when he talks about the fact that things were different in 1998. So a lot of the things we're talking about, a lot of the institutional issues we have, were things that were created in the context of a society that was emerging from a violent conflict. And before the violent conflict, we had a system of government which was genuinely based on excluding one entire community. Harry Harvey mentioned the principle of consent. I'm afraid, with respect to Mr. Harvey, that this absurd conflation of consent with perfect consensus has been a hallmark of DUP arguments for the last lot of years, as people say in the countryside. Consent, by definition, I don't consent permanently to Northern Ireland being in the UK, nor will you, if there is ever, through the chair, if there is ever a referendum on a new Ireland, and I hope there will be consent to it happening. That doesn't mean that you don't give consent to the institutions that exist to work through democracy, nor does it mean that everything in this chamber has to have perfect cross-community consent on everything. That's never the way it was designed. That was never the way it was supposed to work. With respect, again, there was a slightly preposterous reference to John Hume, which I've already dealt with. Kelly Armstrong talked about reform and AERC kicking the can down the road. That is one reason why we don't accept the idea that the Assembly Executive Review Committee is the best place for this discussion to happen, because it has a record of being, for fans of Charles Dickens, a little bit like the famous Chancery Court case in Jarndyce versus Jarndyce, where they sat for years and never reached a resolution. We need to have a resolution. We need to have momentum behind this. I'll come on and talk, because there were a couple of common threads through Alliance spokespeople, and I'll just address the designation point a little bit later. This was called by Mr. Brett from North Belfast a stunt. Mr. Brett, as always, for a relative new MLA, he is a very persuasive and passionate speaker, and indeed one who is able to pull off quite remarkably brazen lines like that, given some of what the DUP have pulled over the last number of years. He mentioned there have been electoral issues for the SDLP. I'm tempted to say, no blank Sherlock. We know we're doing our job in opposition, and we're proud to be doing it, and we're going to keep doing it, no matter what the slurs come from different parts of the chamber. I will give way briefly, as I said I would.
Agree with me that every single DUP member who participated in this debate has contradicted the manifesto in which they stood to election to this House, because on page 41 it says, and I will quote, "We remain convinced that a voluntary coalition remains the best long-term option for government in Northern Ireland. We believe that this should be the basis of concise agreed coalition plan that can be subsequently augmented by a more comprehensive programme for government and supported by a weighted majority in this Assembly. They have advocated reform."
The member has been generous. The member has made a statement, and I think his point has been made. Nuala McAllister and Kate Nicholl both touched on the question of designation. The reason this motion doesn't mention designation is because I think we should prioritise up front. That's why the second motion later on, or the third motion we will debate, is focused on our ad hoc committee and getting consensus and agreement on the question of removal of the veto. I think it's really important that we try and keep up the momentum to take this one ingredient out, one toxic ingredient out of the mix here. And once we do that, then we can do a lot after that. That's why this first motion talks about broader reform in the programme for government, which could certainly include designation. Let me just say on the point of designation, I understand, particularly now there's an increased Alliance representation in the chamber, I understand some of the frustration around voting, and we are up for that debate. I do think historically it's important to say that I don't agree that designation in 1998 was the root of all evil. We need to be honest about where we were in 1998, but that's not to say that we can't look at it now. And look, we all have rich identities. I, for what it's worth, designate as a nationalist and a social democrat. I am a proud, and my party is a proud member of the Party of European Socialists. There is a lot more to me That's simply my constitutional view, though proud and passionate though I am about it. So our identities are all complex, and I think we need to recognise that. The binary definition doesn't apply simply to those who are other, though I respect the argument that was made. Just to come back to this point again and again that was made, and Mr Allister made it as well, the SDLP, imagine the SDLP talking about changing the Good Friday Agreement. From the very beginning, we have talked about improving and changing where necessary, the Good Friday Agreement. What we have been opposed to has been hacking at the principles of power sharing, including at the St Andrews Agreement. I don't have time, I'm afraid, to give away. I would know, but I won't get an extra minute, so I won't. You will have time, hopefully, later on in the second debate on reform. What we have been opposed to is hacking away at the principles of power sharing, pluralism and partnership, something he, of course, has been delighted to do, to hack away at it, to object to it. And that's fine. That's his lookout, as they say. I don't go along, though he is a talented polemicist, I don't go along with somewhat vulgar and faintly misogynistic depictions of the First and Deputy First Minister. I don't think that's appropriate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we today have an opportunity to do something very important, which is to build a consensus around partnership, working together. It's ironic that it's the opposition, a constructive opposition, that is having to encourage the government to stay together and do a job for the people, but that's where we find ourselves. Thank you very much, everyone who participated. Let's make this place work, and I commend, once again, this motion to the Assembly.
Okay, I thank the member for bringing his remarks to a close. So the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any noes? No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? No. Okay, I heard you, Matthew. So, because question time begins at 2 o'clock, and rather than do the division now, it's clear we need one, so we're going to have one directly after urgent oral questions when the Speaker will do that. Okay, so just take a race now until question time at 2. Thank you.
Members, we'll resume with questions to the Deputy First Minister and call Andy Allen. Mr. Allen, or Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all want to see a truly transformative programme for government which sets a clear strategic direction for the executive and which enables the type of cross-departmental collaboration and working needed to improve public services and tackle long-standing social, economic and environmental concerns. To achieve this, we are committed to working in partnership across the executive to deliver an ambitious programme which responds to the challenges we collectively face. We have started to address these challenges already by moving quickly to tackle public sector pay, to start the work needed to make childcare affordable, and by seeking to work urgently with the Treasury to put in place a more sustainable financial settlement. While we have not put a specific timetable around this yet, we know that the Assembly would like to see progress quickly. That is shared by the Executive. It is, however, important that the Executive develops a programme for government at a sensible pace and takes into account all of the relevant issues, and that our collective priorities are considered alongside an incredibly challenging financial and operational backdrop.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy First Minister, there's no doubt that over 46,000 people on social housing waiting lists will want to see a transformative and ambitious programme for government. To that end, will you commit to pressing for a standalone housing outcome within that PFG?
Okay, thank you. The process is ongoing. We expect proposals to be brought up to the First Minister and myself very shortly, but of course there is that inbuilt consultation process, not just with this Assembly, which is the legislative requirement, but also we want to get out there and listen to the issues across various groups and on the ground. But you're absolutely right, we only have to look to our closest neighbours to see the housing crisis that they are currently in, not just in terms of homelessness and on social housing, but in terms of access to affordable housing for families right throughout those places. So we're very conscious of that, and I think in order to prevent that, work needs to commence now. So that is something we've already discussed, but yes, that will be fully taken into account in terms of the PFG process.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Andy Allen in terms of standalone housing. But could I also ask the Deputy First Minister, in terms of, we all look forward to the programme for government, but perhaps you could give us more details on how the outcomes of the PFG will be measured?
Yes, the member will be aware that a significant amount of work and consultation went into the previous draft programme for government. That included consultation on a well-being framework and an outcomes-based framework. This is very much the direction in which public policy is moving towards, and it really is to encourage people to look at that cross-departmental collaborative actions, but that those actions should be focused on the outcome. So what is it that we're trying to achieve? And of course, key to that is the measurement of progress against those outcomes. So we do have a wellbeing framework that is live at the moment across all Section 75 groups and monitoring. But of course, we will be focused on ensuring the right matrix for an outcomes-based approach to the programme for government.
Thank you, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. The Deputy First Minister will be acutely aware that I am very keen to see the economy in the West boosted. Can the Minister confirm, will the programme for government contain any specific economic targets, and which sectors are key to Northern Ireland's growth?
Yes, absolutely. And as indicated already in a number of the public remarks that both the First Minister and myself have made, we are very keen that we have a strong prosperity agenda for Northern Ireland. But that must mean for all of Northern Ireland, that must mean for every part of Northern Ireland. And we're very conscious that that will be fully integrated in terms of our economic approach, which will be a key mission within the programme for government. And you're absolutely right, that must be backed up by the right indicators. Of course, we encourage investment in Northern Ireland, no matter where that investment is coming from. And of course, we will listen to those companies willing to invest about where they want to go. But we have this incredible story to tell in terms of so many of our places throughout Northern Ireland, and we will ensure that in speaking to businesses that we will make clear the huge benefits of many, many places right throughout Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I'm just going to pick up on the previous debate there around the deterioration of our public services over the last number of years in terms of stop-start politics. And I'm just wondering, in terms of your leadership role and that of the First Minister, how are you going to work through areas of government where we need to stabilise and where we need to transform in the programme for government? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been huge challenges in relation to this. I think it's notable that in quite a number of years, really since 2015, 2016, we have been operating on a single-year budget instead of a multi-year budget. Now, again, that is a product not necessarily of our system, but of the spending review aspects from London, and we are dependent on what is happening with that. And again, we'll find ourselves in a single year budget this year because this is the final year of the spending review period. But we would want to move absolutely onto a multi-year budget that should be aligned with an ambitious programme for government, as I have set out. But of course, what we also need is the ability to make that investment in public service transformation while we continue to provide public services. And that has always been a huge challenge, because if the choice is to take away from frontline public service delivery right now in order to do that medium to long-term planning, that has been a very difficult decision and choice for ministers, and understandably. So we have made clear to the UK Government that we want to put our finances on a sustainable basis which facilitates both of those key themes of work, delivering good public services right now to the people who need them, but being able to absolutely invest in the transformation work that we need to make our public services fit for purpose.
Question 2 is withdrawn. I'll call John Stewart. Mr.
The role of our offices in Washington DC, Brussels and Beijing is to represent and promote the executive's interests and priorities overseas. As a small, outward-looking economy, this is key to our ambitions to build a more prosperous region where our businesses and our citizens can realise their potential. The Bureau worked closely with key partners including Invest NI, Tourism Ireland, local government and the business community in promoting Northern Ireland as a great place to work, live, invest and visit. We have come to enjoy unprecedented access to the key decision makers at the most senior levels, right at the heart of the world's largest economies. That is welcome. We need to build on this if we are to realise our ambitions. As we look forward, we need to have a clear focus on both our priorities for our overseas offices, but also on new opportunities and regions.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer, and also congratulate her and wish her all the best going forward. As you say, there's a great deal of goodwill to Northern Ireland right now, particularly around the world, in light of the Executive coming back, and we have a very skilled and highly able workforce. Is there any more that we can do to promote Northern Ireland on the world stage, given our economic mobility here and the unique circumstances that we have, and what plans do you have to maybe extend the offering of the Northern Ireland Bureau around the world?
Deputy First Minister.
Absolutely, and we've always been very conscious in terms of our offices overseas that we don't work in isolation, we don't work in silo in terms of just the Executive Office, but we work very closely with, example, Invest NI to identify those opportunities and priorities. You know, Northern Ireland's economy will only grow through that investment, that foreign direct investment, that support, that collaboration. We're very conscious of that. Very often our size can be a challenge in terms of economies of scale and cost, but it's also an incredible opportunity because we should be able to get ourselves into a position of being very agile in terms of identifying new and emerging opportunities. We've made significant progress on that, for example, on fintech, regtech and our creative industries. That is the type of thing that we need to build on, absolutely, to promote ourselves as a key region connected between government, business and our universities to really sell the opportunities of Northern Ireland as a great place for international investment and growth.
As the Deputy First Minister has outlined, the work of the Bureau is extremely important in increasing trade, investment, tourist opportunities and employment. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister for an assessment of the Bureau's delivery over the last 12 months as a whole?
Deputy First Minister.
Yes, the work of the Bureau has continued over the last 12 months, but of course we're very conscious that there was a strategy that was put in place that was back in 2014. There were some attempts over the subsequent years in terms of revising that, but a decision was made to look at this in a longer term strategic framework for not just the Executive Office but for the Executive and all of the key interests. We are expecting to have proposals put up to the First Minister and myself from officials around how we will approach that new strategy. But again, we want to collectively work with everyone across this House to make sure that our strategy for international engagement is fit for purpose, and that will include an assessment of the work of all of the 3 overseas offices over the course of the last 12 months to identify what has been effective and what we need to build on.
The First Minister and Deputy First Minister will be in Washington DC next week for St Patrick's. Can I ask what benefits that they aim to deliver for Northern Ireland and bring forward during that trip?
Minister.
Yes, our annual visit to DC around St Patrick's Day offers unprecedented access to key decision makers. at a very senior level. I think when you look across the globe of the opportunities that equivalent regions or countries the size of Northern Ireland get, we do have this incredible access, and we want to maximise the opportunity with that. We will be going to DC with a very positive message. It's the positive message that we have sought out to really establish over the course of the first 4 weeks of our joint leadership of the Executive, and that is that Northern Ireland is up for investment. We are up for that growth. We want Northern Ireland to thrive for all of our young people, all of our places right throughout, and we will be going to DC. Yes, you're absolutely right. I think there's a huge amount of goodwill out there, and I think it's our responsibility to make sure we maximise that opportunity of goodwill to bring the maximum benefit to everyone here in Northern Ireland.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, Deputy First Minister, do you agree that stop-start government damages our international reputation and negates our ability to positively sell Northern Ireland? And remember, it's only 12 months since we didn't go to Washington last year because we had no government.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. As I've set out very, very clearly, the key thing in terms of moving forward is to try to build those robust, those confident, those strong and constructive working relationships. I look forward to working with the member and her party as official opposition, but indeed with parties right throughout this Assembly in order to sell that very positive vision. The key thing here is to ensure that we avoid instability by working well together, and I am confident at this stage that we have the ambition to do that right across the Executive and all of the parties of the Executive, and I look forward to working constructively with the official opposition as well.
Question number 4.
Deputy Minister.
Global challenges impact us locally. Engagement with international partners is vital in delivering for all people here. We have seen significant changes in the last 10 years since the first international relations strategy was published, and we are considering how a future strategy will deliver the Executive's priorities. Part of that will be building deeper relationships with the key international regions that can help us, whether we build trade and investment links or to learn from others and share our experiences. We have seen a considerable increase in delegations coming here in the last year, and we will build on those links to develop new relationships. Improving our relationship with the EU, its institution and member states is indeed an important focus. We will also work closely with our UK government and the Irish government in terms of their representations overseas to boost opportunities.
Mr. Irwin.
Can I thank the Deputy First Minister for her response, and can I wish her very well in her new post, given that she was born and bred in my constituency and has close ties. Me and family still remain in UNMA. Does the Deputy First Minister believe that the Bureau office locations are best located, and is there a need for a review of the roles that they do?
Yes, thank you. And of course, in terms of the strategy moving forward, an evaluation of the successes over the course of the last number of years will be invaluable. That'll have to be fed into what we build on moving forward. We're very conscious that, of course, in the US we have our office in DC and in Brussels, which of course are the centres of key power. But of course we will continue to assess strategic advantages. This was part and parcel of the review in 2017 in terms of international relations strategy, to identify which regions there is potential in terms of growth, what regions is there potential of forging that closer relationship that will be to the benefit of our businesses and to Northern Ireland. So we keep that under active review, and that'll be very much part of the new international relations strategy.
Ellie Armstrong.
Can I ask the Deputy First Minister, when she's thinking about the changes and the possible locations of the international offices, how will human rights be promoted in those areas? Because as well as trade, we're very aware as a liberal democracy that we need to promote that too.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all of this engagement, it is done very clearly within the context of our strong position on human rights, including internationally.
Glen Kearney.
Thank
the Deputy First Minister for her answers.
You've referenced the review of the international relations strategy. There is still considerable scope for that strategy to be developed and built upon. Can you identify for us this afternoon what are the new global challenges that the Executive International Strategy must focus on, and advise what innovations you personally will bring to ensure that our international relations strategy going forward is capable of meeting those challenges and opportunities.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we are aware of the ever-changing global situation, and particularly in relation to geopolitics. We have the current war in terms of Ukraine and Russia. We have areas of instability, including in relation to key trade routes. But of course, there are also opportunities. The growth of the tech industries, some of which we've done very well on thus far, including cybersecurity and the likes of reg tech. There's huge potential for that, along with AI and other technologies and industries where we've already had a proven track record. So the key thing will be to be working closely with the Department of the Economy, with Invest NI, identifying which partners offer the best opportunity in terms of investment. We are relatively small. We cannot cover everywhere. Of course we can't. And that's why that targeting in line with the Department of the Economy's 10X strategy will be absolutely key, focusing on a small number of strategic objectives that give us the best possible opportunity of achieving those to the benefit of Northern Ireland. The number of years covered by the Executive's budget is dependent on the period covered by the Treasury's spending review. As 2024-25 is the last year of the current spending review and the Executive's funding beyond this has not yet been confirmed, a multi-year budget is not possible at this point. The Executive has been clear that public finances here do need to be put on a more sustainable basis. To this end, we are committed to working with the UK Government to make sure that we are given the tools that we need. This doesn't prevent, of course, the Executive planning for the long term. We have already got to work on childcare and public sector pay and will continue to plan for the future while we now work to create a stable financial baseline that we know we need.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Acknowledging the position around the multi-year budget that isn't going to come yet from the UK Government, are we to understand that the position of the Executive is that there will not be a multi-year budget allied to a programme for government when it is published?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member is aware, the Section 20 of the Northern Ireland Act commitment and requirement on the Executive is for that one-year costed programme. However, of course, we would want to place that within the context of a multi-year programme for government and multi-year budget. That will require some projection forward in the hope of achieving a certain level of spend. And I think to that end, the budgetary discussions with the UK Government that secured, for example, the fiscal floor, so-called, of 124, there's much more to be done in relation to that, but it does give a certain degree of certainty. And as the member is also aware, we have some of that additional funding secured as part of the £3.3 billion package. It is not without its issues, and some of that is still being worked through by the Finance Minister in terms of clarity about what is contractually committed or not. So we do have some certainty that will allow us to plan on a multi-year budget, but of course it is fiscally incredibly tight. We do need that flexibility. We want the ability to invest in transformation. But of course, ideally, we would want to weave the initial one-year budget plan into a multi-year budget to align fully with a multi-year programme for government.
Jim Allister.
Casement Park costs are now out of control at $308 million with a 5% derisory GAA contribution. Is it fiscally responsible to any longer include it in a programme for government, particularly given the high level of need in health and education?
Deputy.
The member will be aware that there is a commitment to the Casement project as part of the multi-sports programme. That fiscal commitment remains. There has been no change to that fiscal commitment, but of course we are aware from, and there's been a huge amount of speculation as yet to be confirmed, that costs have increased. There would of course be inflationary increase, but it does appear that costs have significantly increased. We don't, and we have not yet had confirmation about the totality of what that cost is. When we do, the Minister of Communities will be bringing forward advice in relation to this issue, but at the moment the commitment on the programme for government is to the allocation as set out in the multi-sports package that also included rugby and football at that time.
Emma Sheeran.
Deputy First Minister, will you outline the measures that will be put in place to prioritise effective delivery of the programme for government?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very conscious that in previous programme for governments there were many things that were achieved, but of course there were commitments that were not. In the last number of weeks we've had the report out in relation to the investment strategy for Northern Ireland and capital programmes. There are some very good examples of what has been achieved there, not least the glider, the Titanic Centre, some really good examples of key capital investment on strategic interests. But of course we're also very conscious that there were big capital projects that were not advanced. So that is why the First Minister and myself have tasked the Head of the Civil Service to bring forward proposals as to an effective delivery style unit to sit at the centre but absolutely working across the executive. This is not something that will simply be owned by the First Minister and myself in terms of asking and demanding that delivery. It will be something that is very much there to work with all of the executive ministers to make sure that we are delivering the strategic priorities of the programme for government.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Question 6.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 6 and 10 together. More than $36 million has been paid to victims since the Victims Payment Scheme opened for application on the 31st of August 2021. We are aware of concerns about the length of time it is taking for applications to reach determination stage. It is important to acknowledge that each application to the scheme is unique and with its own complexities, and many applications include multiple relevant incidents. Our department has provided £5 million of funding to support victims and survivors' representative groups to facilitate recruitment of welfare and support officers and admin support staff who can assist applicants with the application process. Additional funding has also been made available to provide health and wellbeing support. We are also supporting the retrieval of evidence on behalf of applicants and the Victims Payment Board. Our officials also continue to engage regularly with the Department of Justice and the Victims Payment Board to consider ways to help enhance the delivery of the scheme.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister. I welcome you, of course, to your role. Could you provide a timeline of the appointment of the new Victims Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member is aware, there was a resignation of the previous Victims Commissioner. We are waiting for a submission, which should be up with us, we understand, in the next number of weeks to commence that process. We're very keen that there is a commissioner put in place as quickly as possible. It is a regulated appointment by the Public Appointments Commissioner, and therefore there are a number of requirements around that inevitably will mean that we estimate the process will probably take around 6 months. But indeed, we encourage anybody who may be listening to this, if you feel that you could do this role and do it well, to please put your name forward for it. But that process will commence, hopefully, very, very shortly, with the aim of getting the Commissioner in place as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. Unfortunately, over 40 people have died while waiting on a decision on their application. What more can the Deputy First Minister do to streamline the process and also ultimately to get more eligible payments out? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Victims Payment Board have made determinations on 1,124 applications so far. 733 of those have been successful, with 391 of those applications unsuccessful. So things are moving. As indicated, £36 million has been distributed. But I know certainly, and I'm sure many members across this House are in a similar position of having constituents who are now part of the process. Their application is in, and it's been very, very challenging. It's very difficult process for them because, of course, inevitably the application form requires them to go through an awful lot of their experiences and the impacts of those experiences on them. So we're very conscious of that. We've asked for the Department of Finance's Business Consultancy Service to come in and do a review. We've also been working with the Department of Justice, who appointed Capita, to look at the processes to see what we can do to improve them. We have to remember, in this process, we are not requiring people to go out and get the information and the evidence to support their application prior to application. We are encouraging people to put their application in, and then that process commences. That inevitably means that the application is considerably slower than what it would be if it was an application coming in with full supported. But we've encouraged people to do that for a number of reasons. But we are looking at how we can speed up this application process, knowing that so many victims and survivors are very concerned and waiting and need that support as quickly as possible.
and congratulations, Deputy First Minister, on your appointment. It was lovely to see you and the First Minister at the Childcare setting, your first engagement. How will awareness of the scheme and any changes to the application process be raised?
So there's already been a review of the application process, and those changes and the changes to the guidance have been rolled out, and that is to really support people in terms of their application. Again, one of the key things, and certainly I've been personally speaking to victims and survivors who have found it very re-traumatising in terms of filling out their form and reliving all of those experiences they've gone through, and that is why there has been this £5 million spent on organisations, on welfare officers and support officers to try to work with people as they are not only as they put the application in, but of course the implications of after that, having gone through the process of outlining that. We also know for many people the aspect of certainty is an important one, and because of the nature and the complexity of many of these applications, it's not simple to say this is going to take just 6 weeks or 12 weeks. Some of these are taking a lot longer because they are historic. Perhaps some of the records are difficult to achieve. We've been working again with Plenary around trying to secure a better way of getting access to records. We've been supporting the Department of Health, for example, with additional resources to help get medical records and whatnot. So there's a whole series of actions, but this needs to improve in terms of both communication and in terms of speed for families. But it is a very complex and novel scheme.
Minister, I welcome the information leaflet on the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme that's gone to every household in Northern Ireland. But this is a UK-wide scheme. What are we doing to reach those people in Guildford, Hyde Park, Dale and in Birmingham?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his very important question, because this is an issue indeed that was raised in the House of Commons at the time, that this scheme potentially can go wider than that, but we made the case that there was no point of the UK government replicating this scheme. Indeed, this scheme could be fit for purpose for people no matter where they are currently residing. Many, for example, soldiers who served in Northern Ireland are back and residing in parts of Wales, of England and Scotland, and may well be able to apply for this scheme. Discussions had commenced with the UK government asking them for a financial contribution towards the overall cost. The cost of the scheme at the moment come from our block grant, and therefore, of course, to do something like a leaflet drop for the entire of the UK, that is a significant cost associated with that would be coming out of our allocation. We don't think it's unreasonable that the UK government supports that drive by making a financial contribution, not only to that, but also to the support and welfare of their applicants as well that may be coming through that. So I think those discussions will continue, and hopefully we'll have a more collaborative approach moving forward. We recognise the immense economic, historic and reconciliation potential of the site, and look forward to working with the recently appointed board to maximise that potential. We hope to meet with the board over the coming weeks. The new board will continue to consider possible approaches to regeneration of the site and provide us with advice and options for the future. The Royal Ulster Agricultural Society continue to develop their area of the site, with 3 further tranches of land transferred under the development agreement. The addition of the Logan Hall, the Fold and the Annex have further enhanced the success of Balmoral Show. The Development Corporation have carried out significant repair and restoration of the World War II era hangars, which hosts the wonderful Ulster Aviation Society collection. It continues to prove popular and attracted some 3,000 visitors over the European Heritage Open Day weekend in September of 2023. The air ambulance also operates from the site, taking the very best pre-hospital critical care to the scenes of medical emergencies.
Very quick question, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, for her answer. This was a question I first raised in 2016 to Minister Foster at that time. How long is the Executive Office prepared to land bank this valuable asset and stall efforts to reap the full potential benefits for Lagan Valley in particular?
Quickly, please, Deputy First Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, we will be having discussions around this issue and how we can potentially unlock the site. It is a key strategic site in Lagan Valley, and of course, I want to see that potential unlocked and for it to be not just an economic driver for Lagan Valley, but indeed, I believe it can be an economic driver for the entire of Northern Ireland. So we will be working to seek a way through the issues on that site, and as I said, to unlock the potential for Lagan Valley and for Northern Ireland.
We'll move to topical questions. Nicole Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy First Minister, long-established convention in this Assembly holds that when a motion specifically makes a call on a minister, that minister or ministers will respond to the debate. Why, in that case, on the first opposition day of this mandate, have you and the First Minister failed to respond to today's business in relation to executive veto?
Speaker, the member should be aware that your motion pertained to the work of the AERC rather than the office of the Executive Office.
I'm afraid I don't think that's a particularly acceptable answer. I will write once again to the First and Deputy First Minister about that. But can I ask, given all the vital issues you've been talking about, international relations, victims' payments, economic opportunities, why, Deputy First Minister, will you not commit to staying in your job for the rest of the mandate, given the seriousness of all the issues you've been discussing for the last half hour?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The best way to secure and stabilise the future of our government here in Northern Ireland is to build those constructive working relationships. We work within the framework as set down by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement as amended by St Andrews. That work is appropriately, in terms of reform and the consideration of reform, being taken forward by the AERC, and we look forward to reading their recommendations in detail.
And congratulate the Deputy First Minister in her new role. Can the Minister update as to whether the inquiry into mother and baby homes in Northern Ireland will include the burial of babies in unmarked graves throughout Northern Ireland?
This work has been moving forward apace against the report on the 5 key recommendations. It is still at a relatively early stage in terms of the key policy decisions to be made within the legislation. And I know many, in terms of the people most impacted by this, have not yet seen that draft legislation. But that is because that hasn't yet come up to ministers. Once that comes up to ministers, we will consider some of those policy questions in relation to the consultation. But there are still a number of issues yet to be resolved in terms of what we're going out to in consultation, but of course we want to be able to look at these issues as comprehensively as possible. The mother and baby homes were not part of the HIA inquiry, so of course we want to deal comprehensively, if at all we can, in relation to this approach and this inquiry and the redress scheme of this inquiry, as to prevent any unnecessary further inquiry to deal with some of these elements. So of course we'll be very conscious of that and trying to take that into account as fully as we possibly can.
Thank you to the Deputy First Minister for her answer there. Would the Minister agree with me that moves to resell plots of land throughout cemeteries in Northern Ireland where these babies are buried should not take place, and will she commit to working with residents who are opposed to this? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Look, absolutely. I'm not aware of the detail of what you've said in terms of the potential sale of such, but there's no doubt. I think people throughout Northern Ireland, throughout the island of Ireland, have been absolutely appalled by some of the revelations that came out about the treatment of these young babies and children, and it's an incredibly emotional issue for very many. It's absolutely right that we address this in every way that we can. So look, I albeit that I don't know the detail of the specific plots of land that you're talking about, but absolutely not. There should not be land that is being sold. There is a question mark around those sites, and we will certainly take that away and consider that fully, and perhaps write to the member with more details about that.
Carl.
Minister, 30,000 people have been slaughtered in Gaza, children killed and maimed on a mass scale, people forced to eat animal feed under the hail of American-sent weaponry. Will your office, the Office of First and Deputy First Minister, commit to not meeting or engaging with the Israeli state and its representatives because of its actions?
First Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member will be aware that I'm answering questions from a departmental perspective in relation to the Office of First Minister and Deputy First Minister, the Executive Office. There will of course be party political views on that matter.
Carl.
Thank you. That's a disappointing answer, Minister. Your previous international relations strategy was supposedly committed to peace building. You cannot be committed to peace building if you're engaging with a nuclear armed state that's slaughtering people in Gaza on a mass scale. So I think you missed an opportunity to say that this House will not endorse the actions of the Israeli state, and I would call upon you and the First Minister to refuse to engage with an apartheid state.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that many people throughout Northern Ireland will want to see a resolution to the current situation in the Middle East, that they will want to see the hostages released and they will want to see peace and movements towards peace in that region.
Clear.
Minister, an apology was issued to the victims of historical institutional abuse by the Executive. At that stage, there wasn't First Minister, Deputy First Minister in place. Will the Deputy First Minister, on behalf of herself and the First Minister, associate herself with that apology? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and the First Minister, I would like to associate ourselves with the apology offered to victims and survivors of historic institutional abuse on the 11th of March 2022. In our role as leaders of the Executive and ministers in charge of the Executive Office, we said that we are sorry. To victims and survivors, we acknowledge the wrong that was done to you, we accept responsibility and we offer our deepest regrets. We pledge to ensure that systemic abuse never happens again, and we commit to continuing supporting you in any way that you deserve.
Mr. McAleer.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for her response. Does the Minister acknowledge the importance that associating herself with the apology that it has for the victims? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and absolutely, and I want to pay tribute to the incredible work done by the victims and survivors. You know, in terms of the Executive Office, we've got so many people who have been fighting for so long to get recognition, to get acknowledgement and to get redress. That's not just across historical institutional abuse, it's the mother and baby homes, it's the victims and survivors of the Troubles. And we recognise absolutely the incredible journey that they have been on, the fight that they have had to take to try to get acknowledgements, justice and to get redress. And our message today absolutely is that we are here to support all of those victim survivors. We recognise the hard work that they have put in and we want now to do everything that we can to support and help them.
Ann Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister. I know that you are deeply committed to expanding childcare in Northern Ireland and delivering a strategy for Northern Ireland. On the 23rd of February, I received a response from Dr. Kiva Archibald, the Finance Minister, which indicated that the Executive had received 57.2 million of Barnett consequentials for the year 24-25, additional to the Northern Ireland budget, as a response to the expansion of childcare in the rest of the United Kingdom. Does the Minister agree with me that this would be a good opportunity to ring-fence this money for the first steps in delivering childcare, for the standardisation of preschool nursery, and perhaps
Deputy
extending Sure Start? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Upper Ban for her question, and it'll come as no surprise to say I absolutely do agree with you. There are consequentials that come from those policy decisions in Westminster. I believe absolutely that although we are not obliged to ring fence that for those particular purpose, I do think that we should ring fence that and spend that. You rightly pointed out that there are some immediate actions that can take place. Look, we're all very conscious that to get a really good, workable, effective childcare strategy, that will require working with stakeholders, that will require really thinking that through and getting the right intervention at the right time to support our settings and our families. But of course, families are under immense pressure right now, and that should mean supporting families and settings with some immediate actions while that work continues. You're right to highlight the rationalisation around the 22 hours. I think the approximate cost of that is around £35 million. So that is something both the First Minister and I have asked for urgent actions, costed actions to be brought forward on what we can do immediately while that work on the substantive strategy is put in place.
Mrs. Dodds.
I do thank the Minister for her answer, and I think it is very, very positive that we have additional funding from the UK Treasury in order to try to take first steps in relation to this. Does she also recognise that it's also important to support childcare providers in the extension of the childcare strategy?
Deputy First Minister.
Like, absolutely, and in my own constituency of Lagan Valley, we've already seen the impact of that pressure on settings. Look, settings, public or private, social enterprise, no matter what the type of setting, settings are under a huge amount of pressure, not least because, you know, electricity, heating costs are significantly increased. And of course, our childcare workers deserve to have a fair remuneration, a fair wage. And to that end, it is welcome that there is a pay increase that will shortly come in for those workers. But of course, those workers are some of the lowest paid, despite of the importance of the work that they do. But we also know that that puts the additional financial pressure on the settings. We want both objectives. We want our childcare workers to be paid well, but we want our childcare settings to be sustainable. So again, the Education Minister is urgently looking at this issue and will bring forward some proposals. But we need to stabilise current provision while we continue to look and roll out that development of the substantive childcare strategy.
Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Deputy First Minister outline what discussions her department have had regarding the former Shackleton Army base in Ballykelly?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the development of these sites has been part of the Executive Office in OFM DFM for some time and will play into a discussion around the strategic approach for the sites. What we want to do is to maximise the potential, as mentioned, around the Maze Long Kesh site and other strategic sites. We know that these can be very important in terms of the local area, and we want to work with the local community in terms of what can be achieved. You know, I was reading about the development of Ebrington and the significant benefit that that has brought to the local area and the local economy. So that, I think, sets a very good example of what we can achieve if we're working with the local council and with local stakeholders in order to maximise potential of these sites.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you to the Deputy First Minister for a response today. Would you agree with me that given that this site was once described as being one of the most exciting sites in the North West, that every effort must be made to ensure that it becomes an economic driver for the North West?
Deputy First Minister.
I thank the member for your question, and indeed it would be good to meet with yourself and perhaps some local stakeholders. We're very keen, and we've said this to the committee just last week, that we're very keen to get out of Belfast, get out and about. We're both I'm a Market Hill girl, there's a Tyrone woman, so we're very keen to get out. We know that investment in the Belfast area is vitally important, and we will support that, but of course we need to bring that prosperity to all parts of Northern Ireland. So we'd be keen to get up, speak to local stakeholders about what we can do to support you in realising and maximising the potential of that site for your area.
Questions 7 and 8 have been withdrawn. I call Padraig Delargy.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for answers so far. I'm delighted to hear mention Ebrington. So just around Ebrington, I would love to hear what we can do to work together. There's a clear demand from the people of Derry for more events in Ebrington and to maximise the potential of that site. Could you maybe give me a bit more detail on what the Executive plan to do in that space?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, of course, we've worked very closely with the site, with a significant multi-million-pound investment in that site. Lots of exciting opportunities, some exciting events that have already taken place. But you're absolutely right. The overall strategic direction for Ebrington was to transfer that to the local council, and for the local council to bring forward then the events and entertainment schedule for that site. There have been some difficulties, of course, in the last number of years with this, but of course we do want that site to be an economic driver. We want that site to be able to be, albeit with working with those who have invested and are on the site, we want the site to maximise its potential. So ultimately the aim is to transfer that site to the local council, but again happy to work with local stakeholders and the council to see what we can do in the meantime to maximise the potential.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Can I ask you what you'll do to help to review the number of events that are in Ebrington and to maximise that to drive tourism, to drive the economy in the North West?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member will be aware that this is subject to contractual arrangements with those who are now currently resident on the site and have businesses on the site. I know that officials have been working very constructively. I understand that there is now going to be an entertainment programme over the course of the summer and the next financial year, and I welcome that. But I do also understand that it's a restricted programme due to those discussions. I understand that the relationships are working well, that there are constructive conversations that are happening, and I actually do think that getting the local council involved in that as the body that will eventually take ownership of this may well help in terms of the development of that local cultural and music programme for the entire community.
Brooks, quickly.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy First Minister will be aware that the Safeguarding the Union paper outlined the plans for the new East West Council. Is she able to confirm a date for that and the positive benefits she believes it will bring to Northern Ireland?
In a few seconds, DFM.
Yes, I thank you. A date was confirmed for the East West Council. I believe it's the 26th of March, and that will be taking place, as I understand it, in Belfast. But of course, the details of that will be detailed out and released very, very shortly. But we're working closely with the UK Government on this new infrastructure, which I think provides really exciting opportunities in terms of greater collaboration across and throughout the United Kingdom.
Move now to the Minister for Health, and I call Cheryl Brownlee.
January 22, I formally announced the setup of the regional insulin pump service to mark the 100th anniversary of the use of insulin to treat diabetes. This announcement, supported by £2 million worth of funding by my department, enabled this life-changing service to be established. This investment makes provision for both pump devices, together with the specialist workforce required to support people living with type 1 diabetes to receive insulin pump therapy. The aim of the regional service is to improve the lives of people living with type 1 diabetes, and the regional insulin pump service was co-produced with people living with diabetes, clinicians and healthcare professionals across all health and social care trusts alongside Diabetes UK. Our service goal is to provide equity, reduce variability and enhance outcomes for people living with diabetes across all of Northern Ireland. Centrally, quality of life is a key consideration in pump decision making, and I'm proud to report Northern Ireland is the first of the regions across these islands to have made quality of life a key criterion. Following a formal commissioning process, Belfast Health and Social Care Trust were selected to deliver this service. A regional multidisciplinary team delivers this insulin pump pathway, connecting with local health and social care trusts to provide a high-quality service. In year one, the service has begun a rebalancing exercise across the region, and this directly supports the ambition of equity as our chief priority. I'm pleased to report that following successful steps to support the longest waits in the context of available workforce, the regional insulin pump service will be fully operational as from today, Monday the 4th of March 2024. So without doubt there's still much work to do, but we have built firm foundations and most importantly, work has begun.
Ms. Brownlee.
Thank you, Minister, for your response, and I indeed welcome that. I understand the Department of Health recently endorsed the NICE recommendations regarding the hybrid loop system for those with type 1 diabetes. Could you provide an update on the implementation of these recommendations?
And, I thank the member for her query in regards to the closed loop service, because actually in December 2023, as the member stated, NICE updated guidance with recommendations on the use of a hybrid closed-loop system. The guidance provides evidence-based recommendations on hybrid closed-loop systems for managing blood glucose levels in type 1 diabetes. Subsequently, Department of Health Medicine's policy branch, which sits within my Chief Medical Officer's group, reviewed that guidance and has formally endorsed that it is applicable in Northern Ireland. So in line with NICE guidance and the recommendation, that work is being undertaken by my officials to develop an options appraisal. This will allow me to understand the implications of this decision in terms of overall provision, consideration of priority groups, system costs, workforce and communication requirements to both enable and support. So this information will inform commissioning arrangements for Northern Ireland and final decision making regarding the implementation by my department. But it is worth noting that NHS England has developed a phased implementation strategy over a 5-year period in response to the guidance, and this decision has been taken in response to the scale and scope of this recommendation.
Ms. Sheeran.
Thank you, Minister. You'll recall that during the last mandate I wrote to both yourself and subsequently the Permanent Secretary about the commissioning of Dexcom devices, their continuous blood monitoring devices that have been described to me as revolutionary for people with type 1 diabetes, and they work in conjunction with the pump. I've got constituents who are entitled to a new pump,
please,
but can't avail of it because they haven't got the Dexcom device. Can you advise if the decision to commission these devices in the north will be reconsidered?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her point, because in connection with, I think, the last supplementary, those continuous glucose monitoring devices are steadily becoming a more in-demand way of monitoring diabetes control for people on intensive insulin therapy. And there are many such devices available to support people living with diabetes. The NICE Resource Impact Report for Continuous Glucose Monitoring Recommendations that was published in March 22 states there is no advantage to recommending one specific device over another. So the most appropriate system for each individual is the responsibility of the Health and Social Care Trusts and their clinicians to determine, actually in consultation with the person living with diabetes and on their care. The strategic planning group within my department commissions standalone CGM devices, and this is in line with identified commissioning needs within limited resources and is recommended in the NICE clinical guidelines for people living with diabetes. There are CGM devices currently listed on the Northern Ireland Drugs Tariff. Other more complex CGM devices are not currently listed on that tariff and cannot be prescribed by primary care. But I'll follow up with the member if she has written to me and ensure she gets a response.
Can I just ask, a national diabetes audit was announced in 2016 with the diabetes strategic framework. It's yet to be carried out, and I'm just wondering if you will commit to establishing a diabetes audit within this mandate.
And I thank the member for her point. I'm not fully aware of the 2016 recommendation, but in regards to the steps that we are taking in regard to supporting people living with diabetes, both from the regional pump framework that we have set up, but also how we look at other advances in support mechanisms, should that be the closed loop system or other systems as well. I'll take that on board and get back to the member.
NICE guidelines, options appraisal and commissioning various arrangements. Is the Minister then developing a strategy for diabetes, and if so, when will that strategy be available, and what level of commitments will be made to that financially and resource-wise, please?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question in regards to how we look at our overall service in regards to supporting people living with diabetes and their carers as well, and also how we make sure that NICE guidelines in regards to changes in support devices, should that be closed loops or the CGMs, is also taken into a wider piece of work in regards to where we actually sit. As I've said earlier on, in regards to some of those additional devices in regards to NICE guidelines, we're seeing what's currently been done in England in regards to a phased rollout of that. In regards to a specific strategy, there's not ongoing work at this minute in time, but in all the other steps that I have identified in regards to the work that has been done within my department, it shows that we are committed to supporting people with diabetes as we see the evolving setup within how their treatment can actually be supported and evolves.
Tim Alistair.
On the timeline on the hybrid closed loop system, do I discern from the Minister's answer that it's pretty long term, that you're waiting and seeing what's happening in GB, and that you may take refuge in a phased rollout? There's not a lot of comfort in that, people who are waiting day upon day for such help, is there?
Minister.
I thank the member for his point now, and I know where he's coming from in regards to this, but it's not about taking refuge. It is about identifying to the House and updating members in regards to the process that has been taken in England, that they are looking about a phased implementation strategy over the next 5 years. But I do need to be clear, Speaker, that the significant additional investment that will be required to support the implementation of a hybrid closed loop system to people living with type 1 diabetes will be significant in regards to what we're doing. But again, it's how we look towards the phased implementation in this and looking to see what can be best learned from those in England as we look to see and learn from other colleagues as well.
Mr. Buchanan isn't in this place to call down doubts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3, please.
And I thank the member for her question. I'm glad to have been asked about the cancer strategy, as I consider it one of the most important documents currently within my department. But as members will recall, it was published in March 2022 with the aim of transforming our cancer service to ensure better care for those who need it when they need it. But with the crisis in cancer services so real and so serious, I'm always clear it couldn't be allowed to become yet another strategy sitting on a shelf. And the absence of an executive did unfortunately limit some of the potential in that time since. But thankfully, over £11 million a year recurrent funding has enabled work to commence on the delivery of some of the actions. In December 22, rapid diagnosis centres at White Abbey and South Tyrone hospitals saw the first patients. Those centres allow people who would not otherwise be eligible for a red flag referral to receive an earlier diagnosis of cancer. And that addresses the major challenges in haematology, as well as a review of the three main blood cancers has actually recently been completed, and an implementation plan is expected shortly. In addition, a review of adolescents and young adults cancer support has been completed, and draft minimum standards for the treatment of adolescent and young adults has been developed. My officials have also encouraged partnership working with the voluntary and community sector and have fostered new ways of working relating to pancreatic cancer. And as a result, Northern Ireland was the first part of the United Kingdom to commit to implement the pancreatic cancer optimal care pathway. And going forward, there is undoubtedly more to be done, but with long-term investment in our cancer services, I am confident that we can start delivering improved cancer outcomes for the people of Northern Ireland.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you. Minister, your strategy indicates that you will require a total of 145 million or more per year in order to fully develop the strategy towards its end. That obviously increases through the years, starting from 2022. Will you ensure that that funding is ring-fenced in your budget so that we can continue to improve cancer services?
Minister.
I thank the member for her point, and I thank the member for her support on this issue, because I know where she's coming from. Having listened intently to the Deputy First Minister's answers earlier in regards to the need for a recurrent budget, in regards to how we actually move forward, that's one thing I would ask everyone in this House to fully support and endorse, because we've always been vocal in health that a single-year budget doesn't allow us to do the transformational pieces, nor commit in the long term to those strategies that we costed when we produced at the same time, so people knew how much it would cost, but also what they would be getting for their money as well. So in regards to that, I'm looking forward in anticipation to see what budget I actually get next year before I can make any commitments to ring-fencing any allocation, unfortunately.
Liz Kilmans.
I want to thank the Minister for his answer on this very important issue, and the Minister will know that the 17,000 women in the Southern Trust area who are involved in the cervical smear review, many of them will still be very anxious, so I would ask the Minister if he can give an update on the progress of that review and when he anticipates that may conclude.
Minister.
I thank the member for her supplementary. She may be aware that there's another member has that question tabled at question 7, and while I will give her an initial answer in regards to the work that is being done, women affected by the review in the Southern Trust will receive letters from the Trust over the next few days to update them on progress to date and further timescales, but I will update later if we get to that question.
Minister, could you indicate to the House how the Encompass project has impacted on red flagging cancer cases, and is there a positive outcome from that?
I think the member for his supplementary, it is something that one of his party colleagues has raised directly with me in regards to that. There has been a piece of work in regards to the identification of pathways to make sure that everybody who received further notice in regards to treatments, in regards to the example of 4 red flags, that those clear pathways were established within our system. The learnings we have from the South Eastern Trust and its implementation and rollout will now be actually embedded as we go forward, and hopefully see the initial start of Encompass rolling out across the Belfast Trust in the summer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I especially welcome the continued operation of the 2 rapid diagnostic centres that the Minister opened in 2022. Could he provide an update on any plans to make the centres available across all of Northern Ireland?
the member, and I think that is an important question as to how we actually take what we're doing now, but also future-proof it and develop in the future, because what was established in those rapid diagnostic centres was so that a vague symptom pathway for patients with non-specific but worrying symptoms, which may indicate cancer, is now available in 4 out of the 5 trust areas. There are plans now to make this service available across the entire region by this summer, and additionally a project group has been established to consider new cancer pathways where the rapid diagnosis centre model could actually improve outcomes for patients.
David Loughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, this is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. What steps do you intend to take in order to raise awareness of this particular disease? And do you believe that it needs more funding in order to make sure that people are aware of what the symptoms are?
Minister.
And I think the member, the original question from Mrs Dodds actually went back to about the cancer strategy. One of the first aims, the enablers of the cancer strategy, was actually to raise cancer awareness across all the different sectors, all the different subspecialities within cancer, in regards to make sure that people were aware not just of symptoms but of treatment pathways, but also to get that wider conversation about cancer actually across society within families, so that if people had those troubling, niggling symptoms that they didn't maybe feel they should be going to the doctors with, that they were being encouraged within their families to actually do that. So that was the key enabler of the cancer strategy. And as an answer to the previous member, how we actually moved that forward about those rapid diagnosis centres as well. So, and specifically in regards to the Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, my department will be supportive of any request we do receive in regards to highlighting what steps are being taken and how we can make sure that people are aware of their symptoms, potential identifiers, but also what services and what support is available.
Call Carla Cullen.
Question number 4, please.
And I thank the member for her question. Addressing the harm related to alcohol and other drugs is a key priority for my department, which leads in the Northern Ireland's Executive 10-year substance use strategy, preventing harm, empowering recovery. This strategy aims to directly prevent and reduce the harm related to substance use through a range of cross-departmental actions and support. We are seeing increasingly complexity of cases in both mental health and substance use services, as well as in those presenting to emergency departments. It is vital that there is no wrong door and that people get the right treatment at the right time, particularly when presenting in crisis. Implementing the new Regional Crisis Service is a commitment in the Mental Health Strategy 2021-31, and the Strategic Planning and Performance Group and our Public Health Agency are working in partnership to develop a regional mental health crisis service for Northern Ireland. Currently within trusts, dual diagnosis services vary in relation to how and where they are offered, with treatment and support being located within addiction services, early intervention support services or acute mental health services. So the issue of dual diagnosis or co-occurring mental health and addiction problems is a key priority within both the substance use strategy and the mental health strategy. Therefore, it's critical that we reinforce linkages with the mental health strategy's early intervention and action plan and the development of that regional mental health crisis service and the development of the regional mental health service to devise better pathways and models for those mental health crises and with co-occurring addiction problems.
Mr. Hewlett.
I thank the Minister for his response. He knows me well enough that I'm not saying this lightly, but that will not mean anything to families or indeed police or community groups who are in ED from Thursday to Sunday to Monday with people who are struggling in crisis through drugs and alcohol or both. So perhaps when the budget is confirmed, will the Minister give more security to those very services who are under threat, including the staff who are working under extreme pressure in our emergency departments right across the north?
Minister.
And I do know the member well enough that I'll accept what she's saying because of her engagement, but also for her passion and her commitment in this area. And she knows me well enough in that regard as well. When the money and the funding does come forward, co-occurring mental health and addiction problems and also those dual diagnosis problems were of an importance to me that they are both in the substance use strategy and the mental health strategy, because they don't fit neatly into either one, and there was always a concern that those people identifying were lost and they were falling between both sets up and both strategy. And it's how we work then, not just in health to address this problem, but also working with our PSNI colleagues and also working with the voluntary and community sector, who play such a crucial role, even in supporting those people who present to EDs in regards to the challenges that they face as well. So there's a big piece of work to do in this in regards to what both these strategies actually intend to produce, but also what they want to produce as well, and that will be needed and supported by the funding allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, in recent years, we have seen a sharp increase in drug deaths across Northern Ireland. I would like to ask the Minister what he's doing to increase accessibility to naloxone and to progress an overdose prevention centre.
Minister.
I thank the member for both those questions there. In regards to the increased use of naloxone, it's something that actually his party leader, as Justice Minister, and I have promoted in regards to how we can work with those support services, not just our blue light services in regards to my own blue light services, an ambulance or fire brigade, but indeed the PSNI as well, but also how we can use that across other community settings that do have the appropriate support. In regards to the overdose prevention centre, the member will be aware that drug consumption rooms or safety injecting facilities actually aren't permitted under the UK-wide Misuse of Drugs Act 1971, and the issue of criminal sanctions for those found in possession of drugs still remains under that, is governed by the Misuse of Drugs Act and remains a reserved matter. There are currently pilots for overdose prevention facilities being progressed in Glasgow and Dublin, and I will give due consideration to the new interventions as appropriate, actually within a wider legislative framework.
I call Mr. Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member, and again following up from his urgent oral a couple of weeks ago, pay negotiations with Agenda for Change trade unions completed on the 22nd of February, and I wish to commend the constructive approach of trade union colleagues to negotiations. Under the proposed settlement, our Health and Social Care Agenda for Change staff will receive a consolidated pay uplift of 5% and a non-consolidated pro rata payment of £1,505. In addition, any remaining staff in Band 1 and staff on the lower point of Band 2 will have their pay increased to match the higher pay point of Band 2. These awards will be backdated to April 2023. Unions are now consulting their members, and I want to give them the time and space for this to happen. In terms of medical pay, I have asked officials to move to immediately implement DDRB recommendations for 23-24 pay for all doctors and dentists employed in health and social care. That represents a pay uplift of 6% for 23-24 for all doctors, plus an additional £1,250 for doctors and dentists in training, known as junior doctors, and an additional 3% for new contract SAS doctors. For junior doctors, the DDRB recommendations offer an average pay increase of 9.1% in 23-24, and those in their first year receive a 10.7% uplift. This offer should be viewed in the context of pay settlements across the wider Northern Ireland public sector. But Speaker, despite this offer, junior doctors have indicated their intention to take strike action for 24 hours over the 6th to 7th of March. My department remains willing to engage with the BMA to discuss the way forward on outstanding issues. That includes a commitment to further engagement on pay, on contract reform and non-pay issues relating to working conditions. Any pay discussions will of course be better informed when there's greater clarity with respect to the outcome of the current industrial action being taken by doctors in England.
I'm the Minister of the 2-minute rule, Colin McGrath.
Junior doctors are telling us that their pay has diverged from other places in these islands by 30%. Does the Minister believe that our junior doctors are worth 30% less than their colleagues elsewhere?
Minister.
And I thank the member, and I'll follow on from the discussion we had when he raised the urgent oral. The 30 to 35% divergence is actually from where they would have been in 2008 should inflationary pay increases been actually enabled year on year. The member will be aware that that was a national decision in regards to how that was taken in regards to the national funding. It's not an issue that I think should be left solely to the Department of Health to sort out what was national and international decisions taken over that period of time in regards to the financing.
Linda Dillon.
Karen Corley, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, in the same vein in relation to the junior doctors and the challenges that they face, can you give us an update on what you plan to do around the workforce plan and how we're going to have a workforce if we don't pay them adequately?
Minister.
I thank the member for her comments specifically in regards to the workforce plan and the workforce strategy. She will be aware my department's ambition for developing our workforce are outlined actually in the Health and Social Care Workforce Strategy for 2026, Delivering for Our People, and I'm pleased to publish the strategy's second action plan for the period 23 to 24-25. That was published back in June, and this was developed through widespread engagement with stakeholders from across health and social care, and the implementation of that ambitious programme of work is ongoing and includes initiatives to enhance our attraction and retention of staff while removing barriers to recruitment. It also reduces agency spend and supports employers in the provision of staff health and wellbeing services.
Casement.
I'd be grateful if the Minister could provide a more detailed update on the implementation of that workforce strategy.
Sir.
I thank the member in regards to that. As I've said, we have published those updates, and I'm committed to working with stakeholders from across the system in the continued implementation of this strategy. However, again, I would caution my department will require significant funding to do that. But, Speaker, it is encouraging to note that this strategic approach to workforce development has actually supported an additional 8,911 people. That's a 15.7% increase in the whole-time equivalent staff employed directly by the health and social care sector in Northern Ireland between March 2018 and December 23. So that workforce strategy has seen nearly 9,000 additional whole-time equivalent staff employed in our health and social care system.
Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thankful for the Minister's answers so far, specifically around workforce and pay negotiations. And I want to go back to the first few questions around the pay negotiations. With regards specifically around junior doctors, what discussions has the Minister had around working conditions that could be alleviated in the now, rather than waiting for the overall safe staffing legislation, which we are unsure when it's going to come to the Assembly floor?
Minister.
And again, I thank the member in regards to safe staffing. It is a piece of legislation that I do want to bring forward. It's in my legislative programme for the incoming year if the executive supports that. So I'm committed to introducing that bill within this Assembly mandate, and work continues in partnership with those key stakeholders to ensure that a consultation document to inform the development of safer and effective staffing legislation is actually ready for publication later this year. I've said to BMA and junior doctors specifically, and if they want to come in regards to have that conversation with me about those additional things, about their conditions, their working conditions, how they're actually being treated and managed within their trusts. I'm open to have those conversations. Once we get over Wednesday, I hope to be able to engage further with the Junior Doctors Committee in regards to the BMA in regards to those, and I'm always open to that engagement.
Question 6 has been withdrawn. I call on Tennyson.
Mr. Speaker.
And I thank the member for his question. The ongoing cervical cytology review in the Southern Health and Social Care Trust includes up to 17,500 women and has two elements: a review of the cervical screening slides held by the Trust for women who have had a previous smear test, and a call forward inviting women to have a new cervical smear test where a previous slide is no longer held or is no longer suitable for review. As of the 28th of February, 2,564 slide reviews have been completed, and the Trust has called forward 1,960 women to attend for a cervical smear test, which 621 women have attended to date. An additional 2,255 women with the overall review cohort have already attended for their next routine cervical smear test, which will remove the need for these women to have their older slides reviewed at their latest test, will actually provide the most up-to-date and accurate assessment. My department continues to work closely with the Public Health Agency and Southern Health and Social Care Trust to ensure that the review is progressed in a safe and timely manner. This is a complex review. Plans are now well advanced to increase the number of slides to be reviewed on a weekly basis, with the intention that the full review will be completed by early summer.
I thank the Minister for his answer. The Minister will be aware that NHS England has set a target of eliminating cervical cancer by 2040. I know the Minister has recently set out his plans for a Women's Health Action Plan for the next 3 years, but will he also commit to a women's health strategy to extend a similar target to Northern Ireland?
And I thank the member for his question, which is a very, very important point in regards to where we actually move in the development of our Women's Health Action Plan, from actually taking to that next step in regards to developing a strategy from the action plan. We have announced the introduction of PHPV testing, which I hope, when introduced, will not only significantly remove the backlog that we currently have, but will also speed up the ability to report on those slides and those tests as well. So there is those steps that are being taken in regards to addressing that issue.
I now move to topical questions. And just before I call Mr McGrath, there is an urgent oral question that's been accepted to the Minister of Health and Nexus NI, so no member should raise that issue before the urgent oral. Mr McGrath.
Mr Speaker, during the most recent collapse of these institutions, the Department reduced the amount of funding, or rather slashed the amount of funding for the core grant of the community and voluntary sector, impacting some 62 groups. Does the Minister think that it's fair that these groups had their funding slashed so drastically?
Mr Speaker, I don't think it was fair that the Department of Health actually had its funding slashed so dramatically, and maybe under the similar conditions in the forthcoming financial year as well. So what, I suppose, measures that had to be taken in the absence of an executive, a minister and a recurrent budget are drastic, and I hope that next year's budget is in a better position.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given that this grant is so core to the work that they do and the ability to draw down additional funds which help people in our community, can the Minister detail, does he intend to write to the Finance Minister specifically on this issue to ensure that additional funding is given for these groups?
Minister.
The Finance Minister has already indicated her direction of travel in regards to how we prepare a budget for the next year, and that will be in one-to-one engagements with each minister, each department, in regards to their core needs, not just for the likes of our voluntary and community sector, but how we actually fund what we want to do in health across the entirety of that sector. So those will be engagements and discussions that I'll be having with the Finance Minister in regards to what our overall financial package looks like.
Thank you. Minister, could I ask what your department is doing to bring down the long waiting lists for access to ADHD medication?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her point, because she will be aware that while supply disruptions of some attention deficit hyperactivity disorder ADHD treatments have now been resolved, my department is aware of ongoing supply disruptions involving various strengths and preparations of other ADHD treatments across the UK, which has been caused by a combination of manufacturing issues and an increase in global demand for these products. So as the Department of Health and Social Care leads on the maintenance of medicine supply chains to the UK, my department has been working closely with them and the other devolved governments and the Medicines and Health Care Products Regulatory Agency, MHRA, to ensure the impact of these shortages are mitigated and patients can continue to get medical supplies that they need.
Arson.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer, and I very much welcome the fact that you are looking towards this. But what is your department, and how will you be able to prevent any inconsistencies across trusts when accessing ADHD services and medications?
Minister.
And I think the member, for her point, she has moved slightly away from medication and to services, and she will be aware there is a disparity across our trusts in regards to ADHD supports, and especially now as we see an increased actually presentation in adult ADHD. There isn't a commission service for that at this present time, but it is something that is being looked at by my department officials in regards to how we establish that pathway and indeed identified, and how we use the current supports that we currently have in regards to supporting those people who are presenting.
Andy Allen.
Mr Speaker, I recently tabled a written question to the Minister regarding Veterans Orthopaedic Service, and in that response the Minister highlighted that the Armed Forces Act 2021 was the responsibility of FM-DFM to implement. Can the Minister advise when he will expect to receive further instruction from them regarding his department?
Minister.
I thank the member for his point, and I know this is a topic that the member has risen with me and has a strong and close interest in. He rightly points out the responsibility for implementing the Armed Forces Act and taking forward the New Decade New Approach commitment of legislation actually to further incorporate the Armed Forces Covenant does lie with the First and Deputy First Ministers. And whilst I sincerely would like to see progress in this regard, I'm unaware as to any of the most recent instructions. And after today's session, I'll ask my officials to engage with their counterparts in TEO to try to ascertain if or when further direction or clarity will be forthcoming to my department.
Mr Allen.
Minister, it's been raised with me by several veterans that they're struggling to access the Robert Jones and Agnes Hunt Orthopaedic Service in the mainland, whereas their counterparts in the mainland and other parts of the United Kingdom are able to access that service. Will the Minister commit to meeting with me and his officials to discuss this matter?
Of course, as the member is supportive of me in this role in regards to what we can do, I'll be keen to meet with him in regards to these issues that he raises.
Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Anna and Waterside GP medical practices at Portadown Health Centre account for nearly 10,000 patients in my constituency in Portadown. Their notice to withdraw and hand back GP contracts has caused much concern. What assurances can be given to these patients about continuity of care provision?
And again, I think the member for the issue he raises in regards to GP contracts, he will be aware that unfortunately the two practices that he mentioned are not isolated occurrences in regards to that, but I can say to the member that for those contracts that have been handed back, we're not in a point at any stage where we've actually seen a practice having to close due to the other options that have been brought forward either by other trusts, GPs coming forward to take on those contracts, or trusts actually taking them over, or indeed local GP federations stepping in to that point as well. So there is a number of months to go in regards to that position, and I would ask the member to give that reassurance to his constituents, that I will, but also to work with my department and the GP federation in trying to identify and support any future provision in regards to that, and give that reassurance and stabilisation not just to the patients but to the people who are working in those practices.
Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer, and indeed I am thankful for the Department and the manner in which they have stepped in thus far. But he will agree with me that this is an alarming reoccurring situation, particularly with one of the practices. Is the Minister aware of any similar practices across Northern Ireland that are in a similar position on the brink of handing back their contracts?
Minister.
Unfortunately, yes. There are a number of GP practices in a similar position, and as I said, my department is working with our colleagues in GPNI and also the BMA committee in regards to what can be done to actually stabilise those current positions, but also look to the future of the GP contract, because I want to ensure that our general medical services contract that is in place is actually fit for future purpose and can actually better meet the changing environment and context of primary care. So discussions with the Northern Ireland General Practitioners Committee on the 24-25 GMS contract and beyond are currently ongoing, and my aim is that these negotiations is actually to promote stability in our GMS service.
Samuel Holland.
Can I ask the Minister for an update on his department's action plan on the recommendations of the Ray Jones review into social services?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. I'm actually due to meet Ray Jones next week in regards to the recommendations for the work that he does, because if the member has made herself aware of it, she will realise it's a very detailed, very in-depth piece of work. It was co-produced very astutely with Mr Jones at the head of it in regards to that, and I was actually pleased to be asked to be speaker when it was launched. recently in the Stormont Hotel. So I'm due to meet Ray within the next week or so in regards to what steps we're doing, but also to identify those pieces of work that have already been taken forward, but those more challenging pieces of work which sit within his recommendations that will require not only the support of this House, but will require significant change within the executive in regards to how we look at that wider piece of children's social care.
Ms Mulholland.
Would the Minister agree with me? So one of the mechanisms, obviously, for the protection of at-risk young people is the use of the national referral mechanism. Figures out last week showed there's 530 of those used within the last year. Would the Minister agree with me that we need to be working more with our health service cohort to actually raise awareness of that as a mechanism to protect children who are in danger of criminal child exploitation, and that is something that could be utilised more by the health service?
Minister.
No, and I think the member raises something that has been in the media recently in regards to that, because I will say to the member and the House that any form of child abuse, including exploitation, is totally unacceptable and must be appropriately addressed, and all children and young people in Northern Ireland are entitled to live in safety, to achieve their full potential and have their rights respected. The prevention of and the protection from abuse, including exploitation, is a complex matter with many risk factors requiring input from a range of statutory and non-statutory partners, and I think that's the point the member raises in regards to making sure everybody is aware. In 2023, my department, working jointly with the Department of Justice, led a 2-year action plan to address child criminal exploitation in Northern Ireland, and this was done under the auspices of the Child Protecting Senior Officials Group, which is a cross-departmental strategic forum which provides direction on existing or emerging child protections issues, and my department actually chairs that work as well. So in regards to, I suppose the wider point is it's about how we make sure that that information, those direct routes of referral, those direct routes of support are communicated across the entirety of our service.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, given the prevalence of the sale of vapes to underage children and also the associated environmental concerns, do you have any plans to introduce legislation to ban the sale of disposable vapes?
Minister.
I thank the member. In regards to banning the sale of disposable vapes, I'll take a point of clarity at any point, but I do think it falls within his party colleague, the department, the Minister of Environment and Agriculture, in regards to actually disposing or preventing the sale or banning the sale of disposable vapes. But there is a piece of legislation that I'm currently working with my UK Health Minister colleagues, and I met this morning with the Secretary of State for Health, Victoria Atkins, in regards to how we actually bring forward Northern Ireland's place within the tobacco and vaping bill that will be currently, or will be shortly, be brought through Westminster in regards to how we look at the sale of tobacco products, but also look at the wider piece in regards to vapes.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and given what he said, will he commit to engaging with DAERA and maybe come back to me at a future date with some clarity about who the lead department is on that issue?
Minister.
I thank the member. Certainly I will, and I think I've actually a request out this morning to meet the member's party colleague in regards to that, and I'm sure either one of the two of us will update you at the appropriate point.
I call Mr David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, can I ask the Minister, given the recent publication of waiting times when the data from the South Eastern Trust area will be made available, and whether Encompass has helped to reduce those waiting times and help to improve matters?
Mr.
I think the point, I thank the member for his point in regards to the validation of statistics within Northern Ireland, and it is something that we take very seriously, both from ourselves but also NISRA and the information, the IAD device and what we publish. So in regards to that delay of the South Eastern Trust's figures not being there, it is until we get them completely validated in what is a new system. I do hope that Encompass actually produces a more streamlined, safer healthcare record systems in regards to what it actually brings forward, because it has been brought forward at a significant cost to the Department of Health in Northern Ireland, and I look forward to that information that will be held on those computer systems actually leading to a more effective, safer healthcare system in Northern Ireland.
Mr Honeyford.
Thank you, and thank you for your response. I get a lot of concern raised locally from healthcare staff about morale around the service, and it's vital that people work in a place with high morale and look forward to going back to work. Can the Minister outline what he's doing to inspire and give leadership and positive leadership to make sure that it's vital that our health service staff work in a positive working environment with high morale?
Minister, succinct response, please.
And I think the member, I've engaged extensively since my return to office with healthcare professionals across the system. Actually, one of the things that is giving our healthcare system staff a sense of, I'll not say it's high morale, but improved morale, is the fact that we're back in this place, because our health service really values and recognises what this place can actually bring to them, their working conditions. And I think that has been demonstrated by once again, I was able to bring forward an offer for a pay resolution for our Agenda for Change staff, something that this place wouldn't been able to do. But our staff morale isn't based solely on money, it's about the reward for the work that they do. And the member will know that we have a highly dedicated, a highly professional cohort of people working across health and social care, not just within our system, but within GPs, community pharmacy, domiciliary care, and no matter where they're found. I think we should be applauding them and thanking them for the work they do, rather than often coming to this place or the media to actually deride some of the work that they do.
That concludes questions to the Minister. We have an urgent oral question from Cara Hunter to the Minister of Health. I'll remind members that if they wish to ask supplementary questions, they should rise continued in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health for his assessment of the impact that funding cuts to Nexus NI will have on the delivery of specialist counselling services for victims of sexual abuse.
Call the Minister of Health.
Speaker, I want to reassure members of my recognition of the absolute importance of sufficient specialist counselling for victims of sexual abuse. I can advise the Assembly that Nexus was awarded a 3-year contract in April 2019 to provide a specialist counselling service for victims of sexual abuse, with an option for 2 one-year extensions. The second of these extensions ceased on the 31st of March 2024. My department has been in communication with Nexus over many months in connection with the contract and has worked extensively with them to improve waiting list times and the standard of service being delivered. Unfortunately, significant performance and operational issues have been identified in relation to the delivery of this contract. I should clarify that these largely relate to efficiency and lower than expected numbers of sessions rather than the quality of the counselling that is being provided. The areas identified of underperformance include the number of counselling services provided, with a projected 24% gap for this year between the contracted sessions and the total delivered. To put that in perspective, on the current trajectory, that is over 4,000 fewer sessions being delivered than expected. And considering the need and demand for such services, this is something that does cause real concern. My department has been examining potential alternative arrangements following the conclusion of the Nexus contract. A number of options have been identified, including the provision of support by the community and voluntary sector, or health and social care trusts, or primary care. However, having discussed the situation with officials, it is clear to me that further work is required on mapping out future sustainable arrangements. Speaker, in that case, I have therefore instructed that the Nexus contract be extended for a further 12 months, with close monitoring of performance throughout that period. Whilst there may be some deep concerns about the broader delivery of the contract, equally, I am not prepared to tolerate a position whereby new victims and survivors had no service at all come April. This one-year extension will allow proper consideration, decision and implementation of the best way forward for counselling services of this nature. I should also advise members that the planned ending of this contract was not a cost-saving measure. The intention has always been to use the available funding to continue to support people who are victims and survivors of sexual abuse, in line with the draft Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy 2330. A priority had been to ensure that clients currently in receipt of counselling services would continue to receive them after April 24, and my department has been involved in detailed discussions with Nexus to make the necessary arrangements. This was intended to ensure that anyone currently in receipt of counselling or who has had an initial assessment will receive an appropriate service from Nexus. However, that still left a potential gap in provision for new people coming forward for counselling, and I believe that the one-year extension that I have announced today addresses that concern.
Mr. Speaker, and I really welcome this, Minister. That's really fantastic news. Over the weekend I spoke at length with survivors and victims of sexual violence, and understandably it was very triggering for them. How can we make sure that this never happens again, where there is that gap? How can we make sure that that never ever happens again?
I think that is the question I have asked of departmental officials in regards to how this was being managed, in regards to identifying those alternative pathways to ensure that no woman come the 1st of April was left without somewhere to call and without that support mechanism. So that's why I've taken the decision and directed that this contract be extended for 1 year, with the caveats that I gave in my initial answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, this was originally a 3-year contract. It's been extended now twice and now a third time, which very much welcome. But how is it that we find ourselves in a position that Nexus is contacting MLAs with less than a month to go to suggest that this is going to come to the end? Has your department not been engaging over the last 2 years of extensions to try and ensure that we have a proper service that's in place that does perform well?
My officials have been engaging extensively with Nexus in the past few months as we approached the end of this contract, to ensure that those who had already engaged with the service received the support that they needed. I think the challenge was the identification of who would take over in regards to that support and provision, because, as I said, Speaker, in regards to this wasn't about funding. This was about ensuring that we had the appropriate support and mechanisms in regards to that. In regards to the conversations between my department and the SPPG and Nexus, they have been looking towards how we actually addressed in the last 2 years that underperformance that I initiated and spoke about earlier in my initial answer.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers, and I reiterate the words of Cara Hunter. This is very welcome news, because, like herself, I met with a number of people who are survivors of sexual violence who required the services of Nexus, and some of them who didn't get any services because there weren't any there, and that's what we want to ensure never happens again. So I think, just in the same vein as Ms Sugden's question, if we can get an understanding of how we're going to be kept updated on what is going to be put in place, whether Nexus are being given an opportunity to improve that performance or deal with those performance issues, because we need to ensure that at the end of this year we're not in this position again.
Minister.
And I think that's, I thank the member for that point, because I think that's crucial in regards to my announcement in extending this contract for a year. I do want to see those improved services and delivery that my officials have been engaging with Nexus over the past few months, in regards to make sure that we close the gap of what we expect, what we're paying for, and actually what is being delivered, and just in regards to that. And I've asked my officials actually to engage with Nexus to make sure there is a regular monitoring update in regards to how that new contract is taken forward. I will say, Speaker, just in regards to that, unfortunately this will be the first time I think that Nexus may be made aware of this, because I wanted to give this House the opportunity to address this in this urgent order.
Going forward, what will be the wider impact felt by his decision on contracts relating to other departments, for example Justice and the PSNI, and what consideration did and will he give to those factors?
In regards to that, this specific contract is one that is held with SPPG and my department in regards to that support, and that's why I felt it was within my gift to extend it for the year. That's the direction and the advice I have been given from my officials. If the member knows different, I'll follow up with her later.
I thank the Minister for coming to the House today. It's excellent news that this has been extended for 1 year. Just for clarity,
I have been speaking to victims and survivors of abuse over the weekend, and the impact and the need for these services is absolutely essential. Can you please confirm that everybody on the waiting list will be able to access counselling this year? And can you confirm that moving forward this won't be handled this way again? People who are on this waiting list have been devastated at this announcement and have been extremely stressed at the way it's been handled.
I think in regards to the waiting list for the provision by Nexus is one of those issues that has been discussed extensively with my department officials on Nexus to make sure that everyone who is on that waiting list receives due and timely support, as is the contract, and that's what we want to do, and working in partnership with Nexus during the next extension of 12 years while a further scoping piece of work actually takes place in regards to what the service looks like at the end of that time, but also who provides it as well.
Mr. Speaker, and Minister, like everyone else in this House, we will be relieved and gladdened to hear of this extension for Nexus. I think what worried most of us was the loss of such a specialist service for people who have suffered in such a violent and terrible way. And can you assure the House that going forward we will not be thinking of putting people who have suffered rape or violence onto general mental health lists, because I think that this would be the worst outcome that we would have. We really do want to see the department and yourself build up this very specialist advice and help for people who have suffered.
Yeah, and I think that again the member makes that valid point, and as I said, having discussed the situation with officials this morning, it's clear to me that further work is required in mapping out future and sustainable arrangements. So we can make sure that support and guidance is there in regards to what is needed, and that 1 year extension will allow that proper consideration, decision on implementation of the best way forward for those counselling services of this nature.
Minister, for your answers so far, and thank you for the extension. I'm sure that service users, those specifically on the waiting list, will be glad to hear that. But what does concern me here is that a few things have been said. And I mean, members of this House were informed that there was a tendering process that had been started but then was paused. If it was not about financial reasons and instead operational, why then was that paused rather than sitting down with Nexus to actually discuss these issues, to actually get to the bottom of that? What was that, your decision or a decision of the STPG, and what can we do to ensure that that doesn't happen moving forward, that we actually have solutions rather than simply cancelling a service?
I thank the member, and I'm sure she will be aware that as she has the update in regards to the tendering process, it was paused before my time in regards to that decision being taken. But there was and there has been continuing ongoing engagement with Nexus in regards to the current provision of what is there. And I look forward to working with them in partnership in regards to this next year to make sure the service delivery meets the needs of the women who are actually presenting to the service as well in that future, but allows my department and SPPG to do that further piece of scoping work in regards to what actually is required in mapping out a future and sustainable arrangements.
Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, has the lack of an executive over the last 2 years contributed in any way to the current situation that we find ourselves in with Nexus?
No, and I think the member for his point, and I think I'm back to Ms McAllister's point in regards to when the contract was actually paused or the procurement was actually paused. In regards to that, those decisions were taken without ministerial input. I think today shows the advantage that this place has when concerns are raised in this House. Ministers can actually intervene and implement in regards to what needs to be done, but also taking into consideration those monitoring arrangements that we do need to put in regards to this contract over the next 12 months.
We now return to the debate on executive reform. The question was first put on the motion before question time, and the Assembly was not in agreement. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes. Order. Order. Members will resume their seats. The questions and the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? That's us, really. Order. Tellers has been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Colin McGrath and Mark Durkin. Tellers for the noes are Paul Frew and Linda Dillon. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to the right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Votes for ayes was 47, votes for noes was 33. Votes for the ayes was 33, votes for the noes was 47. The noes have it. The noes have it. The motion falls. If members would take their ease while we change the table for the next item of business.
The next item on the order paper is an opposition motion on public sector pay. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the immense burden placed on public sector workers by the political uncertainty and the failure to deliver equitable pay awards, resolves that all outstanding public sector pay negotiations for 2023 to 2024 will be concluded by the end of this financial year, and calls on the Minister of Finance to make a statement to the Assembly upon the conclusion of these negotiations or at the end of the financial year.
Thank you. I now call Daniel McCarten to move the motion.
Moved.
And thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see no more critical issue than this one for this House. Over the last number of weeks and months, and indeed years, colleagues across this House will have stood in picket lines with our public sector workers, our nurses, our doctors, our healthcare workers, our teachers, classroom assistants, teaching and non-teaching staff, people who are the lifeblood of our community and our society, that keep the clock ticking on a daily basis, people that educate our children, people that save our loved ones' lives and care for those who need them most. Where were they in the last number of weeks and months, standing in the freezing cold, demanding their fair pay that they truly deserved? Where were we, Mr. Deputy Speaker? We weren't in this House, that is a certainty. But this is an issue that has gone on far too long. When public sector workers were needed, they were there. Throughout COVID and some of the biggest challenges that our society has faced, they were there. When they needed us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we weren't where we should have been. This House was collapsed on 2 separate occasions, one for 3 years, as well noted earlier, and again for 2 years. All along, we could have been here helping to resolve the challenges that are faced by our nurses and midwives and healthcare workers. In the last number of weeks, on the 18th of January, Mr. Deputy Speaker, those people stood on picket lines in the largest strike action that this place has seen for 50 years. That's an unforgivable situation. And I heard, whilst I stood on those picket lines, executive parties tell public sector workers that when we're back in there, we're going to resolve this problem. We hear you. It's time, Mr Deputy Speaker, that they put the money where their mouths are and ensured that our public sector workers receive the pay that they're duly entitled to. The truth is that over recent years, particularly since the Conservatives came into power in 2010, the overall real average pay has fallen by a significant percentage for public sector workers. And indeed here, in more recent years, particularly in the period between 2021 and 22, we've seen an average fall of 4% in public sector pay and a further 7% between 22 and 23. Pay has fallen sharply for public sector workers in Northern Ireland over the past number of years, with a combination of high inflation, storming budget crisis, and the truth, a lack of devolved government, because the people that needed us to speak up for them were left without a voice because we weren't here where we should have been. Hard-working teachers who have been in classrooms over COVID at high risk, who we relied on to look after and educate our children, they too have stood on picket lines. And indeed, a significant gap has opened up with teacher pay compared to other parts of the UK. Newly qualified teachers in England earn about £30,000 per year compared to £24,000 in Northern Ireland. You know, we hear a lot about borders and concern about the border in the Irish Sea, but there's no discussion or debate about the financial border that exists between people across the United Kingdom. Because the truth is, when you look at England or Scotland or Wales, our teachers and nurses are all much better paid than they are here in Northern Ireland. So let's talk about economic borders, Mr Deputy Speaker, because I don't hear the same standoff when it comes to ensuring that people are duly paid for the job that they are doing. The hypocrisy on this matter is absolutely outstanding, and the truth is that teachers and doctors and nurses, classroom assistants aren't buying it. They aren't buying it because they don't see the same level of concern when it comes to their wages. Teachers' pay has dropped by a staggering 25% in the past decade, causing recruitment issues, retention issues, resulting in continued shortage of teachers. And also when it comes to substitute teachers, they've been treated appallingly in this place. They're not paid for the job that they do appropriately. That has led to huge issues in attracting substitute teachers. The Executive must act and offer a fair pay settlement for those responsible for providing an outstanding education for our children and young people. Teachers' pay has absolutely stagnated. The cost of living has continued to rise, leaving many teachers struggling to cope. A couple of teachers recently said that they can no longer afford to teach. How is that for a damning indictment? Some others relying on food banks. This is a huge crisis which needs to be resolved. We're now back here nearly a month. Conversations are ongoing, but not quickly enough. We need to resolve this issue so that we can settle the industrial disputes in schools to ensure minimal disruption to children's education. The continued devaluation of the teaching profession cannot be tolerated and must be challenged in the strongest terms. Teachers continue to express their frustration and they continue united in their determination to get what is rightfully theirs. The one clear message that I had, Mr Deputy Speaker, from my time on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with the people that I represent, is that they did not want to be there. They do the job that they do because they love teaching. They love helping people. They love caring for those in our community. Those nurses, those doctors, those classroom assistants and teachers, those people that keep our society going on a daily basis were forced onto that picket line because they were making choices about heating their homes or feeding their families and at the same time continuing to do an outstanding job in supporting our people. They feel undervalued. They feel that what they do on a daily basis is not appreciated. If we can't stand up for our public sector workers, what is the point? It sends a message to wider society and employers that if this is how government treat public sector workers, then it's okay for other employers to do the same. When are we going to send a message from this House that we must pay people appropriately and fairly for the job that they do. This whole public debate, this debate about public sector pay, it's almost talked as though it's a pay increase. It's hardly even levelling up. In truth, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we don't pay our public sector workers enough. Instead, we'd rather do acts of random appreciation by clapping them on. But when it comes to paying them, we're not there. Yes, I'll give way.
Just on that very point about the clapping, as we know, during the worst excesses of COVID, our health service workers were at the coalface. They were there and they were helping save people's lives. Would the member agree that many of those people now are emotionally fatigued, mentally fatigued as a result of that, and they deserve more, much, much more than claps?
Absolutely. I completely agree. It's actually, in hindsight, it's embarrassing that politicians in this House were clapping on those health workers, but when it came to actually delivering for them, they've been let down. And that is the message for this House. Public sector workers have been continually and consistently let down by this House. In 2024, our public sector workers shouldn't have to worry about whether they will have enough money to cover their bills. Every single person in this chamber has been cared for or has a loved one that has been cared for by our NHS staff, particularly over recent times. Last year, our healthcare workers received below inflation pay offers. It's time that those in power in this executive delivered for those workers. Even if the restoration of pay parity with England on pay bands was to be introduced, that still leaves Northern Ireland health workers in third place behind Scotland and Wales. We need to be ambitious for our public sector workers. We need to demand more for them. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if this House doesn't start realising the importance of our public sector workers, the value of our public sector workers, and we continue to let them down, the crisis that this place now faces in terms of healthcare and in education will worsen. We need to show our public sector workers that they're valued, and today we need to send a message to the executive that it's time to pay up, pay our public sector workers, and let them get on with the job that they love doing. Thank you.
I thank the member and call Declan Kearney.
Thank you, and Sinn Féin will be supporting this motion. We have to take every opportunity to take into account all opinions in our community.
Said that an effect of Tory policy here in the north was to turn this region into an economic backwater. And the crisis in public sector pay, which we are discussing this afternoon, is a direct product of that. 14 years of Tory austerity from London here in the north is not just a political choice and a political decision. The imposition of austerity here reflects a policy mindset towards the north and all of our people, all sections of our community. English politicians have never cared about the priorities of working families here, or indeed wider society. I would contend that for the rest of this mandate, there needs to be a step change embraced right across the chamber, within our political institutions with regard to workers' pay, workers' rights, and the sustainable investment that is required to maintain good, proper public services. And, Mr. Speaker, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, because there has been a pathway set out for us to address those issues in NDNA in 2020. So, I am suggesting that there are two key steps which need to be taken. Firstly, we need to see an implementation of social dialogue. Social dialogue with our trade union movement and the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, with this Assembly, with our ministers and with the political structures of this institution. Secondly, we need to see increased investment and a new funding model secured for the North, linked to the maximum transfer of fiscal powers from London. And that, Mr. Speaker, is not a job for the Finance Minister alone. So instead, I would suggest we require a cross-party, all of society and a whole of government solidarity, which campaigns for and secures the kind of economic and financial stability which is required for everyone in this region. The challenge which we face in meeting that scale of vision and ambition will be to deliver on proper power sharing in these institutions, to deliver on the full implementation of the Good Friday Agreement, and then, Mr. Speaker, mar ucal sgur, to show the political leadership that is in fact required for all parties, for all politicians in our society, for all ministers, to be progressive and to work for all.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Public sector workers deserve fair pay in return for the vital contribution that they make to delivering essential frontline services across our province. And this includes all groups of public sector workers, with none left behind. Public sector workers also deserve honesty as to what can be afforded and delivered at this point in time. And we should not be in the business of misleading people on this, and to imply a commitment that all public sector pay negotiations would be concluded by the end of this month should not be taken to lead people to believe we're in the position to settle all awards in this time. The letter from Laura Trott, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, to Dr. Kiva Archibald, the Northern Ireland Finance Minister, on the 13th of February, offered an additional £846 million to meet needs in 23-24. with £584 million of this for public sector pay. Local decisions have increased this, which is most welcome, but the Finance Minister has made it clear that this is not enough to settle all public sector pay negotiations, and some entire groups of workers are not included in this figure. It's important again to be clear on this point. The obstacle to delivering fair pay awards has not been political uncertainty, as this motion suggests, or indeed a lack of political will, but rather the fact that public services have been underfunded by the Treasury for a number of years. Baseline funding in Northern Ireland is simply not sufficient to meet our needs. As public sector pay is a key component of departmental spend, and our public sector workforce is disproportionately larger than elsewhere in the UK, it's perhaps the most visible symptom of allocating funding in Northern Ireland on the basis of a population share rather than on need. All of this creates challenges for recruitment and retention of people working across our public services. In some cases, this is due to higher wages in the private sector or other countries, and in the health service, many can attain better pay and more flexible work when they are employed by an agency. In a context where £584 million has been made available by the Treasury to meet public sector pay negotiations for 23-24, it is right that the public sector pay negotiations, where possible, should be concluded by the end of the financial year, and that the Minister of Finance should make a statement to the Assembly upon the conclusion of these negotiations. But again, we must be clear that we know that this will not cover all public sector pay negotiations. We also need to be clear that the money awarded by the Treasury for 23-24 is a one-off. It does not inform the baseline going forward, so that while it might be possible to claim that we've retrospectively been funded to need in 23-24, the £846 million does not address the deficit in baseline funding arising from our having been underfunded in 22-23 and 23-24 going forward. The Laura Trott letter makes provision for an additional £520 million for the financial years 24-25 and 25-26. If all of the monies allocated for public service stabilisation in these years are spent on public sector wages and nothing from the stabilisation pot on the public services themselves, There will be a £60 million wages shortfall in both years, and from 26-27 there will be no money available to meet this £584 million public sector pay shortfall, as funding to Northern Ireland plunges but below need for the second time in the space of 4 years. In this context, while it would be possible to use this debate to simply note that £584 million has been made available and agree negotiations for 23-24 should be concluded this financial year, and that the Minister of Finance should make a statement to the Assembly, this debate also affords an opportunity to demonstrate that the DUP is doing more than looking at the immediate future and has taken the lead in developing creative ideas to find sustainable, longer-term funding solutions. We continue to be committed to making sure that Northern Ireland is funded to need. The UK Government must afford Northern Ireland the same two protections it currently provides Wales to prevent the block funding falling below need: a 5% uplift to slow down the impact of the Barnett squeeze, and a fiscal floor at the Hotham definition of need, below which funding cannot fall. Our staff in health, education and across the public sector in Northern Ireland deserve to be treated the same as their counterparts across the United Kingdom. And let us be clear, it was the DUP that fought hard for any increase in funding for Northern Ireland and continues in that fight.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And one of the most shameful outworkings of successive periods of suspension of this House in recent years has been the degradation of public sector pay for some of our most essential workers. Take our nurses as just one example. In December 2019, the Royal College of Nursing was forced to commence strike action for the first time in its 103-year history. With the arrival of New Decade, New Approach and the restoration of these institutions just 1 month later, it was promised that never again would our nurses be forced onto picket lines. Not 4 years later, following yet another collapse, our nurses watched as pay awards were made in other parts of these islands, whilst they received nothing and once again became the worst paid in the UK. Backed into a corner by our politicians, those workers who we applauded during the pandemic were left with no other option but to protest over pay parity and unsafe staffing levels. And I would remind members that those nurses sacrificed pay in order to engage in that strike action. That is a stark contrast to those from this House who were on strike from their roles for 18 months and received a healthy salary. Those same MLAs who were animated about the Northern Ireland Protocol and the Windsor Framework and the academic arguments about the IRC made barely a whimper when it came to the very real sea border which they created for pay, conditions and living standards for some of our most essential workers. It is welcome that this Assembly and Executive has now been restored and progress on pay is being made. But speaking to those on picket lines earlier this year, it is clear that this is about so much more than simply pay. Of course.
Would the member also agree with me that in addition to the damage done in the last 2 years, that going back to 2019, when I was diagnosed with cancer and nurses went on strike, both my treatment and the treatment of many other people with very serious illnesses and diseases in Northern Ireland were shamefully treated, not by the nurses, but by a House that failed to sit and a House that failed to deliver?
I could not agree with the member more, and I know that the member has personal experience in that regard as well. We in this House are asking health workers to operate under extreme pressure in unimaginable conditions. The numbers speak for themselves. Over 8,600 patients waited more than the recommended 12 hours in A&E in the months to December 2023. Almost 342,000 people are on a waiting list for their first consultant-led appointment. And that is against a backdrop of almost 6,000 vacancies across the health and social care system. And I feel like I am participating in this debate in a parallel universe, given the vote that has just happened. Because whilst I agree with members that Tory austerity has had an impact, whilst I agree that underfunding has had an impact, it seems that the DUP and Sinn Féin are blind to the fact that one of the biggest impacts on our health service and on public sector pay has been stop-start government. And it is well and good for Mr Kearney to talk about working for all. But Mr Kearney seems very happy with a position whereby voters for the Alliance Party, for People Before Profit and indeed for the Green Party are treated as second-class citizens in this House. Platitudes are one thing, but delivery in this chamber is quite another. And I think members, particularly on the Sinn Féin benches, have a brass neck, frankly, given how they voted on the previous motion, to decry a lack of stability in public finances and public services. It was the now First Minister who published the Bingo report in October 2016. A matter of months later, in January 2017, Sinn Féin pulled the institutions down. We had government for a matter of months during a global pandemic when no transformation was possible, and then the DUP decided it was time to walk out. So whilst the photo ops are all well and good, whilst we can talk about parties working together, what our public sector workers, what our public services need and demand is a promise of stability. Stability that can only be delivered through reform of these institutions. The degradation of pay and conditions for our health workers have been replicated right across our public sector. Transport workers, teachers, classroom assistants and so many others have been impacted. I am conscious too that our junior doctors have action planned, and also that our classroom assistants and other non-teaching staff are awaiting their long-promised pay and grading review. I accept that pay and grading review has languished with the Department of Education and Department of Finance when there have not been ministers. But I do sincerely hope that now we have ministers in place, we will be able to make progress on that issue. We are in a better place, Mr. Speaker, but if we are to sustain the progress which has been delivered over recent days and weeks, parties in this chamber need to be honest with the public who demand reform of these institutions about their position and grasp the opportunity to ensure these institutions endure into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A lot has already been said in this chamber and on the airwaves over recent weeks about the issue of public sector pay. As such, today's debate will likely be a replication of much of that. Thankfully, in recent days and weeks, there has been real progress made in resolving many of the public sector pay disputes, with many unions currently consulting their memberships on the respective offers on the table. I hope that very soon they will begin to be accepted. But whilst we await the outcome of these processes, it goes without saying that the almost 2-year absence of this place from February 2022 to February this year inflicted real damage. No public service escaped unscathed, and amongst the people who were most greatly impacted were so many of our public sector workers. It has been the long-standing position of my party that given our medical staff in Northern Ireland are signed up to the wider UK terms and conditions for the NHS, when the independent pay review body recommends a percentage increase, it should be implemented. No ifs, no buts. It's a simple matter of fairness. And yet, regardless of whether individual pay awards are based on the recommendation of pay review bodies or through the internal deliberations of the individual sponsor departments, as we all came to see, very little was possible in the absence of an executive. In particular, it was an absolute travesty. Once again, our health workers felt that they were left in the position of having no choice but to undertake industrial action. It is simply not in the DNA of our valued HSC staff to cause any disruption to those they serve. We all remember what happened in late 2019 and early 2020, a time with what were then wholly unprecedented scenes of widespread industrial action. And equally, we remember how, after the restoration of the executive in January of that year, Robin Swan secured political anonymity around the executive table to not only immediately restore pay parity, but to maintain it. And for a while it appeared as if things were going well. Pay awards were being honoured, and indeed, when finances permitted, our health workers were even awarded additional in-year uplifts over and above what some colleagues elsewhere were receiving. And then, barely 2 years after that last restoration, the executive once again collapsed and public services were pushed to the brink. And what made it significantly worse, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was that the collapse in February 2022 came about only weeks before that executive and this Assembly should have been agreeing a budget with future allocations. But instead of departments having financial certainty and the scope to deliver upon even the most important of the independent pay review recommendations, the ability to really decide on anything was literally robbed from them. I appreciate there may be a difference of opinion as to the rights and wrongs of holding the people of Northern Ireland to political ransom, but I'm categorically in the group that thinks the pain and the disruption inflicted was far too high a price to pay. The animosity felt by our public sector workers had boiled over into record levels of action, and whilst pay for many has now thankfully since been resolved, the implications of the disruption will be long felt for quite some time yet. And that's particularly in the case of the health service, where it's not just cancelled consultations or procedures, but the loss of so much precious capacity with so few appointments even booked. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would conclude my remarks with an appeal to those workforces who are still holding out for revised pay awards, and in particular, following my focus on health, I would make an appeal to our junior doctors to think again about their actions later this week. The Health Minister has already said that he has instructed his officials to deliver the DDRB recommendations, and for junior doctors that's an average increase of over 9% in pay, with first-year doctors receiving a consolidated increase closer to 11%. And whilst I know some are sticking by their ask of 35%, we just need to be realistic. There's not an unlimited pool of money, and all ministers have had to live within the funding realities of what has been made available. There is no doubt that political uncertainty has had a damaging impact on our public services, but instead of further action, now is the time to try to repair the immeasurable damage that uncertainty has inflicted. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Liz Kimmins.
And I can safely say, given the previous speakers, that there's no one in this chamber who would disagree that our public sector workers should get the pay increase that they well and truly deserve. As others have said, we have witnessed, particularly in recent years during COVID, that it was our frontline public sector workers who stepped up to the mark and delivered, when the vast majority of other workers had the opportunity or the option to work from home and adapt their working pattern to deal with the public health crisis we were facing. Our healthcare workers kept our health service running. And as been referenced already, we came out and clapped for those workers every week. Yet when it came to giving them what they're entitled to, the Tory government showed that they felt claps were a sufficient reward for the hard work and dedication of these workers. But it is disappointing that the proposers of this motion have allowed the Tories to abdicate the responsibility to fund this place in line with the needs of our people by failing to acknowledge the role that they play in preventing us, from properly investing in our public services, particularly our health service. Something that the SDLP joined with the rest of the parties in this Assembly just 4 weeks ago in passing a cross-party motion calling on the British Government to properly fund public services here and to place public finances on a sustainable footing. 13 years of Tory austerity has decimated our public services, no matter what way you package that, including pay for health and social care workers, a shameful indictment of just how high on their list of priorities the Tories place those individuals working in the most challenging environments, in deteriorating conditions, which is driving health and social care workers away from the jobs they love in their hometowns and cities, driving them to the south of Ireland, across the water, and in many cases to the other side of the world. This continued trajectory is undoubtedly the fundamental issue of the huge crises we are witnessing across every corner of our health service. And if we do not have the adequate finances to pay our health and social care workers a fair wage, not just now but in the future, and ensure they are working in conditions that are properly resourced, then this constant firefighting to deal with colossal waiting lists, a lack of respite provision, delayed cancer diagnosis and treatments, amongst a long list of serious issues our health service is facing, will not be resolved. Mr Deputy Speaker, in recent days I met with the Junior Doctors Committee, who will take to the picket lines this week as a result of 30% pay erosion over the last 16 years. Yet we ask ourselves, why are GP practices collapsing around us, and why can we not access our GPs? If we do not look after our public sector workers, we will have no workforce, and no workforce means no public services. Sin é. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to support this motion today, but I would also urge the opposition not to get lost in their efforts to grab a headline, but instead join with the rest of us and focus our collective efforts in securing a financial package from the British Treasury that is reflective of the needs of the people of the North and will deliver a long-term sustainable footing for our health service and all our public sector workers.
Call Paul Frew.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm really enjoying this opposition day, Mr Deputy Speaker, because of a number of reasons. One, I really like the idea of an opposition, and I do believe that this place has been lacking because we didn't have an opposition. So I really like the idea of having an opposition and having opposition days, because I think that with regards to the process of democracy, it's only right that the executive members are held to account. Another reason why I like the fact that the SDLP are in opposition is because, quite frankly, they were woeful in government. And let's hope that they can do better in opposition. And I was just looking earlier on in my room, Mr Speaker, in this camera here. It's brilliant because you're all sitting in your place, and the one camera can get you all in shot at the one time, and that's really, really effective looking, although you have a member away at the minute. So I wish the SDLP all the best in the opposition. And I'm glad that the second motion that they bring... Yes, I will. Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way. I do, however, take some exception with his description of SDLP's performance when in government is woeful. Could he perhaps highlight any example of this woefulness that would compare with the loss of over £600 million of taxpayers' money, like that of the RHI presided over by the DUP?
Yes. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Of course, interventions are meant to be short, but yes, I can. And again, it's disappointing to know that the SDLP have only been in opposition a matter of months, and there's already more cracks showing in the SDLP than the car lifts in our MOT centres, which you failed to address at the last run-in, Mr Deputy Speaker. And hypocrisy is astounding from the party that was prepared to sack nurses. The party who is in opposition was prepared to sack nurses if they didn't adhere to a mandate. That's the sort of party that's now in opposition, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad then that they're not now in government. But I'm glad and I welcome the fact that the second motion they've brought forward here is about this issue on public sector pay, because it's fundamentally about people. And because of the size of our public sector, it's enormous. It's an enormous burden on this place to fund it, but we must also recognise that within that massive monster of a public sector, it's people. And it's people who function and help our people every day. So it's important that we recognise that, and it's important that these people, the people who work on our behalf in our government departments and our frontline services, are paid respectably and paid what they deserve. And that hasn't been the case, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm glad that most of the executive ministers who are now in post see this as a number one priority, because it's about people. And it won't function without paying those people the correct remuneration. But the truth is, Mr Deputy Speaker, in that the money that has been allocated with regards to the one-off, the $584 million, just won't cut it. Because it really is looking backwards with regards to the 23-24 year. But what about next year? What about the recurring costs? And the year after that? And the year after that? So it's important that we make sure that we get the funding we require, and it is true to say that Barnett just doesn't cut it anymore, and that there now has to be a better measurement of need, and that we should look towards Wales as to how they're getting on and make sure that we get sufficient pay and funding for the need that we need in Northern Ireland. And of course our public sector is bigger than both Wales and Scotland, so it's inevitable that we will probably require more, especially in the short term, to counter that issue with regards to our public sector size. I've also heard it here today say about fiscal powers, and this scares me, Mr Deputy Speaker, Because I do not believe that this Assembly, or this Executive more to the point, has the maturity to have more fiscal powers. And what you're basically saying at this stage is this. You're basically saying that we want to give public sector pay and public sector workers pay in this hand, but then you want to take it off them in this hand. And not only that, I will in a wee minute once I make progress, and not only that, you want to burden the private sector also, where I grew up in construction. You're basically going to burden them with further fiscal taxes and rate rises and everything else that goes with it, with more fiscal powers. I will give way.
My colleague in the Finance Committee, would he say that one reason why he thinks we're not mature enough to have more fiscal powers? I disagree, but is one reason why we wouldn't be mature enough that certain parties in this Assembly keep collapsing the institutions and completely deny basic political and institutional stability?
Yeah, and the party in the opposition has used this as a mantra since they've been back, and I get why they're doing it, but it really doesn't. It's not really constructive, as they say they are, to keep raising this issue when we are, and every single one of the parties that's in the Executive is looking forward. And so you're nearly creating a goal. You're creating a goal that's not actually there. So I would ask, I would ask, and I will end on this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I value the work of an opposition, and I wish you all the best, and I really do hope you are effective. Thank you.
Call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think echo the things that have been said across, and start by acknowledging the tremendous dedication and hard work that has been exhibited by our public sector workers, especially amongst the last 7 years when 5 of those this Assembly hasn't sat. But I come to this debate as our Alliance Party spokesperson for economy and support the motion. Our economy to grow needs a strong, vibrant public services, and unfortunately the damage done to our public services and the image of this part of this island for inward investment and the lack of stability in this place has hemorrhaged confidence for those looking in. Recently I've asked both Ministers for Economy and Communities about reform for Invest NI and for Sport NI, respectively. Those departments have a checkered recent past, and while raising the reform issue there, I've made it clear that in both cases we do have some really talented individuals working in those bodies. But unfortunately it isn't them that are causing the problems. It's the complete lack of leadership, direction and focus, and the responsibility of that starts in this chamber. Life for everyone in society has challenges. Life isn't a straightforward path. It takes direction, and there's always a turn and a twist, but it takes energy to keep moving forward. And if I can use an analogy of an escalator in one of our shopping centres, all aspects of life can feel like walking up the down escalator. But when parties here have walked away and collapsed this place, everything here in this Assembly stops. But when you stop on the escalator that's going down, and you think that you're standing still and pausing these institutions, because in reality, the life everywhere else goes on, you automatically move backwards. And when you eventually try to start up again, you start from further back, while the rest of the world has moved on. And that is true of our public sector workers and of their pay. But also, really importantly, and I think this point needs to be stressed, it's actually their working conditions and the pressure that they also are put under and they have to work in, and the services that they are expected to deliver. Because fundamentally, this is about making our public sector workers feel valued. When parties here have chosen to take their ball and walk off the pitch, there are consequences far more reaching, and that financial cost is currently being paid by our public sector workers. I come from business, and in business, your employees are your first customers. So after all, it's them. If they can't be positive about the business they work in, why should anybody else be? And this applies for government departments too. Our workers, our public sector workers, are the first customers. If you want first-class public services, you need to show those providing those services that they are valued. It's obvious, and yet incredibly, that we seem to think pay can be regarded as an afterthought. The cost of the Assembly suspension felt this year and every year as the gap grows between other regions of the UK. It's been already said about nurses and everywhere else, between here in the UK and the massive difference now emerging between here and the south. Suspension can never happen again. And I echo the comments of my colleague, Owen Tennyson, about Sinn Féin just voting against that reform and preventing this from happening again. It's the Alliance Party that has consistently led calls for structural reform, and we continually lead in that debate, and genuinely we are thankful to the SDLP for joining in with us on that, and we welcome that move, that we can work together in that direction. This House must also ensure the suspensions of this Assembly, and let's be honest, it's been happening since 1998, that we collectively do all we can to reform these institutions, to bring them up to date on the reality of life in Northern Ireland in 2024. We do acknowledge the tremendous dedication and hard work exhibited by our public sector workers, and we urge the Minister of Finance to make a statement to the Assembly once these negotiations have concluded or by the end of the financial year. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that public sector workers receive equitable pay they deserve, and we must act with urgency to make that a reality. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Cara Hunter.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, our public sector workers are the very backbone of this place. Our society could not and would not function without them. They're the very tapestry of our society. Our nurses, bus drivers, junior doctors, teachers and more are the threads that hold us together. Yet in the face of a relentless cost of living crisis, they are being stretched to their limits. With inflation rates soaring, the value of wages has plummeted, leaving many unable to afford the basics of life. Our healthcare staff, who are the front line and saving lives, find themselves struggling to pay bills. Bus drivers who ensure our mobility and connectivity are forced to make hard choices between heating and eating. Junior doctors, as rightfully talked about earlier, have had no choice other than to go on strike. Again, the very backbone of our healthcare system, who work exhaustive hours only to face financial instability. Our teachers, tasked with shaping the future of our children and young people, are being undervalued financially, questioning their ability to continue in their vocation, as are our important classroom assistants. And recently I had attended the picket line outside Rossmore Special School in Limavady and spoke with classroom assistants there who had detailed they're working 2 or 3 jobs at a time due to the level of financial stress that they're experiencing. And when we see the level of care that they provide in that role, it's just crazy to think that they have to do that. So we must see an uplift in their pay. That's why this place must honour them and deliver equitable pay awards and resolve all outstanding public sector pay negotiations. That's why the SDLP has put the motion to the floor today. The financial pressure facing our workers has had a toll on their mental health. Recent studies have shown an uptick in anxiety, depression and stress among all public sector workers directly correlated with financial pressures. And I think that's the key thing when we talk about the need for pay increase today is pressure. Our public sector workers are under significant stress. The pressure is crippling and it's crushing people. And this brings me to my next point, which is the sheer lack of simple pleasures, once considered mundane, a family outing, a small vacation, or even a simple dinner out, have become luxuries in the eyes of so many and something that they simply cannot afford. And recently I was speaking with a constituent who said, after a tough work week, you used to be able to go down to the pub and have a pint and kind of talk it over with your friends, and that was it. But now even going for a pint doesn't fit into their budget. That's the level of financial stress that we're seeing. But this isn't just about economics. It really is about those simple things, the quality of life, the mental well-being of our constituents, our workers, who shouldn't be living to work, but working to live so they can have a high quality of life for themselves and their family. And articles published over the last 2 years really paint a grim picture of where we are in this situation in Northern Ireland. For instance, a recent piece highlighted that over 60% of our nurses in Northern Ireland are considering leaving the profession. And I'm a daughter of a nurse, so I've seen over the decades just the level of stress, the hours that they're on their feet. We had a previous nurse here in our chamber, and I've talked about that before, just the level of stress our nurses are under and the long hours that they do. And they deserve their pay just for the job that they do. They're incredible. and they can't afford to live on their current wages. Another report pointed out the alarming rate at which our bus drivers are leaving jobs, leading to reduced services and impacting daily lives for thousands of citizens. And I know in my own constituency, we're such a rural constituency, so our bus routes are vitally important. But these aren't isolated incidents, they're symptoms of a broader crisis. Fair pay in this context isn't just a demand, it's a necessity. And it's about acknowledging the fundamental role that these workers play in all of our lives and all of our communities, and ensuring that they can live with dignity and fair pay. It's about recognising a society that undervalues its public sector workers is a society at risk of losing them, which would lead to an unimaginable impact on our daily lives and for future generations here in the north of Ireland. As we stand at this crossroad, the question before us is not whether we can afford to increase public pay for our public sector workers, but the question is, can we afford not to? The implications of inaction are far-reaching, affecting not just the workers and their families, but the very fabric of our society here in the north. We must represent the needs of workers within these four walls, and we cannot see another shameful collapse of these institutions again. It's all interwoven, it's all interlinked. Let's not kid ourselves. It's time to invest in those who invest in us. It's time to recognise their worth with more than just an applause. Let's come together to ensure that our nurses, our bus drivers, our junior doctors and teachers and more can live with the dignity they deserve, reflecting the invaluable service that they provide to us all, and let's give them the pay that they so rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on this very important matter, an important matter that is one that has been for a very long time a priority for the Alliance Party. That is the pay of our public sector workers. Perhaps I should at the outset declare an interest in having been a public sector worker for all of my working life. Prior to coming to this Assembly nearly 12 years ago, I had the unique opportunity to work in the public sector and to look at public sector pay and conditions. Over 30 years working as an employment relations officer in the Labour Relations Agency, assisting public sector and other trade unions to negotiate their pay and conditions. I welcome the long overdue work now being done by ministers and government departments and trade union negotiators across the public sector in determining and delivering pay increases now. However, these negotiations must go hand in hand with long-term fiscal guarantees and mechanisms to ensure that we can adequately fund our public services and implement the necessary transformations. Public sector workers are not looking for special treatment. They're merely seeking fairness and equality in pay and conditions, and their funding must reflect this. Funding that has been delivered to their counterparts in England and Wales, but due to, as others have reminded us here in this debate, successive failure by Sinn Féin and the DUP, denying stability and certainty to many cases underpaid and undervalued public sector workers. One really does wonder how speakers in this debate today believe public sector workers can take them seriously. It is this stop-start failure that has led to the absence of proper long-term planning. Strained budgets have led to cuts and overspending. Our services have deteriorated more than in any previous period of collapse, falling far short of public expectations, damaging the resilience of public sector workers. It is evident the accumulation of longer-term issues that have been neglected for far too long. The current one-year package, which broadly speaking allows us to achieve pay parity with the rest of the United Kingdom, falls short of addressing the systemic pressures on public sector pay going forward. Ultimately, without a long-term sustainable option, the recurring costs of these pay awards will put continued significant pressure, if not impossible pressure, on the Executive's finances, forcing them into a predicament where they must choose between cutting services or ensuring fair pay. But these are not the only challenges that Northern Ireland faces. Improvements are needed in areas like healthcare, waiting lists, school budgets, infrastructure, childcare, poverty alleviation, climate change, mitigation, and much, much more. All of this would be difficult enough for a well-functioning government, let alone one that struggles with stability, unity, and strategic focus. In the face of these pressures, we cannot have more of the same. Without genuine change, how is government going to work? Northern Ireland has little chance of addressing its problems, not least given the scale of challenges it now faces over the next 3 years. That, with the dying days, hopefully, of a Tory administration and the uncertain days of a new government. These changes can only happen if Northern Ireland has sustained stable government, and to do that, reform of our institutions is needed. Furthermore, the repeated cycles of what can only be described as the ransom politics have not only pushed the government structures to breaking point, but have also eroded public confidence in the very concept of devolution. If we are to safeguard the future of the Good Friday Agreement and our institutions, then it is imperative that we implement significant changes in these structures. The reform proposals by my party, which respect the fundamental principles of the agreement, offer a pathway to stability and fairness. These reforms must ensure that no single party can stop the formation of a government or single-handedly collapse it in the future. This approach protects the rights of parties to participate in government, but it also gives parties the option to opt out if they so choose, something the largest two parties cannot do under the current system. No party would be excluded, but equally no party would have a veto over the operation of government that denies others the right to do their job and deliver for our constituents and public sector workers. Even more, a long-term programme for government and multi-year budget are essential. They will set out agreed priorities for the next 3 years, maintaining sustained focus on improving public services so that benefits are tangible for the day-to-day lives of our citizens. While the financial packages agreed upon with the UK Government provide some relief for Northern Ireland's budget, it doesn't solve the systemic issues within our public finances.
Member, bring his remarks to a close.
I will. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, the time to reform is now. The time to defend our public sector workers in decay and conditions is now, and they should no longer be used as a political bargaining chip.
And I call Justin McNulty.
We need to do better than playing catch-up with our overburdened, underpaid public sector workers' pay packets. We need decisive action and ambition from this executive to ensure our public sector workers feel valued and are fairly rewarded. If we continue to delay fair pay for our teachers, our midwives, nurses, doctors, classroom assistants, physios, radiographers, dietitians, public transport workers, how can we be surprised when they vote with their feet and walk out, as they did on the 18th of January, when tens of thousands of hard-toiling workers from 16 different unions walked out in a demonstration against unfair pay and against unjust pay? I have to applaud the unions for organising such an event of significance, the major event of the last 50 years, where there was such goodwill from everybody on the day. So well done to them on that. We need to pay public sector workers what they are worth and ensure they feel valued. For keeping the wheels of our economy turning, for keeping the wheels of our society turning. Pay them what they're worth. Fair pay now.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
I must say that this motion is absolutely typical of this Assembly across the Chamber, with parties of all shades who have cut public sector pay whilst in government, yet have no qualms talking about the burdens faced by public sector workers, real burdens though they are. Public sector workers who have had their living standards attacked don't want more crocodile tears, not least when Stormont at this minute is offering them another real terms pay cut. Deputy Speaker, words of concern from the establishment parties here, both in the executive and in the official opposition, are as useful to these workers as a chocolate fire card, because nothing less than a pay raise will even begin to address the pay erosion and enforced poverty that they've suffered at the hands of these very institutions. When public sector workers took strike action and demanded a pay raise, they did so with an eye to skyrocketing prices and raising inflation, which peaked at around 11%. I'm sure many public sector workers, Deputy Speaker, found it galling when Stormont ministers paraded their 5% deal in the media. 5% is not only a cut in real terms, but it doesn't even come close to restoring overall public sector pay levels, which have declined by at least 20% on Stormont's watch. People before profit were alone in opposing the Stormont budget bill on the basis that it copper-fastened a real terms pay cut for public sector workers, and perhaps unsurprisingly, the motion here makes no mention of that real terms pay cut, and it puts no concurrent demand on the executive to give them a pay raise and to invest properly in our public services. This motion, Deputy Speaker, seems more concerned about the timing of a deal than with delivering a deal which gives workers a real pay rise, what they need above that 5%. So I would urge any public sector worker to be wary of demands and promises from parties that have been in an executive for the past 2 decades and played a part in pay erosion. Also, Deputy Speaker, I have a reminder for parties here who think they can quickly ram through a deal or pass a pay cut off as a pay rise. They may hold the purse strings for now, but the 170,000 public sector workers who took strike action in January have the real power here and across our society. If they choose to reject this pay cut, executive parties will have to cough up the money. It's time to pay these workers, it's time to pay them properly and invest properly in our public services like people were promised. Thank you.
Thank you. Now call on the Minister of Finance to respond, and the Minister has up to 15 minutes.
And I want to thank those who have taken part in the debate today on public sector pay. Some members' comments I will respond to in the course of my remarks, and others I will address at the end. Our public sector workers are at the heart of service delivery. This executive is united on the need to resolve public sector pay. One of the first actions I took as Minister of Finance was to seek flexibility from the Treasury around the funding that was made available in the financial package to deal with the departmental overspends and public sector pay. Getting this flexibility meant that the amount that the Executive could allocate for pay was over £100 million more than was originally provided for in the financial package, some £688 million in total. I was really pleased that the Executive supported the proposal to allocate that amount towards public sector pay. It signals that we value our public sector workers. They are delivering public services in our communities on a daily basis, in our schools, our hospitals, across the transport network and right across the public sector, including our civil servants. It was important that we went as far as we could, and that's what we did as an Executive. This funding, along with the £380 million for departmental overspends, has now been provided as a total resource DEL allocation for each department. Gaining executive agreement to these departmental allocations meant that departments could immediately begin to take forward negotiations to agree public sector pay awards for 23-24. And providing this allocation for pay as part of a broader funding envelope granted flexibility to departments to manage pay awards within the overall funding available. And as members will also be aware, I then brought forward a budget bill for 23-24, which gave departments the legal authority to spend the funding that the Executive had agreed to. You will know the urgency with which this had to be taken forward, and I am grateful for the support and cooperation I received enabling this legislation to be introduced at such pace. It was born out of necessity. I agree entirely that public sector workers have waited too long to get the pay rise that they are entitled to for 23-24. The fact that this delay has taken place in the context of a severe cost of living crisis and a squeeze on household budgets has only exacerbated the impact that we know so many of our citizens have felt. In terms of pay negotiations, the one that I am directly responsible for as Finance Minister is civil service pay. Upon taking office, I prioritised meeting civil service unions. These were among the first meetings I had in my first week as Finance Minister. I quickly gave officials a negotiating remit to engage with unions on the 2023-24 pay award. I asked for these discussions to conclude as quickly as possible to get the offer made, and I am pleased to advise negotiations started on the 19th of February and the pay offers were issued on the 26th of February. The civil service pay offer will see the majority of civil servants receive a 5% consolidated increase plus a one-off £1,500 non-consolidated payment. Some will also receive progression increments. I am also pleased to maintain the commitment to the civil service being a living wage foundation employer and will increase pay to match the most recent Living Wage Foundation real living wage rate of £12 per hour. The lowest paid staff in the civil service currently earn £21,053 a year. By increasing pay in line with the Living Wage Foundation rate, the annual pay will rise to £23,177. This represents a 10% increase. The pay offer I have made will, if accepted, see this 10% increase for the lowest paid staff backdated to August 2023. The eligible staff will also receive the further £1,500 non-consolidated payment. I understand the unions will ballot their members on this offer. I am pleased to note that NIPSA, the union with the biggest membership in the civil service, has recommended the offer to its members. I hope staff will look favourably on the offer and that unions' consultation with their members will proceed as swiftly as possible so we can get pay to staff as soon as practicable. For my part, I have done what I could as quickly as possible to make sure public sector workers receive the pay awards they are entitled to for 23-24. I know other ministers with responsibility for other groups of public sector workers are seeking to agree pay awards for this year as quickly as possible. My strong hope is that these negotiations will come to a conclusion as soon as possible so that the pay awards can be implemented as quickly as possible and provide some relief to public sector workers and their families. The motion asks that the Minister of Finance makes a statement to the Assembly upon the conclusion of the pay negotiations or at the end of the financial year. As I have said, I am not responsible for finalising pay negotiations for public sector staff groups except for civil service pay. It is right that we afford unions the time and space they need to ballot their members. In the case of civil servants, we are expecting non-industrial unions consultation with members will be concluded by the middle of March, with industrial unions' consultation expected to take 8 weeks. I will update members once negotiations around civil service pay have been concluded. In terms of the other public sector staff groups involved in negotiations, it is for the relevant ministers involved to update members on these negotiations, as they will be closer to the details that relate to each of these. I know, for example, the Health Minister has made a written statement to the Assembly setting out the latest position with regards to health pay negotiations. I just want to address some of the comments that members have made in the course of the debate. Mr McCarten just mentioned that point around giving unions their time and space. He mentioned that the negotiations weren't going quickly enough, and it's important that unions' processes are respected in that regard. And I know ministers and employers are trying to progress their end of negotiations as quickly as possible. Declan Kearney and Liz Kimmins both mentioned the impact of Tory austerity, which I agree was a political choice to run down public services across Britain and here. And I agree with Mr Kearney around the need for social dialogue going forward and for a new funding model. Diane Forsyth mentioned the need to settle disputes quickly, and that we weren't able to give departments everything that they want, and that was the case, but we did allocate as much as we were able to, and I'm glad that the Executive supported the proposition that was put forward. I agree with Alan Chambers, no workers, healthcare or other want to be on picket lines and indeed suffer financial penalty for being there. Mr Frew, I don't agree with his assertions in relation to fiscal devolution, but I'm sure that we will debate that many times in the time ahead. Mr Huntingford and Cara Hunter and Stuart Dixon, Justin McNulty all mentioned the value of our public sector workers, needing to value them, needing them to have good quality of life and good working conditions as well as decent pay. And I think that's not as particularly pertinent in healthcare, where staff, when they're on strike, it's not just about pay, but it's also about safe staffing levels. And I think it is important that we progress that also. But public sector workers right across the public sector will be key to delivering the transformation that we all want to see. So it's important that they are properly recompensed. Last Concordia, as I have said, I want to see public sector pay awards for 23-24 made to staff as soon as possible. For my part, I think I have done what I could in the short space of time since the return of the institutions to make sure that this happens. We are not there yet, and more work remains to be done, and I know workers involved have waited a long time for the increases they are entitled to. So I will continue to do what I can to ensure negotiations are concluded and awards made as quickly as possible. Whilst we are discussing pay issues for this year, we will soon need to turn to public sector pay considerations for next year. I have had a constructive first meeting with the Treasury last week and look forward to continued engagement in the time ahead. I welcome the agreement of the Treasury to immediately commence work together on the development of a fiscal framework that reflects our level of need. This will be critical to delivering sustainably funded, high-quality public services, including on public sector pay.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call on Colin McGrath to conclude and wind on the debate. Mr McGrath, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to wind on this debate today. It is an important one for many people, and it shows the important role of an opposition for not just shouting from the sidelines or being opposed to the executive for the sake of being opposed, but allowing us to highlight the issues that are of critical importance to people right across this place. But surely, after more than a decade of stop-go politics, it is time for change. Stop-go politics doesn't serve anyone's interests, and it does not deliver positive outcomes for the public. It has been effective in diminishing people's trust in politics. It has been effective in damaging public services, and it has been effective in delivering a decade of pay erosion for those in our public sector. Today's business is important, and it highlights the importance of having the opposition here in the Assembly. Even though one member of this place took to Twitter last week referring to the opposition as an irrelevance. But, Deputy Speaker, it is time for that reform. The need for reform is evident so clearly on the matter of pay. Since 2010, our nurses have suffered a year-on-year real terms reduction in pay. So much so that an experienced nurse is being paid in real terms the same amount for 5 days of work now as they were for 4 days of work in 2010. A grade 5 nurse here could earn between £27,000 and £33,000. Meanwhile, in the south, they could earn between €33,000 and €50,000. And what about our doctors? In the south, their wage could range from €102,000 to €121,000, almost a third more than they get here. And just to set it into a specific context, while the amount we pay our healthcare staff has eroded over the last 10 years, the amount we expect them, as an example, to pay for a house has skyrocketed above the rate of inflation. In 2012, the average house was 3.7 times the top band 5 salary for a nurse. Now it's 5 times that salary. And let's think of our domiciliary carers, those heroes that are out and about in our community, being literally a lifeline for so many, but grossly underpaid. Forcing them to pay for their own petrol and at times equipment tells these key public sector workers that this and previous executives do not care about them. For them, we need to see public sector pay reform. Our teachers too, Deputy Speaker, working in classrooms right across this place, more often than not taking work home with them in the evenings, purchasing their own resources because of their passion to teach, to instil knowledge in our young people and forging leaders for the future. We even have principals that had to go out and buy toilet rolls for the school because the school budget had run out. For these public sector workers, we must see public sector pay reform. So whether it's the refuse collector or the consultant, the teacher or the cleaner, whatever public sector role you play, executive after executive and collapse after collapse, you have been let down by these institutions, and that needs to change. Yes.
Agree with me, lots of members, particularly Sinn Féin members, were right to call out Tory austerity and the impact on public sector workers here. But isn't there a contradiction between calling out Tory austerity, the impact it has on public sector workers, but then saying that you want to retain a veto which allows one party to collapse government and hand complete power to Tory ministers to do what they like with this place?
Absolutely. I mean, we hear time and time again that the Tories are the big bad beast, and yet for 5 of the 7 years, in the last 7 years, we've left them in charge. We've let them take the decisions. We've let them put their ideology on our public sector workers. And then what do? Complain that the Tories have done that. We are demanding that reform begins now. However, we're under no illusions that the reform we seek to make the good for the people of Northern Ireland has to be made here and not in London. Here we had just 1 month in to these institutions, we have had a party leader, an executive minister, saying that the Secretary of State, who is currently polishing his CV and having his P45 drawn up, that he needs to do the heavy lifting on reform. A Secretary of State who has proven himself to act against the wishes of people here with no understanding of what life here is like.
I thank the member for giving way. Surely the member recognises that reform of these institutions would require legislation at Westminster, and therefore it is imperative that there is an engagement between the UK Government, the Irish Government and all parties. And while I share scepticism about the current Secretary of State, there is a contradiction by saying this should happen urgently, but that we shouldn't engage with the current government.
Time and time again, people have said that it needs to be London that takes the decisions, and every time that you speak to London, they say it's up to the parties here to take the decisions. So I think we start by taking the decision here that we want to see that reform, and then hopefully that change will follow. It is time to put an end to failure. Addressing our public sector pay is inherently tied to the reform of these institutions. We cannot and we must not divorce poor public sector pay and the collapse of these institutions, and that is why we as the opposition have sequenced these motions today. And it has been noted, we saw already today who it was that has voted for the opportunity for reform here and who has voted against it. And I think it is worth noting that those that have voted against the reform are likely to be the ones that will be complaining in the future if there's any future collapse and the impact that it has on public sector pay. Because significant pay divergence, that's the opposite of the pay parity, has occurred when there was no executive here, but also, shamelessly, when there actually was an executive here. Our nurses, our doctors, our teachers, civil servants and others have been forced to work here for less, doing the same job as in other places, and that is totally unfair. To the public sector workers, the grafters of our community, I say this as well. When a member of the executive parties complain about the level you as a public sector worker are being paid and say that it's a disgrace, remember this: they set your wages. And time again, they have set it too low. And then whenever they have allowed the collapse of these institutions, it's been the Tories that have set the wages. But we must remember other things. RHI got sorted. SIF got paid. Pet projects got developed and funded. But public sector wages were not. If any of them tell you that your current pay level is too low, remind them it's because they set it too low. Tell them to wipe their crocodile tears from their eyes and demand that pay parity is locked in for the future so that it cannot diverge again. That would be true public sector pay reform. And to take a look very quickly at some of the remarks that there has been in this debate. Blame the Tories. As ever, they blame the Tories, even though you take some of the decisions. A remark that it's a job for all the politicians to resolve. It's for the executive to resolve the public pay sector that there is here. To hear that there is some money, but not enough, is not going to be comforting for public sector workers out there. And time again, we heard from speakers that the biggest impact on public sector pay has been the collapse of these institutions, which only two parties brought down. And, of course, there was Mr Frew's contributions, which were typically drab and childish. But for those that fear what is being said, they know they're losing the game when they play the player and not the ball. I thank my colleague Cara Hunter for highlighting that lower pay rips families and workers from the leisure. Mr Speaker, I'm being interrupted here. Sorry, I'm not giving way. So we also heard from the Minister that people have waited too long for the pay award in 23 and 24, but that situation has been in no small part because of the contribution of parties collapsing the institutions here. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do hope that members will support this motion today and be part of positive change that we want to see in this shared home place. It's time for that change. That time is now. With so many swipes at us as an opposition today, I look forward to seeing everyone in this chamber voting to support public sector pay. Thank you.
I thank the member for that. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, I suggest take your ease for a change at the top table.
The next item on the order paper is an opposition motion on the establishment of an ad hoc committee to consider legislation to prevent the suspension of the devolved institutions. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That as provided for in Standing Order 53.1, this Assembly appoints an ad hoc committee to consider legislation to prevent the suspension of the devolved institutions at the discretion of a single party or an executive minister, and to submit a report to the Assembly by the 16th of September 2024. Composition: Sinn Féin 2, Democratic Unionist Party 2, Alliance Party 1, Ulster Unionist Party 1, Social Democratic and Labour Party 1. The chairperson of the ad hoc committee shall be nominated by the Leader of the Opposition, and a deputy chairperson shall be nominated by the committee. Quorum: the quorum shall be 5 members except when no decision is taken or question put to the committee, when the quorum shall be 4. Procedure: the procedures of the ad hoc committee shall be such as the committee shall determine.
Thank you. I call the Leader of the Opposition to move the motion.
Moved.
The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 3 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, this is the final motion to be debated in the opposition in our opposition day. I'm sure some members are relieved that that is the case. I think we have put some important markers down. We may make some progress, and hopefully we may make some progress yet with this, the final motion of the day. All 3 motions are designed to complement and indeed implement one another. The first one was designed to set out principles around the need to end the toxic veto, to express our regret and our shame to the people that we serve about what's happened in this place over the last decade. The second motion, was which we've just passed, I'm pleased to say, was designed to reflect the importance of public sector pay and get speedy resolution to the outstanding pay settlements. This motion now is an opportunity for those who voted against the first initial motion, Mr. Speaker, to do the right thing. To use another phrase, it's never too late to do the right thing. We designed this motion as an implementing vehicle for carrying through the will expressed by the Assembly in the first motion. What we heard from speakers was only one speaker from Sinn Féin. Obviously, the First and Deputy First Ministers declined to even live up to the convention of this House, come and answer the first opposition motion of this mandate. But what we did hear from the one Sinn Féin speaker who did contribute to that debate was that their objection, such as it was to the previous motion, was that it didn't specifically call out Tory austerity as part of that motion. I think we, in our remarks, have been clear that Tory austerity, and indeed Brexit, has been part of devastating the public realm, public services, and in this place, and indeed in other parts of the UK too. That is a given. The point I have made repeatedly is that, if you accept the point that economic ideology of making, particularly the most vulnerable, pay the price of austerity, if you believe that is the case, surely the worst, most objectionable thing you can possibly do is to give that government, those ideologues in London, the power to do whatever they like to people here. So, if we are serious about that, there's no mention that this follow-up motion should not give any trouble to the Sinn Féin members, presuming that actually what they were troubled about was this apparent absence of a reference to that, or this not touching on public services, because this motion is very specifically about a committee of this Assembly to debate options for reform. I'll run through it briefly because my time is limited. It sets out the composition of this proposed committee. There is, for the two big parties who do have, let's face it, the biggest mandates in this chamber, I have no difficulty acknowledging that. They have the right to the biggest presence collectively on that committee. We do think it should look at the options for ending the veto. We think it should be focused on ending the veto and not get into broader conversations about reform of the institutions, though there are very legitimate debates to be had about reform of the institutions. I'd like to see emphasis on durability and delivery on Strand 2, which has been sorely neglected over the last number of years, in fact in many ways since 1998. I'd also like to understand how Strand 3 is going to fit in with some of the new things that have been bilaterally agreed, apparently, between the DUP and London. I also think many of the comments that have been made around looking at designation and how it works in 2024 are completely legitimate and necessary. But I think, first of all, we need to focus on veto, removing this one toxic button, this nuclear button that threatens not just political stability, but it threatens our ability to do anything. Pay public sector workers, reform the health service, take economic advantage. We cannot collapse the institutions again. So this committee is designed to look at that issue and propose legislative proposals by September this year. There's already a huge amount of homework done in this area. This does not need to take years, Mr. Speaker. They don't need to go away and undertake a PhD. The Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, the Commons, did a report earlier this year. There have been multiple now reports that have been done. There are multiple options. And given that it is a committee that we're proposing of different parties, they can look at the different options and they can reflect on those different options. But we do think, I don't have time, I don't think I get an extra minute. I'm happy to I would normally give way, but I'm not seeking to be difficult. It's just that I'm very, very limited in time. If people are serious about reform, and we've heard a lot in recent weeks, including from both the new Economy Minister and indeed the First Minister, about the need, and indeed the President of Sinn Féin, the Leader of the Opposition in Dáil Éireann, about the need to take forward reform of the arrangements and look at it. We've heard a lot about that. We've heard fairly warm words about it. If people are serious, if they're serious about reform, then let's get this committee set up, let's get it working, and let's get it reporting back by September. Then, if people want to have a longer look at reform, all of that can happen in the AERC. But bluntly, this is a chance to do the right thing. Having done the wrong thing a few hours ago and voted against reform through the lobbies with the DUP and Jim Allister, let's do the right thing. Let's not gaslight people. Let's reform these institutions, deliver political stability, and get this committee up and running. I commend this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call Mr. Patsian.
And when I first saw this motion, I was somewhat bewildered because, as everyone knows, we have the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. And the role of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee is to review matters relating to the functioning of the Assembly and the Executive. And it exists for the very purpose of reforming the institutions. So it makes no sense, therefore, to establish an ad hoc committee which will effectively duplicate the work of an already existing standing committee that can deal with the issue the opposition want addressed. You have issues like who's going to sit on this ad hoc committee? Is the ad hoc committee and the Assembly and Executive Review Committee going to simultaneously deal with this particular issue? Are they going to call in the same experts and witnesses to appear in front of these committees? And with only 3 years of this mandate remaining, I would expect and hope that this Assembly will be extremely busy in bringing forward new legislation. So why would it be a good idea then to create what would amount to a less effective or powerful committee. And moreover, an ad hoc committee would have to be resourced and funded in a similar way. I would appeal to the SDLP to join with the rest of us to address this issue and others in the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. They have a strong representative on that committee who's more than capable of addressing any concerns that the SDLP may have. And I suppose my final question is, how does an ad hoc committee trump the Assembly and Executive Review Committee, whose function is to deal with the very issues, such as the one mentioned in this motion?
I'll be glad to hear, and maybe the opposition will be glad to hear, I intend to be brief in my remarks in relation to this motion. Because there's no point in going over significant ground that has been covered in the earlier opposition debate. It's been made clear the party's position in regards to the issues that have been facing the Assembly over this past 25 odd years. But to the very heart of it, and I think all members did touch on this, is the need for consensus politics. It will be crucial, not only now, but in times to come. At different times in these institutions, and indeed the wider political scene faced troubles in Northern Ireland, it was only through consensus politics that we've been able to chart a way through. And I see that no different now as it was in times past. Looking at the particular formation of another committee, I would share in the sentiment that has been expressed from the Sinn Féin's Pat Sheehan about, and it's a very simple, the opposition look at me with rolling eyes, but what is the point in the formation of another committee? Surely this place is committed to death, because it is in the remit of the Assembly and established under procedures for the Assembly and Executive Review Committee to look at these very matters. And I would say, I've only got 3 minutes, and I know there will be a time at the end. I currently chair that committee, and I look forward to working constructively with every single member that's on that committee to discuss issues which have been raised in today's debate. And there's been a number of issues that have been raised, whether it was through the Alliance Party, the SDLP, or indeed other parties. But that committee consists of the majority, the vast majority, bar TUV and People Before Profit, on that committee. We have a Sinn Féin Vice Chair. We have the Alliance Party, the DUP, Sinn Féin again, and Cara Hunter from the SDLP, which will represent the opposition on that very committee. That is the place in which these conversations will continue, in which parties can put their legitimate concerns on the record, the committee can do a detailed piece of work and report back as to its findings. But this will only be solved if there is consensus across the House. That will be crucial going forward if we are to cement long-term sustainable devolution, and I'm afraid through provisions such as an ad hoc committee or indeed the earlier debate will not provide that clarity or certainty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must be clear that these institutions are as stable today as they were the day before they last collapsed. The public are weary, and they want to be assured that we in this House are taking steps to ensure that the last collapse is the last collapse. I am of the Good Friday Agreement generation. That agreement allowed me to grow up in relative peace not experienced by my parents and grandparents. But I'm clear that that agreement was about more than the mere absence of violence or the minutiae of political structures, nor was it ever intended to be a ceiling on our ambitions. It was designed to be a foundation on which together we could build a brighter, more prosperous and shared future. Instead, mechanisms which were designed to protect minority rights by requiring cross-community support on key decisions have instead been turned on their head and abused to deny fundamental human rights, to derail bread and butter politics, and to spare the blushes of the DUP and Sinn Féin. Of course.
Would the member agree with me that we would have concerns in the party that another ad hoc committee similar to the Bill of Rights would cause a lot of work and a lot of people getting invested in it, and then for the wider public to be disappointed.
I would, and I will come to that point later in my remarks. From the blockage of marriage equality, the vetoing of health regulations during a pandemic, or protecting ministers who had clearly lost the confidence of this House, repeated abuses of the system are nothing more than a perversion of democracy. But more than that, cross-community votes are the least cross-community votes of any in this chamber. The case for reform may well be indisputable and supported by 3/4 of the public, but it will be resisted because it privileges the two largest parties. A bit like Orwell's Animal Farm, it seems that we are all equal, but some are simply more equal than others. And again, I lay this challenge to Sinn Féin members of the House in particular. Having talked about equality, having talked about wanting to work for all, having talked in the past about the importance of one man, one vote, how can you, with a straight face or a clear conscience, argue that it is acceptable that those who vote for Alliance, People Before Profit, or indeed the Green Party be treated as second-class citizens? How can you argue, having called on the DUP to end its boycott for 2 years, that their ability to wield a veto should be protected? And I do share my colleagues' concerns around an ad hoc committee. I think it will duplicate AERC. I think it is going to be ineffective because it, at its core, will have an inbuilt Sinn Féin and DUP majority. But having said all of that, I welcome the SDLP coming to this conversation genuinely. And so, in an act of good faith, despite the concerns that we have about the Ad Hoc Committee and its operation and its ability to deliver, we will support the motion today nonetheless. And equally, I hope the SDLP will support our calls for a proper root and branch review of these institutions as envisaged in the Good Friday Agreement but never delivered, which is inclusive of both governments and all parties of this House, to instil the confidence in these institutions that they so desperately need. Thank you.
Much as this is the first time I've spoken in the chamber outside of question time today, I take the opportunity to wish Mr O'Toole well in his new role and the SDLP well as the official opposition. As the political leader who brought on the first post-1998 opposition, it would be churlish and perverse not to wish you well. I think an opposition, an official opposition, is a step in the right direction towards normalising the politics of this place. And in fairness, I think you've structured your first opposition day a lot better than the first Ulster Unionist SDLP opposition day in 2016. The Ulster Unionists have supported your first two motions. It's going to be a case of 2 out of 3 ain't bad, I'm afraid, because we don't support this one. And I think the reasons have already been articulated. I sat on the Ad Hoc Committee on the Bill of Rights. We don't have a Bill of Rights. The Ad Hoc Committee went nowhere because we couldn't get agreement, and I cannot imagine for 1 millisecond that setting up this Ad Hoc Committee would be any more successful. And the point has been made repeatedly that the role for review rests with the Assembly Executive Review Committee, and we would support them taking a look at this issue. Finally, a little confusion that the Leader of the Opposition might clear up. In the motion it says that this Ad Hoc Committee would submit a report to the Assembly, but in your remarks I believe you said that they would submit proposals for reform. So are you prejudging the outcome, or which is it?
If he looks at the motion, says to submit a report and to consider legislation, I think it would be perverse for it not to submit legislative proposals. I wouldn't presuppose, however, that there would be a perfect majority or complete consensus on what those proposals would look like. That's why we have set out what the composition of the committee should be. And that's why also people have talked about this. That's why we've given it a deadline, unlike other ad hoc committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, the point is, to me, to read the line, to consider legislation to prevent the suspension of devolution, does not mean that the consideration will end in saying, yes, we should put forward a proposal so to do. But I accept the clarification from the member, and I conclude my remarks there.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise today because I'm not going to stand in anyone's way to discuss the necessary reforms, as it will allow other parties the opportunity to actually catch up on what Alliance has been talking about for a couple of decades, to be honest. While I'm not going to block this motion, I have to ask why we keep on needing to have committees. AERC, I sat on at the last mandate. We went through an investigation. Now, I have to say, because of the makeup of that committee, we didn't come to any recommendations on that. It was drawn out and dragged on, so nothing came out of it, to be honest. I hope that the current AERC might actually go back over the wealth of experience that was brought into some of those reports and come out with some recommendations. But let's be very clear, even if AERC does come out with a recommendation to move towards reform, as has already come out and was clarified at last week's Committee for Procedures, it will still have to be for the UK Government to bring forward those reforms in law. Any changes to the Northern Ireland Act cannot be taken forward by this House. Then, of course, once that goes forward, it'll be for the Committee for Procedures to take forward any changes to standing orders. So there's a lot of things to go through before we get this, and as the Leader of the Opposition has said, time is tight on this one, and we do have a lot to get through before we would even get to the stage of changing standing orders. But I would point out to this House that any changes to standing orders will require a cross-community vote. And guess what, folks? I'm standing here again saying what I said earlier. My vote won't count the same. So it just makes a mockery of this whole place. Also, when I looked at the motion today, and as I said, I'm not going to stand against it, but when I look at it, I have to say, of the 7 people that are talked about, or the 7 representatives of that committee, 4 of them will vote against anything to do with reform of the institutions, because they have done today and will continue to do so. We could take it out of this House. We could go to a citizens' assembly. Happy to consider that. I think that would be something that I think it's the people outside of this House actually get this an awful lot more than the people in this House do. Collapse without any reforms is unforgivable. And we heard in a previous motion today when we talked about public sector pay, this is hurting the very people who elect us to this House. It is time for reform to go forward. I do believe, unfortunately, to the opposition today that this will be voted down. I won't vote against it today because any discussion is better than no discussion at all. I just hope that the rest in this House will actually count the clock down. It's time to change this place, and the time is now. Thank you.
And I welcome the large number of contributions heard today on the topic of reform. And in my own time chatting with constituents and speaking with young people, I've heard their want for us here on this hill to instil a sense of hope that these institutions can stand, can work, and the parties within it can work together, but without collapse and without the ability to collapse. We can and must use every tool available to us to prevent the suspension of these devolved institutions. And we believe in our motion today that an ad hoc committee is the best mechanism to create proposals that will lead to reform and options for ending the veto and create legislative proposals. So the motion seeks to create an ad hoc committee, and for us we feel, why not now? And if not now, when? If not this, then what? And I'll just touch on a few comments from members. Yeah.
Agree that it may have been helpful if the opposition party were to have published some proposals on reform prior to, say, May 2022? Prior to May 2022? Really?
I thank the member for giving way, but just as my colleagues have stated, we have previously published a number of things to do with reform, and you can see today from our previous discussions from a number of our representatives that were extremely passionate about the issue, and I welcome that Alliance share that position. But back to my comments around speakers who have contributed here today. Mr Buckley touched on the AERC could be utilised as a tool to discuss reform. However, I feel a more targeted committee with a specific aim, timelines and targets would be beneficial. Yep.
Thank the member giving way. Does the member accept these assurances from the chair of the AERC that they will deal with this issue, or like me, does she believe that Mr Buckley doesn't know his AREC from his elbow?
I thank the member. for giving way. Should this motion not pass, I think what we've seen today from the DUP and Sinn Féin is that they're not committed to talking about reform, and I think that in the absence that this shouldn't pass, that the AERC, I would welcome Mr Buckley's comments, and I would ask that we work collectively together on the AERC. But for me personally and from a party perspective, we do feel that a more targeted committee with timelines would be better suited to discuss reform. No, just given that I need to make some progress. I think one of our main concerns is just that the AERC committee has a number of issues, and we fear that reform might get eaten up essentially among other priorities, so that is a concern for us. But I think the public is watching us today, and I think that they would welcome a committee such as this. Pat Sheehan had touched on reforming institutions and fears around duplication of a standing committee. But again, I have to say, today we've seen the votes with DUP and Sinn Féin, and I would argue again that we've seen that they're not serious about talking about reform and working for all, and I think that reform is necessary to instil that sense of hope in not just young people, but all people across Northern Ireland. And the specific purpose of the committee would essentially put that at the forefront of political discussion. Owen Tennyson talked about the importance of root and branch reform, which is something I believe the Ad Hoc Committee could look at and is very important. Mr Nesbitt had reflected on his times in opposition previously, with a touch of nostalgia there, and his concern are to do with this motion. And Mrs Armstrong had touched on the importance of any discussion on reform is better than no discussion at all. So today I think it's really important that we've had conversations around reform. It's been a pleasure to contribute in this debate. I thank members for putting this forward. But we need reform of our institutions. We've had 5 of the last 7 years. We've left constituents and workers and families with no answers, significant financial distress. We have a mental health crisis, and we talk about issues at length to do with women's health, violence against women and girls, and yet some members across this House cannot see how reform and those societal issues that we're trying to fight and tackle each and every one of us every day are not linked. And I really am at a loss of how that can happen. But I thank members for their contributions today, and I would urge them to support this motion.
Be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. The House will divide. No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Members will resume their seats. The question is that the motion on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any? No. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Daniel McCarten and Cara Hunter. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Padraig Delargy. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. You ready, Clark? Order, order. Members take their seats, please. Clark, please read the motion or read the results.
75 members voted, 24 members voted aye, 51 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
The motion is negative. Open the doors. Item 5 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do not adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.